Okay, welcome everybody. Today's date. I'm thinking about doing that, mentioning it. April 28th, 2017. I'm going to read from Cooperative Federalism by Gerald Brown. Dr. Gerald Brown is co-author of In Their Own Words, a 450-page resource book compiled exclusively of extracts from federal and state authorities establishing the jurisdictional authority of the federal and state governments. The book draws special attention to the issues of sovereignty, citizenship, the construction and interpretation of law, federal taxation, and remedies for the innocent. All cases were shepherdized prior to publication for timeliness and currency. Nearly all the citations in this essay can be found in that book. I'd like to just set up my chat so that I'm aware of it. Currency. And see if I can take care of this. Pardon me, everybody. But this book has it's been something that, this essay has been something that has affected my particular let me see. Okay. Let's see here. So, Cooperative Federalism. Cooperative Federalism, how the states of the Union are separate, distinct, and foreign to the United States. Things are not as they seem in American history and law. Most often people speak and write as if America is one country, operating under one government that has plenary authority throughout a single nation. Most often people speak and write under the notion that any government in America, whether it be local, state, or federal, is all part of one gigantic system. The federal government is often described as both a national government and a central government. It is sometimes described as an umbrella government over the states. Conversely, the states are typically described as regions or subdivisions of the United States. History textbooks in schools and colleges, newspapers in common circulation, and other forms of media tell stories that lead one to believe that federal law supersedes state law, because federal law is the law of the land and nation, and thus state law must yield to the higher authority. The problem with all this is that none of it is accurate or true to our American heritage. Every one of these positions is based on an assumed premise that is false. The result is that the American people are deceived regarding the proper role these governments are to have in their lives, and acquiesce to government requests when the agents of government have no lawful authority to make the request. From its beginning, the federal government was designed to be a government of limited jurisdiction for specific enumerated purposes, and not one of plenary jurisdiction over all of American society. The passion for individual liberty the Founding Fathers had is reflected in the design of the federal government as a government of limited authority that would not interfere in the lives of Americans, but would promote and protect personal liberty. For decades, we Americans have been slowly, unwittingly, and nearly imperceptibly surrendering our unalienable rights to our federal government in many ways. This has allowed that government to grow into a huge, unwieldy machine in its behavior back toward the citizen of the states. In turn, each of the states exercise power over its people, not authorized by fundamental law. Those in control of the machinery of government seem to be more interested in building the empire of government than in protecting and promoting the personal liberties upon which American society was founded and upon which it has flourished. Because we have lost sight of the nature of the relationship between the federal and state governments and the limited authority each possess, our individual rights and liberties have been trampled on. Americans are routinely coerced into doing things that fundamental law does not require, and both property and freedoms are being threatened and lost. This essay is a brief outline of some of the legal aspects of early American history, the stepwise progress of how the United States government came into existence, the relationship between the states of the Union and the United States government as recorded in historical documents and court cases, and how it all applies to us today in the principle of cooperative federalism. I will show that the states of the Union existed before the United States government, that the people of the states created the United States government as a federal government, not as a national government, and that the United States government has limited authority within any of the states of the Union. I will provide in summary format the dominant features of cooperative federalism as it is designed to operate in the American experience. My purpose is to expose the fallacy of the assumed premise that the federal government is superior to the states of the Union, that federal law supersedes state law, and that the United States of America is, in quotes, one nation. Of course, this has strong implications with respect to the issues related to federal authority within the 50 states of the Union on any topic of law. I begin by establishing the context and setting the foundation as to why the states of the Union are nations, and how they are separate, distinct, and even foreign to the United States. I understand the disbelief and frustration many folk display with the position I express when I say the states of the Union are separate, distinct, and foreign to the United States. When I first began my search for truth in this legal jungle, my mind was clouded with the rhetoric of the history textbooks and media jargon. I believe that fundamentally the disbelief is based on the popular notion, which this current generation has very effectively been taught, the rhetoric that the United States is one nation under God, when in fact the United States of America is a collection of nations banded together for a common purpose. Because historians, politicians, journalists, and others are fond of referring to the mass of American society as a nation, it is not well understood that the federal government has only limited authority that is separate, distinct, and foreign to the states of the Union. That the United States is separate, distinct, and foreign to the states of the Union is the basis for cooperative federalism in America, and is a most fundamental part of our history and law. It shows up in myriad ways which we often overlook. To understand this, one needs to go back in time to gain an overview of these issues. Colonies become sovereign nations. Prior to the Declaration of Independence, there was no general government among the colonies connecting one colony to any other, save the relationship each had to the British Crown. Each colony was established according to the terms of its own charter, and its officials answered directly to the British government accordingly. The Declaration of Independence sought to terminate that relationship for each American colony, while the Declaration was worked out in a General Congress with representatives from each of the colonies. It did not create a general government nor a formal confederation among the newly declared states. The Declaration of Independence begins with a statement regarding the authority of governments to exist, and claims that this authority is founded on God's approval and on the consent of the governed. The authors continue to cite truisms about the nature of man and society, but offer not the slightest legal basis for any of their declarations, claiming rather that their statements are self-evident. The majority of the document consists of a listing of claims that the king had abused the colonists by heavy-handed ways. All this builds to the final paragraph where the Declaration for Independence is actually made. This culminating paragraph sets out the nature of these newly declared political claims, to wit, we therefore, the representatives of the United States of America in General Congress, assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do in the name and by the authority of the good people of the colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states, they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, I, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Declaration of Independence, July 4th, 1776. The Declaration of Independence does not pretend to create a single nation. If it did, its name would be the State of New Britain, or the State of America, or the State of the New World, or any other name representing a single entity. But the proper name of our political arrangement is in the plural, not the singular. Also, the Declaration of Independence did not create a name for this alliance of American states. That came 2 years later with the Articles of Confederation. At the time of the Declaration, these American states were united in purpose and action to be free and independent of British rule, first perhaps, but free and independent of each other as well. By referring to Great Britain as a state, this paragraph tells us that the Founding Fathers understood a state to have the same status as any nation on the world scene. It is common to refer to Great Britain as a nation or a country, but most Americans are surprised to notice that Great Britain is a state. The first legal document in American history uses precisely that language. Under international law, as well as American law, the words state and nation mean exactly the same thing. Each state in our union has its own constitution, its own land over which it exercises jurisdiction, its own citizens, its own legislative, executive, and judicial branches of government, police powers, prison system, and military. Both the state's militia and the National Guard are under the control of the governor of the state as commander-in-chief. At the inception, each of the states issued its own money and had tariff laws which operated on the importation of goods from each of the other states, as well as from states outside of American society. Of course, if we stop to think about it, we hear from time to time on the news today about the State of Israel, as well as the periodic gatherings of the representatives of the G8 states or the G8 summit. These G8 states are not Tennessee, New York, California, or other states of the Union or subdivisions of some larger entity. These states are the industrial and economic powerhouses of the world: France, Great Britain, Germany, Japan, etc. These nations are identified at the United Nations as member states. Thus, it is perfectly within the proper usage of the terms state and nation to conclude that the Declaration of Independence created not one, but 13 brand new nations or countries. The U.S. Supreme Court stated in the case of the Cherokee Nation versus the state of Georgia, 30 U.S. 1831, that the terms state and nation are used in the law of nations, as well as in common parlance, as importing the same thing. Thus, the state of Delaware is a nation. The state of Pennsylvania is a nation. The state of New Jersey is a nation. The state of Georgia is a nation. The state of Connecticut is a nation, and so on. Each of the newly declared American states is a nation that is separate, distinct, and foreign to each of the others, as well as to other nations of the world. The claim to a change in status of being equal to the state of Great Britain, as opposed to being a dominion or canton of the British realm, was precisely what led to the American Revolution, and is the character which all states of the Union possess. It is popular in some quarters today to think that Congress has the authority to create states, but that notion is not true to our history and law. Notice the following explanation in Chisholm versus Georgia from 1794 from the U.S. Supreme Court. A state does not owe its origin to the government of the United States in the highest or in any of its branches. It was in existence before it. It derives its authority from the same pure and sacred source as itself, the voluntary and deliberate choice of the people. A state is altogether exempt from the jurisdiction of the courts of the United States or from any other exterior authority, unless in the special instances where the general government has power derived from the Constitution itself. Page 448. The question to be determined, again from that ruling, the question to be determined is whether the state so respectable and whose claims soar so high is amenable to the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court of the United States. This question, important in itself, will depend on others, more important still, and perhaps be ultimately resolved into one, no less radical than this: do the people of the United States form a nation? By that law, the several states and governments spread over our globe are considered forming a society, not a nation. Here, the U.S. Supreme Court informs us that the political arrangement of cooperative federalism does not make a nation, but rather a society. While the people of the several states share many things in common, each state retains its national charter and political independence. Just a few years later, the U.S. Supreme Court further stated in a landmark case dealing with the authority of a state to levy tax on the operation of the United States within the state of Maryland, no political dreamer was ever wild enough to think of breaking down the lines which separate the states and of compounding the American people into one common mass. McCulloch versus the state of Maryland, 1819. How times have changed. As we look around today, it appears that many political dreamers have been wild enough to attempt exactly what the Supreme Court justices in 1819 never dreamed could be possible. But it is historically and politically incorrect, as well as contrary to the determination of the U.S. Supreme Court to refer to American society as a nation or a country. It is proper to refer to the American political alliance as a society. Take a break and check out the chat here. How's everybody doing? Nice. We got 118. My boy Ed. Nice. I'm going to keep reading a little bit more, but then I'm going to open up the panel. And maybe we can all get up. Let me see here. Forgive me, I started up another hangout. I'm just getting used to running these live streams. I have I was going to do this broadcast, but got mixed up in putting it together, and there was an open cat. Like, I don't know if it's running or if it's still an event in some people's book, but I have to get rid of it. Okay, the alliance that made the United States of America. At the Declaration of Independence and the call to arms that immediately followed, it was widely believed that the colonists could not prevail against the British military power unless patriots throughout the states were to work in concert with each other. To bring about such cooperation, the Articles of Confederation were proposed in 1778, 2 years after the Declaration of Independence was made. The loose association that characterized the general cooperation among the people of the states began to change as the newly declared nations began to ratify the Articles of Confederation. Article 1 is the first instance where the American Confederation was formalized with a title, which named this alliance the United States of America. Article 2 preserves the sovereignty and independence of each state, to wit. Article 1, the style of this confederacy shall be the United States of America. Article 2, each state retains its sovereignty, freedom, and independence, and every power, jurisdiction, and right which is not to by this confederation expressly delegated to the United States in Congress assembled. Articles of Confederation, 1778. Through the Articles of Confederation, the Founding Fathers recognized that each state was sovereign and independent of each other, and that while the Declaration of Independence expressed the collective will of the people of the American states, united in purpose and action, that document did not attempt to create a single unified government with one jurisdiction. It merely recognized the several governments that were already in existence, and it did not create a federal government. Here can be seen that the United States of America is an alliance of nations that are separate, distinct, independent, and foreign to each other, and do not make one nation under God, as stated in the Pledge of Allegiance, which was written many years later. The United States of America is an alliance of nations whose people have banded together in a political pact for a common, not national purpose. The United States of America is a confederation of sovereign states, not a consolidation of subject states into a single nation. This relationship is not just an interesting fact of history, it is current law. The index of the California Family Law Code, established in 1994, for the entry foreign law, directs the reader to the statutes regarding extradition. There one will find annotated references to foreign jurisdictions. Interestingly, cases from Ohio, Pennsylvania, Missouri, and other states of the Union are the only cases referred as foreign law, or referenced as foreign law. The index to the California Education Code for the entry in laws has the subheading Death in Foreign States, Leave of Absence, and references EDUC 44985. The only language in that code section that comes close to supporting the concept of foreign states is the phrase out of state travel. Thus, anything outside California is foreign to California. Since all the states in the Union have the same status with respect to each other, this principle applies to every state of the Union. Each state in the Union is separate, distinct, and foreign to every other, as the laws of one state do not operate within the borders of any other state. While the Articles of Confederation were proposed in 1778, they were not ratified by all 13 states until 1781. Mainly, because of issues involving the status of Western lands. Upon ratification, Congress was authorized to survey the Western Territory by the Land Act of 1785. The Ordinance of 1787 provided for the government of the Northwest Territory, the first territorial government created by the United States. Because this land was not within any state, it was under the collective control of all the states of the Union through Congress. This model has been used by Congress and later the federal government throughout American history for establishing territorial governments in any of the territories belonging to America. There are currently 22 such territories. A complete list of these can be found in the Domestic Mail Manual. The most notable among these are American Samoa, Guam, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the Northern Mariana Islands. Just as the Northwest Territory did not have its own sovereignty, so these territories do not have sovereignty. Why Congress? Why did the Founding Fathers choose the name Congress as the name of the political body where the representatives from the several states would meet to work out their differences? They could have called their meetings a parliament, an assembly, a forum, a convention, the United States legislature, or possibly something else. But why did they select the name Congress as the name for their meeting place? Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, 1951, page 373, defines Congress as Congress in international law, an assembly of envoys, commissioners, deputies, etc., from different sovereignties who meet to concert measures for their common good or to adjust their mutual concerns. In American law, the Legislative Assembly of the United States composed of the Senate and House of Representatives. That's QV, U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 1. Congress, the legislative body of the United States, is a place where representatives from different sovereignties, the sovereignties of the Union, meet to work out problems for their common good. Thus, the very word Congress has embodied within it the concept that the sovereignty of any one state is separate, distinct, and foreign to the sovereignty and jurisdiction of every other state in the Union. However, while the Articles of Confederation recognized a Congress, the solutions proposed and agreed to there were not binding on the states, and each state was left to decide to what extent it would comply with the solutions worked out in Congress. Although historians love to refer to this arrangement as a weak central government or weak national government without the executive and judicial branches of government, in reality there was no central or national government that applied to the states collectively. Congress was only a forum where issues could be discussed and solutions proposed, and it was up to the states to accept, reject, or modify the solutions, as each, in its sovereign wisdom, saw fit. The Articles of Confederation served to keep the states bound together in union, but they did not make the states subservient to Congress. The United States, a federal government. On September 17, 1787, 11 years after the Declaration of Independence and 9 years after the Articles of Confederation were first proposed, the Constitution for the United States of America was proposed and subsequently sent to the states of the Union for ratification. This document, the U.S. Constitution, upon ratification of 9 states, accomplished by the vote of New Hampshire on June 21, 1788, created the United States government as a federal government with limited enumerated authority. Without this document, there would be no United States government as we have it today. Neither the U.S. Constitution nor the U.S. government were operational within a state just because 9 states in the Union had ratified the document. Only upon its own ratification of this document did the states cede the limited authority to the United States government for this federal government to have even limited authority within the state. Neither were the non-ratifying states permitted to participate in any federal functions. Without this ratification, for example, neither North Carolina nor Rhode Island participated in the first presidential election of 1789 because neither state had ratified the U.S. Constitution. North Carolina ratified on November 21, 1789, and Rhode Island ratified on May 29, 1790. Without this ratification, the new United States government did not exist for these states, even though they were both members of the American Union pursuant to the Articles of Confederation. The U.S. Constitution did not create a central government nor a national government over these 13 nations. The purpose of this new government was to form a more perfect union, not a nation. The words nation and national do not appear in the U.S. Constitution. The word nations, plural, is used twice, Article 1, Section 8, CLS 3 and 10. But in both instances, it is used in reference to geopolitical powers outside of American society. The U.S. Constitution could not bring into existence a national government because there were already 13 sovereign nations in the American League of Friendship. Black's Law Dictionary, revised 4th edition, 1968, sets out the distinction between a national government and a federal government. To wit, national government, the government of a whole nation, as distinguished from that of a local or territorial division of the nation, and also as distinguished from that of a league of confederation. A national government is a government of the people of a single nation, single state or nation, united as a community by what is termed the social compact, and possessing complete and preferred and perfect supremacy over persons and things so far as they can be made the lawful objects of civil government. A federal government is distinguished from a national government by its being the government of a community of independent sovereign states united by compact. Did you catch that? Black's Law Dictionary says that the government formed by community of states is not a national government. How often we say it wrong. Rather than calling this new government a general government, central government, or national government, the U.S. Constitution does not provide a specific name or title or style for the new federal government. It would be more accurate to refer to the federal government as a coordinating government. The role of the federal government is to coordinate various responsibilities among the states of the Union. To this extent, and for this purpose only, the states delegated some of their authority to the new government, which is called the United States government by common convention. However, they specifically withheld authority from the United States government for those things not specifically delegated to it in the U.S. Constitution, and preserved that relationship in the 10th Amendment as part of the Bill of Rights. The U.S. Constitution calls for the United States government to provide for a common defense, not a national defense, a common coin, not a national coin, regulation of interstate commerce to establish post offices and post roads throughout the states, and other things that in Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution. It was given a territory, the District of Columbia, that was separate from the states of the Union because it was to be foreign to the sovereignty of any state and not under the jurisdiction of any single state. The United States government is to be the agent of the people of the states and is not the same entity as the United States of America, which is the Alliance of American States. The United States government was formed to serve the community of American states. The People versus Nagley, 1850, California Supreme Court. In determining the boundaries of apparently conflicting powers between the states and the federal government, the proper question is not so much what has been in terms reserved to the states as what has been expressly or by necessary implication granted by the people to government. For each state possesses all the powers of an independent and sovereign nation, except so far as they have been ceded away by the Constitution. The federal government is but the creature of the people of the states, and like an agent appointed for definite and specific purposes, must show an express or necessarily implied authority in the charter of its appointment to give validity to its acts. People, ex-rel attorney Jen V. Nagley, 1850. The nature of the federal government has not changed as American history marches forward. The U.S. Constitution requires that the federal government is still a government of limited, enumerated authority. Take a look at chat, see if anyone's out here, or if I'm just reading alone. Hey, nice. What's up, y'all? Nice. Twitwit. How you doing, love? Twitwit, yo, healthy skeptic out there. Cindy Pritchard, hello. Yay. Yeah, man. I saw my boy Ed up there in the beginning. Yeah, brother. Nice, y'all. And let's see here. I messed up my the way I titled this thing, I think, and the way I did this hangout. But if anyone would like to join, you could do with a little break. So I'm cool with that. am so sleepy. Did the hangout last night. I was like my first time ever free chanting. It was pretty wild. All day. I had to get up real early too. Or like got like a little bit of sleep. And then had a good day running around. I was kind of debating whether or not to do this reading, but I feel so inclined around all y'all good people, man. I think some of us could benefit from some of these books that I've been reading. I would hope that people would. I wish I could figure out what's going on with how my events work and get this straightened out. But we shall see. It's okay. I'll take your silence to mean that you're enjoying the reading. And unless anyone wants to join in, let me know if you come in. I might just start reading. Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay. Federations outside of America. Considering how sophisticated the arrangement between the states and the federal government is, one might easily wonder where the founding fathers got their ideas about a federal government that would serve to coordinate common issues among these newly declared American nations. For starters, they had to look no farther than the mother country. What they called the state of Great Britain in the Declaration of Independence is actually a collection of 3 countries bound together by the English monarch, whose jurisdiction was originally limited to England, but who over time conquered Wales and Scotland. To varying degrees, Ireland and portions of France were also ruled by the English crown. But the English were not able to keep their holdings in France for more than a few years, and the Irish were so continually rebellious against English rule through the years that the British Parliament recognized the Irish Free State in the early 1920s as a self-governing dominion. Ireland became totally independent of all British rule in 1948. Only a few countries around Ulster in the northern part of Ireland elected to remain under British rule under the name of Northern Ireland. The collection of these 4 countries of England, Scotland, and Wales.
It's what powers your business.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Faster internet for less with Spectrum Business. Because Spectrum Business is the fastest internet for the price.
Hey, brother. Yeah, I don't know. How you doing there, Spectrum? You representing Spectrum service over there? I'll take a break to say hi to everybody.
Hey, what's up, Issa? What's up, Ed?
What's up, brother? Hey, what's up, Ed? Yeah. What's good, brothers?
Just chilling.
Nice.
Chilling.
Just chilling. Nice. Yeah, man. I was what do you call it? Kind of been running around all day. I was listening to a little bit of the other hangouts, and it seemed like some of them were getting a little contentious, and some of them were, doing whatever. So I always figured it's good to pump out some of these books, man. Like at least kind of show that, at least if people can hear the name of the books. You know what I mean?
Yeah, most definitely. I think you were talking about the hangout with Tim and P. Mars on them.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they're about to. They're bound to get a rise out of you.
Yeah, it's all good.
It's a bit of a weird thing.
I actually see. My thing is that I don't know. You know me. It's like I'm cool with Tim, so it's like, I'm all right with like that alternative perspective, that that discussion. But there gets to a time, like, see what, like, a lot of people don't understand though is Tim is actually executing debate practices. You would agree with that, right, Healthy?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Like his decorum is like he keeps a decorum.
Yeah,
and,
of course.
Like and that's something that like when that is not met with equal decorum is when it doesn't matter what case you're making, you're going to look like a fool because you're not willing to even entertain the ideas. Now the problem is that a lot of people have heard these ideas before that may be on the panels.
Mm-hmm.
But also there's other people out there that haven't. And it's like, if you are going to discuss the subject of flat Earth, you have to address all these issues. But I find some people, it becomes like, it becomes contentious when people believe either side of their argument.
The polarized views is what I have a problem with. See, I guess what I have a problem. The biggest problem I have is Tim will come on and he'll be so confident, and he's so willing to put down his so-called facts as reality, right? And even the people that are in charge of this reality are the ones that are making these facts or these observations. They're not sure about what they're reporting. You know what I mean? So it's like for Tim to take a polarized position like this, even when his leaders are not ready to support him, I just find that to be odd.
Well, forgive me. Say the last part again, because I'm zoning out a little bit. Forgive me, brother.
Yeah. I was just making a statement that even the people that are running the heliocentric model or the leaders of it, even they're not sure about certain things about the model. For instance, gravity or
Right.
how things are perceived. Out in our cosmos. We don't really know all that 100%, but the way that Tim tells the story, it's like he knows that for 100%.
So you know what though, this is something that I find I've always found endearing with Tim, is that it's like when he was I was listening to him earlier, I couldn't join, but he's like yeah I'm a winner. Like if you don't well, first off, dude, if you don't get how that's hilarious, I don't know what to say, man, because to me I was crying when he said I'm a winner, and then he said something that had me cracking up too, because and I think dude, what people are under the impression is that Tim doesn't understand that. He understands, you know what I mean? And that's where they don't underestimate your opposition. When people are going to hear that and think that he's really saying that like he's a jock, you're missing the nuance.
Mm-hmm.
And something I can appreciate is that it's the idea of okay, we can look at these issues again today, a new day, with different eyes, whether it be the celestial sphere, which is beautiful because in a way, he's giving you an argument to have, but many people don't want to take he's giving you meat for an argument.
Is he referring to the concave thing?
But no. But dude, do you not see how that is? That to me, and I gotta say, I commend Barbie for citing it, because she brought it up a little bit later on, and I was just listening, but I was running around, and she said, "Can you explain this celestial sphere?" I mean, Snack was bringing up good points too. You know what I mean? Of questioning that 1% that he holds.
Mm-hmm.
And open to looking at another model, but. But Barnaby made the good point. I think what happens is he comes up and he's kind of giving you a little bit of something to argue with him about. Uh-huh. And if you won't pick up on that meat, maybe even myself for a long time, I didn't pick up on it. And I would argue him and go into whatever absurdity maybe. But that celestial sphere, I mean, that's huge for him to even put it that way, in my opinion.
So I have a question.
Hey, what's up, brother?
What about gravity do scientists do not understand yet?
Well, have you seen the clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson I don't even know what it is? I don't know.
No, he says he doesn't understand what dark energy is or dark matter. It's something completely different. It also emits gravity, but just because we don't understand that doesn't mean we don't understand gravity as a whole. The reason why the Earth is a spherical shape is because of gravity. When something has enough mass, when it has a core, it just happens like that. Gravity kind of forces it to be like that no matter what. I mean,
can you give a practical example of that?
Can you explain the force that make gravity fall? That's the question that hasn't been answered. The force that make gravity fall. Can you explain that? You'll be a Nobel Peace Prize winner.
The only thing that I can say that makes gravity work in such a way is, like I just said, is mass. When something has enough mass, it just collapses not collapses. That's not the right word, actually. But it just becomes a sphere over time because the way gravity works. Because look, if we lived on a flat Earth, like,
You're supposed to explain how gravity works.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I would like to hear the answer to Healthy. Can you give us a practical example of what you're referring to?
What, that it has to be a sphere?
Yeah, Healthy. Was that your question?
Yeah. Just some sort of practical way to demonstrate what you're talking about. How masses attract to each other. How two large masses, if I had two large masses, how they would attract to each other.
Well, I mean, do you mean in the way that planets are formed, or
what do you mean say exactly it any way you want to, right? I mean, what you're suggesting is that gravitational force is between two massive objects, right? Two large objects attract each other. Is that right?
Well, not exactly. I mean, if all right, the way gravity works is if one mass is bigger than the other mass, it attracts the other mass. The other mass doesn't attract.
We understand that,
but the other
gravity practical example. We need a practical. We're asking for a practical example.
I mean, if you want something like on Earth, I can't really give you something on Earth because it doesn't exist.
So you see, you could understand why we would have questions then, right?
I'm not saying the questions aren't bad to have. I'm just saying I don't think the doubt is put in the right areas.
What is question but a doubt, my brother? What is a question without doubt?
I just said I don't think the doubt is put within the right areas.
No. What I'm trying to confirm is that they're inseparable. What I'm asking you is, do you think that they're like, it's because I ask a question because I have doubt about something, so I want to know something, right?
Well, not exactly. You don't need to ask a question in order to. You don't need doubt to ask a question.
How about this? You could be a rhetorical fucking asshole and ask like a rhetorical question, but I'm saying most questions, like real honorable questions, emanate from a doubt. Do you know what I'm saying, brother?
No, that's not true.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what about the Higgs boson? Do you know what that is?
I'm familiar with the we haven't found it, right?
So no, we have.
Oh, we did?
Yes, it's traceable.
I don't know, man. It seems like it's a lot to ask about the Higgs boson to all the way that created the shape of the Earth. For me, anyway.
Well,
all I'm trying to say is you can understand why I have questions.
Well, no, I understand why the questions are there, but what I'm saying is the Higgs boson would actually have to play a part in the creation of, or anything really. I mean, you know what the Higgs boson is, what it does, correct?
Do you?
Yes. Well,
you know what
from what science says.
Hold on. Right, but that's what I'm trying to say, brother. Is that like from a science sense, you could probably explain to me what their proposition, what a theory is, but I will guarantee that there are 100 men smarter than us debating whether or not that's true.
Yes, but are their theories theories or are they scientific theories? Because there's a huge difference.
Right, and that's what the point is that we don't know what these gentlemen are like. Even they disagree about their own points.
Yes, but they don't use scientific theories to debate them. They just say, "Oh, I have a theory." That's not the same as having a scientific theory.
Healthy?
Actually, if you think about it this way, think about who are all the greatest scientists that we have so far. You've had Aristotle. He was supposedly the smartest man on the planet for a long time. And then what happened? Somebody else came around, and he was smarter than him. Maybe it was Newton. And then Newton was the smartest man for a while. Then who came around? Einstein came around. And then Einstein was the smartest man for a while. These people are not jokers, right? These are supposed to be scientific geniuses. And they've always replaced one another's theories. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's what Issa is saying. So there's going to be other smarter men that are going to, are questioning this reality. And they're coming up with other theories.
Yeah, but the question is how much smarter were they actually really? Or do they just have the available tools to find out things? I mean, you can say Einstein was smarter than Newton, but I wouldn't say that's exactly accurate. They might have had the same amount of intelligence. It's just they didn't simply have the same tools to study the same.
Okay, so it still begs the question, like whatever we have observed before, the newer person comes and overturns that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like newer stuff is always replacing the older stuff. So why do we hold on to older things?
Well, because we hold on to newer things. I mean, we hold on to older things till newer things come and replace it.
Right, and how can we accept what isn't really offered? Like, for instance, dark matter and dark energy making up 97% of the universe, to make a pushback to allow gravity to actually turn your ball model into a ball. You have to have 97% of your equation is dark matter and dark energy for general relativity to work.
Wait, but dark matter and dark energy isn't what makes the planet spheres. the mass of the planet, or the mass of whatever it is you want to call it, is what makes it spheres. Dark matter and dark energy, though they do emit gravity as well.
Well, why? How come it doesn't?
Unaware of where it comes from.
How come it wouldn't separate out into the ether, if you will? Like, you know, like what actually, like, you know, like the point is that, well, healthy. Maybe you have a better understanding that could explain. You know, that could. I'm trying to think of it, because from what I understand, dark matter is the cosmic pushback that allows for gravity, and it is the hidden source that allows mass to be something that would be collected together. Am I wrong with that? Because dark matter and dark energy is what is the pushback. Now, gravity would be two objects in that arena being attracted to each other. Am I wrong with that? Right? You know what I mean? Because like the dark matter is what is, and like, you know, granted there's Newtonian, you know, gravity and Einsteinian gravity, right? Oh, the brother left. Maybe he got dropped.
Maybe he got dropped. Yeah, it's been happening today. Yeah, I was kind of trying to get him to talk about just one particular thing at a time, instead of just jumping around all over the place.
Yeah. Yo, and I will say this too, yo, healthy, Ed, healthy. I didn't mean to cut you off in your line of questioning, Ed. I just know healthy is a beast. So I just, like, you know, I love healthy. Probably just woke up too, so he's fresh. I've been up all night. We've been up all night over out here in the US. So healthy's fresh.
Light night.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I actually appreciate that guy's line of questioning, because, you know, these are the type of people that bring in the information to us, you know? Whether or not it's true or false, that's actually up to us to discern and, you know, find out for ourselves. But he's talking about the Higgs boson. He's talking about gravitational forces that are, you know, these are things that, you know, that's actually that the scientists are talking about. So it's not like, you know, the brother had a bad argument or anything.
No. I was when I heard him come in, I was like, oh no, am I getting slammed right now? I was like, what's going on? But and then I, you know, yeah, I'm happy that the brother came in, and welcome back. That was cool. I like that. You know, it's, you know, this is why I'm happy to have, you know, my little room, in the sense of, you know,
here comes Tim.
Oh, is Tim up in here?
No, I'm just saying, like, he's probably coming.
Oh, shout out to Tim. He's good to go. He's always welcome. Yeah, yo, and hell yeah, man. Oh, right, that's right. Ed and Tim have yet to meet. Oh, yay. Yeah, man, freaking I love the idea that we can, you know, be what it is. Twitwit. No, what happened, love? Twitwit's like another live stream down the toilet. FE kills civility. I would hope we wouldn't be not civil. I know Twit has a certain whatever, but you know what I mean?
Predispositions,
like, yeah, she has her predispositions, but that's fine with me. You know what I mean? I'm cool with that.
I'm cool with that too. It's not a,
I hope she didn't think. Well, I hope she didn't think we were jumping all over that guy, and I hope it didn't come across that way.
Oh, it probably does come across that way, like, regardless, because it's just like two people talking to one, or three people trying to talk to one.
Yeah, good point. You know? Yeah. I don't want anyone to feel like they're, you know, like, I like to have these conversations. You know, we're passionate about it, man. Especially when it comes to, like, I don't know. I want all of us to get shit, like, you know, to be able to suss out these ideas. We were talking about this last night. That idea that it's like, you know, following that line of thought to the end. Or maybe you weren't here last night, Heller, for when we were having this talk, but that, you know, like, I think it was Ed, actually, and Ed, myself, and Spurs, and What World were here. And we were talking about that, you know, following a line of thought to its end, amongst intellectuals, you know, who can hold an idea or hold two opposing ideas and accept neither.
Oh, this is the Mr. Grimm conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. Or just any of it. Just, I mean, what happens every day? It happens when you go to your gas, you know, to fill up your gas, and, like, you know, or with people. It's just like it's just people. As soon as you're going to interact with society, you're going to interact with people that are very opinionated, and it's like it's the only thing we can control. It's like when I'm up in certain places and everyone's a dick, and I'm just like, you know, hey, how you doing? And nobody responds. So you're just like, word up, that's cool. You know, I'm not gonna, you know, not be myself and be cool. Like be, you know, be happy and be like, you know, I don't know why y'all upset. Shoot.
You know what? I had some questions for both Ed and Spurs yesterday, but I was kind of busy, and I didn't get to quite ask the right questions at the right time. I think the question, the premise or the argument was that you could see land and you can see structures 30 miles across a particular lake or a particular body of water. And I think Grimm's answer was that it was a mirage, and Spurs' answer was that it's actually there. It's just slightly distorted. Was that right? Was that right?
Forgive me. Go on. Okay, say it again. I was typing in chat.
Okay. I was just mentioning the argument that they were having. It was the 30 miles. Somebody, an observer, a 6 feet observer from sea level can see 30 miles clear into the distance, and it's they can spot land and they can spot structures. And I think Mr. Grimm's answer was that it was mirage, and Spurs' answer was that it's actually there, but it's just slightly, you know, slightly disoriented, slightly phased. That was it, right? That's how y'all left it. You couldn't go any further, right?
At that moment, yeah.
See, you needed, like, I was thinking of it from like a neutral point of view, and I was thinking about accepting these two ideas, entertaining both these ideas. So, you know, a question I would have for Mr. Grimm is that, can you observe this mirage, this Fata Morgana at nighttime? Can you see this at night? If you can see it at night, or if you can, like, for instance, if you can see the buildings at night, I mean, that should tell you that it's not a mirage, because you need some sort of light interaction for it to appear as a mirage. And a question that I have for Spurs is that if you could, you know, shoot those buildings with like a strong laser, and if you can have somebody there and they can see that laser, I mean, then of course.
Oh yeah, he was talking about fuck that. He was talking about the radio waves.
The radio waves.
Remember, you remember he was talking about using the thing to shoot back on the moon. He said, Okay, so he said he sent radio signals all the way up to the moon and back, and it took 0.4 fucking seconds. Okay, all right, sure, whatever. I'm not calling you. Whatever. Like, you know, is that what they call 0.4 seconds? Is that what they call it nowadays? You know, I don't know. But I was curious if you did that with a building. And you had, like, you know, I mean, I don't know how you could control that wave, though.
You can. That's the problem. It's because it's going to hit the ground, or it's going to hit somewhere else. It might not come directly back to you.
Well, that's my point. Is that, well, if you're because you're going to get that obstruction, or also you're going to get heat. I wonder, does heat affect the waves? I mean, you know, I wonder. I don't know enough about it, really.
Well, see, it's not.
When you put the beam across a long distance, certain beams expand. So you need to have a strong beam to keep that tight.
For laser, you're talking lasers, though.
Any frequency, actually. Any frequency will wear out over time.
True. Right, because it's all particles or waves. I got it. Yeah, interesting.
That's why they have repeaters and amplifiers between wires.
Yep.
Of transporting data.
Yep. Yeah, I wonder how you could do that with that setup or something, though, where you get a low angle. I mean, I guess they tried it with the lasers, but I don't know.
You're proposing to shoot a ham radio signal at a mirage 30 miles away, yeah?
Exactly.
that's your little tester. Yeah, but that's my line of thinking right now, is that I have two possible options. Whether it could be a mirage or it could be the real thing. Now I can, like, you know, verify that further by conducting a little bit more thinking and a little bit more experiments. Like I was just saying, like, can I see this at nighttime? Can I shoot a laser beam at it? Can I shoot some ham radio, whatever? Can I locate a person in there, you know? Can I put a person in that city and then, you know, communicate with them, you know, when I shoot the laser? You could do a whole bunch of other things. You can come to a better conclusion than, you know, where we left off. It's just whether or not this is just a mirage, and, you know, whether or not it's, you know, if it's really there or not there. You know, I think there would have been more.
But here's the thing, though. It depends the objective, right, brother? Because we're talking about, like, we're still almost at the stage in the game for, I guess this thing is life, man. Who knows? But it's like you're either doing one of two things. You're either trying to disprove the ball, or you're actually trying to figure out the shape of the Earth. You know what I'm saying, brother? Because there's like two, you know, it's like, I mean, you could do both. I mean, you could be trying to shape, you know, but it's objective, or not objective, but it's subjective to whatever the test is.
Mm-hmm.
So, because
it is,
you know, because if you're trying to actually create like a map of the thing, and you're actually mapping out for cartographical purposes, or you know, for cartography, you know, you may, I mean, I don't know, I don't know. I'm just saying that there's two different lines of questioning there, and I don't think we have it in our means to do the latter.
It's just like little pieces of the puzzle. You know what I mean? It's like this is a huge, big puzzle, and all we can do is find out the littlest things. You know, and if we can add up all the little things, and if it makes better sense to us than what it did before, then more power to you. I mean, I guess still it becomes like more of an individual experience, right?
Yeah, man.
Hey, hang on a second. I'll be right back.
Cool. Yeah. Nice. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. I did some reading with of Cooperative Federalism. I highly recommend people read it. Usually when I open up the hangout part, it seems that we kind of never get back to the reading, which is okay with me right now. I read some of the Cooperative Federalism earlier in the podcast. Maybe check it out some other time. I'd appreciate y'all did, because it's to do with the American heritage of law. And good, Twitwit, love you, Twitwit. Hope you're all right over there. Oh, yo, shout out to chat. Got Jimbo. What up, brother? Nice cooperatives. Twitwit, yo, Spiritual North, my boy Baba Joe, laying it down. But everyone, check out my boy Spiritual North, please. He's got a channel. He's talking about this this PhD that's been coming out of South Africa, and it's just an interesting. He's been following on that case. Somebody has a watch page open.
What's the watch page?
Oh, it's what you might have been watching. Oh, who's this? Hey, what up, brother? Nice, cool.
What up, man?
Yo, what up, man?
Oh yeah, just a correction. That's out of Tunisia.
Out of Tunisia. Got it. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, dude. I like that case a lot. Me and my, you know, we were talking about that. How that might be something, you know, just be careful with. Yeah. Yeah. That's a big story, brother. And yeah, I think okay, good, we're good. Yeah, I was gonna shout out the chat real quick. Anders Ace, Multi Tom, Jimbo, yeah, Twitwit, Bill S, Candy Franklin, yay, what's up, Candy? Jason Gillian, what up, brother? I put the link out there. XX, yo, what up, brother? I got the link in there in the chat. Cindy Pritchard. Yeah, shout out. Yo, some Jazz, is it? Hey, Ed, do you have your watch page on?
I don't know what that is.
Or I can hear maybe feedback. That's what it is. Yeah, cool, man. Thank you, everybody, for coming through here. And yo, drop it on us, Baba Joe. Let me know about it.
Oh yeah, okay. So I'm just asking this question: if this paper that got it's just like a 6-page rough draft, and it just looks like a kind of a shell paper around which to just like send a whole bunch of like disapproval and kind of slander and kind of like public shame. Like it just turned into like a big PR garden hose for how bad it was that it was even presented. But the paper itself was like a 6-page rough draft that like had never even gone to the review board, and like may have been written by a student that has this, you know, is kind of like hard to confirm she's like super legit. She's got like a paper thin LinkedIn page and like 13 posts on Facebook since like 2009. And so I was just kind of the overview is just.
Well, let me give a little preface. You had initially caught this story coming out.
I caught it.
Explain because when you told me that, it was like you know, twist, like, you know, so don't ruin the twist, like, you know, go for living.
All right, well, first I was like flat Earth PhD up in this shit, and I was like, oh fuck yeah, and I dropped like a big, I don't know, whatever video, and just like shouted it out because the professor was like claiming their constitutional kind of freedom, academic freedom of thought, and it was like this, like the little guy was being persecuted for like shepherding like the like, you know, Tunisian PhD like apprentice who was like, you know, like forming her dissertation like since 2011, like toiling away. And
I'm imagining, I'm
I'm
thinking of some like exotic hot chick who's a flat earther.
Dude,
fucking like,
exactly. So I dropped that, and then I just looked into it a little more, and I was like, wait, like I just kind of looked at the press trail that came out about it, and then like one of the like the Huffington Post in Italy published this article that said the professor said that she got her ideas from American researchers whom sent her the NASA publications. And so then I saw that, and I was like, all right, well, I guess that's possible that they would do that, but then it also felt kind of convenient. And then, so I just kind of scratched around a little more, and an op-ed was written by someone that seemed to have a vested interest in kind of, you know, this particular notion that flat Earth is ludicrous and that no one could write a PhD about it. So long story short, it was an attempt to create a benchmark for like academic idiocy, you know, just kind of make flat Earth look stupid and then run a bunch of press to create SEO around the idea that this is like a flat Earth joke. But if anybody really wanted to write a PhD, it would be 100+ pages.
Yeah, and shout out to you too. I mean, like, yo, and you know, shoot, I would say tout your credentials at this point, so motherfuckers know you know the difference.
Oh yeah, so yeah, I hold a Bachelor of Arts from NYU, where I studied dramatic writing, and then I hold a master's in communication management from USC, where I wrote, my thesis was voted like best thesis in my class. Which isn't to brag, is only to point out that it did give me kind of like, I've read enough academic papers and journals that I know the difference between like strong academic writing and something that was just kind of scantily clad together with like spelling errors and just kind of like set up to fall kind of thing. So that's the kind of drop on it. And then, yeah, I cover all the specifics in a blog post on my site or whatever, and cover it in the YouTube vids. But yeah, man, it was like, at first I was so excited, and then the guy was like, oh, but then it was interesting. So I read the shit. It's like 6 pages. I read it. It's like, it's funny because they kind of use some good flat Earth arguments, but then they like make a point of like, you know, like saying them wrong and like shrouding them. And apparently this paper at the bottom of it, it says it came out in August of 2016. And this PR spike, like this rage from the academy in Tunisia, like that two employees from the university were pissed. Someone from the Ministry of Higher Education was pissed. The former president of the like Tunisian Astronomical Society was pissed. Like everybody was pissed, but they all got pissed in early April of 2017. And this like 6-page paper is like dated on the web, August 2016. So that was just kind of unusual that there'd be like a year before the action. So yeah, that's it's
real. It was I like the way that you presented it, and yeah, it made me like, what, like it was like literally I felt like twist, like I was like, oh my god, because you were like, you know, because the way that you read it, like, yo, and if there is no, you know, no author of this paper or whatever, then it's like, you know, then it's obvious that we're dealing with like you said, it's some kind of that is like that's fascinating. That's an interesting look at it. If they're being forced to manufacture stories,
it's a huge tilt. It means it's just the same thing with Bill Nye saying like anti-vaxxers and.
Well, that's why, look, I think they have no stops.
It's big points. That's
dude, look at it like this, man. I don't think they have any stops on this because they need to collateralize space.
Yeah.
This whole monetary system is based on the collateralization of shit, and space is the fucking wide open, like, you know, end all be all for the imagination of Lego. Yeah, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like
you know,
I think if flat Earth, this is why I've been proposing, like, you know, this is why I read tonight, Cooperative Federalism, go learn. Is like, you know, is that we need to understand that I think if flat Earth were to be taken serious, and granted, some people are going to, will try to say that there's no fucking way. But if it were to be, and if it were to it's almost, it does become political at a certain point, because we're calling out an agency that is directly attached to the federal system. So,
well, that's the thing. It's like, is it really calling them out, or are you just
now? Here's the thing: is that's check it out. That's where diplomacy comes in. What I've been saying, it's like flat Earth has to have with it almost like an economic platform of like, okay, we understand you can't collateralize space if you're going to accept this notion. Therefore, I want this much money to be able to teach the people to be able to discharge all the interest in the fucking debt. How about that? Why don't we educate the people and take this bitch to the fucking next world, wherever it is, whether it be south or whether it be
in or out.
Anywhere else, man.
In or out.
Spiritual, I must ask you, are you a sphere earther or no?
Night, yo, hold up real quick. Tim Osmond, yo, what up, brother?
What's up?
This is my boy Baba Joe.
Yo.
He's my boy. Yo,
what
welcome.
Up, Tim? Nice to
meet
you.
What up, man? I just saw your Polaris there and the circular star trails. I was just really hoping that you're a sphere earther at that point. You gotta be, dude.
Lucky. All right. Yo, it's one of them's moving, either the top or the bottom. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. So, do you know that there's a south celestial pole too?
Well, it's like amorphously placed. It's not a particular star. It's located. It's like a nebulous location.
So, do you think in astronomy that it's
not like Polaris? It's not like a lit star that's
yeah, absolutely. But I mean, do you think that it has to be attached to a bright star for it to be the south celestial point?
Well, I think that the model we have for how pole stars behave is Polaris, and we know that's veridical, and it's clearly creating a circumnavigation about it, either on the top or the bottom. That's what we're discussing. And so, from that, I don't think that you can discount that there may be another version for how a pole star could function, but it's safe to say that it would most likely be successful in emulating the, empirical version that we have at hand to observe.
So the celestial point is just a virtual point. It doesn't have to be attached to...
Can you define the celestial point for me, Tim, brother?
Yeah, it's basically the point in where the top of the sphere or the bottom of the sphere is rotating.
You mean the top? You mean like the apex of the flat plane? And
no.
The firmament is spinning counterclockwise.
Let's get serious here, though. I mean, with the whole dome idea, I guess it would be interesting to try to find out how that works.
Well, the low Earth orbit.
If I could figure
region, we can go with some.
If I could finish a sentence, that'd be excellent. But so yeah, there are two celestial points, and science doesn't say anything about having to have a bright star attached to the celestial point. So Sigma Octantis is one of the closer ones, and I guess if you did look up the precession of the equinox, you would understand that the 26,000 year cycle, they have it mapped out, the circle that it does in the sky.
That's purportedly 13,000 years ago. It was Alpha Draconis, and purportedly in another 13,000 or so, it's going to be Vega or some shit. And that's like neither of which can be confirmed historically by record or empirical observation. It's theoretical.
So doesn't any kind of religion have to do with like the age of Aquarius and Pisces and stuff?
Ooh, that's an interest. Now we've switched subjects, so you track different. So now we're tracking into that. Interesting. Okay. Can you run that again?
Isn't that kind of our history, though?
Aquarius? Are you talking about the song, or what do you mean? Do you mean like a spiritual movement, or what do you?
No, I'm talking about weren't they pretty much? I mean, isn't that kind of part of the history?
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. Who's
history? People of history.
People of history. Okay, so you mean everybody? You mean just humans?
Well, people who I guess wrote down history.
Are we in history right now? Just curious.
Now we are. Yeah.
Wait, but you keep saying now, so are we not in history in the present? Is that what you feel?
Are we going to play semantical games, or are we going to have
No, I'm just curious because we're talking about these people, we the people, and then the Aquarian age, and I was just trying to, in history, the people of history, and I'm just not sure who are you?
I think you're actually playing a semantical game with me, but I would like to question you how the dome How people in the southern hemisphere.
What dome? Who said there is a dome? What is a dome?
You actually spoke of a dome. You did.
I
Just
didn't
a minute
speak
ago.
of a dome. I spoke of a heavenly firmament with the counterclockwise.
Firmament. So Rocco, what is that? What does that mean?
Firmament would be, a synonym. I would say a biblical synonym for what you might consider low Earth orbit,
or a hard barrier, right?
Well, I think its terra firma nature is highly debatable. I mean, do you know about that? Like, that's an interesting kind of pressure system veil there. I'm not sure, what kind of construction assembly, chemical or otherwise, would enable it. I think that's part of the genius of our capacity to go learn about it. And
well, we're talking about fantasy here. I mean, we do have a pressure gradient, and we don't have any evidence of a dome.
We have a pressure gradient. Okay. What do you mean?
Well, because I guess if something's going to be enclosed, wouldn't you think that it would be?
I did not say we're in.
Okay, I guess you're just going to keep interrupting me. So.
Well, I understand you're saying
it was a good chat with you. Maybe we can have a chat some other time.
No, Tim, stick around, brother. Don't be,
I was just trying to understand, Tim. Forgive me. Please continue.
No, he left. And I like my boy Tim. He comes in and he puts that he puts the ball earth question into play, and I appreciate him for it, because he does show he brings to the table the argument that needs to be, the argument that we need to be up against, because he does understand it well. I'm kind of sad to see him leave, because I do like it when we have that, that view around. And something, it's interesting, just to keep it kind of moving, something that Ed had mentioned yesterday that tripped me the fuck out. You'll appreciate this, Joe. They say that the grand year, the 26,000 year cycle, right?
Yeah.
Right. They say that. But dude, you'd have to test it twice to see if it's true. Ed, you're a genius for that, dude. Ed freaking brought that up to me, and for some reason, it escaped me. The idea that you're gonna go through 26,000 year cycles and then do it again, and then be sure of it.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I guess my position is just like, I want to hear him, but at the same time, like he provided I couldn't hold on to anything he said, because it all had this presumed meaning behind it. And so I just had to, I felt compelled to like pursue the unpacking of what he is meaning to express. But yeah, let's keep it moving. Respect to him and his position. I'd be happy to listen more and interrupt less if I catch him again.
Yeah, dude, he's a good dude. Well, it's what it is. We're in an argument that I think it's like, it's kind of it takes us all out of really who we would be at a party, hanging out, getting a drink.
Right. And that would be like ideally how I'd love to, like that's the best way that I want to talk about it.
Yeah.
I've been talking this whole time, wondering why nobody's
answering. Oh, nah, man. All right, that sucks.
My shit was on mute. My mic was on mute the whole fucking time.
He's about to just leave. Like, oh, fuck y'all. Hey, yo, well, hold on. Yo, and you know what, man? Like, Tim and Tim and Ed, I wanted to have you, also introduce you guys, because Tim is out there, and Tim cracks me the fuck up, and I love his perspective, and I think he's a fucking awesome dude. And he's done some shit to some people out here that a lot of people, and maybe he's grown since then, man. So whatever the fucking case may be, but I don't know. I've always been chill with dude, and it's like I would love for Ed, because I know he plays around, he has fun, and you should definitely talk. But yeah, I'm glad Joe got to speak with him too, because that's Tim is out here, man. He's out here with us, man. He's fighting this fight, and he's talking and he's making his case, and he's a great sounding board for those of us that would want to sharpen our arguments. So that's and he's an honorable dude. He's not like, I mean, there are some gentlemen out here that are I reach to say gentlemen when I say like that when you're in discussion with them, they are they will belittle you and make it very derogatory and very personal. And Tim, I will say, does not do that when you're in dialogue with the brother. So if you he's funny, if you're not catching the humor, it could get funny on your ass. But I don't know what to say. But but Joe, you know me, so I'm already like, you know how I feel about that particular beat. You know the
I
way
get it.
that.
I get the art. I get the art.
Exactly, my brother.
I'm in no opposition to that. My whole position is I'm philosophical, and so if someone's going to ask me a question with a premise, like, so you think the dome, derpa derpa derpa, and I don't think a dome, derpa, then I have to like interrupt you and be like, I'm sorry, there's like you have these assumptions packed into your question about my, like my perception. So it's just like it takes a little while to get to the point where you can actually ask each other anything.
Yeah. And you got to find out where the other person's at, if they're even capable to have that conversation.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's half the battle. And that's why I appreciate the brother, is he does go there, and it does I mean today we didn't, but he's a great, I don't know, man. Something in me that says I like the kid, so I don't know what the fuck to say about that. I don't know what I got a lot of people don't like me for that, so I don't even know.
I think you should like who you feel like.
What's up?
How old is everybody? I'm 34.
Shit, I'm
One more time.
Too old. I'm like an old princess. I'm not saying. No,
what's that? What are you ask? What you asking?
How old is everybody? Like age
33 plus 1.
That's a good one.
What is
always 33.
I'm 33. I am though.
Yeah, right, Selfie. No, I'm good. Yeah, man, I'm old, man. I'm 39. Shit.
I brought it out of you. Eh?
I don't mind. I mean, shit. I'm lucky. I'm happy that I got that many years out here. Shit.
Huh. I had a real quick question for Spiritual North. I kind of left the conversation. I had to do something in real life. You were talking about that thesis that somebody had written for an academic paper for Flat Earth, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So what it sounded like was that it might have been like a comical piece, and that maybe towards the end it was providing more heliocentric proof than Flat Earth proofs. Maybe it was making Flat Earth look stupid. So why were the teachers and all the other people, why were they angry?
That's a great point. And the reason that they got angry about it, and the reason that, and the like kind of the vitriol that came around it, and that's what I was looking at, is like, well, basically, by one's reaction, they show like the level of the critical kind of situation. So like, I would agree with you. If it's a shitty paper, kick them, who cares? Everyone's going to laugh at it. Why all the hullabaloo, right? But,
Absolutely.
All these parties did get involved. That's just journalism. So the professors did get mad. The Tunisian Astronomical Society did kind of issue a press release and call for a higher, scientific education in middle school. And there was the whatever it's called, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research for Tunisia got involved, and then they had to like have an investigation, and it was like a big kind of like opportunity for everyone to decry that kind of belief and to create a firm line between like any possible flat earth thesis and academics. Does that make sense?
Yeah, to a point, it makes sense. What I'm thinking is that if, like you were saying, if it's a shitty paper, if it's a bad paper, and I've written bad papers in my life, so I know a bad paper when I see one. And what happens? I get a failing grade. I get told to do it again. These are the normal things that happens to a bad paper. It doesn't get put into so much light.
I agree, and so I looked at the amount of light that it did get when it was really just this. The professor said it was this rough draft that had never even gone through the final review for like to be a like an official PhD thing, and it was only 6 pages, and it was published a year ago. So the whole thing reeks of, or just like has this hue of kind of like a shell argument to just create a lot of uproar around, so that the uproar will be the kind of ethos in relation to the argument. Are you tracking me? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no? It does. And also, when you say that it's coming out now instead of when the paper first came out, could it also be because of the publicity that Flat Earth is getting now with the basketball players and the media?
Absolutely. I think you hit it on the nose, bud. I think that is why it came out now. I think that maybe it was in the pocket as a play, and maybe it became critical. That's conjecture. I don't know that. I do know that it launched in early April, and you know that magazine, that rag says they published it August of 2016. So yeah, considerable gap in that time, and it seems like in the way I look at it with this Bill Nye stuff that's coming out lately, is that it's just like a really kind of like showing how up in arms the sort of
the establishments are.
Yeah, that camp. You know, I try to find like these soft words, but like that camp is really rattled. You know, that's how
you
like,
can be a building out a science guy. All we need is a little bit of charisma, a little bit of good looking like on television, and you can be a building out a science guy. He's just an actor who has a master's in engineering and science, and everybody think he's a big science whiz or something. Me and you can do that.
Yeah, amen, bro. That's the truth. Well, take some practice, but yeah. Yeah, so that thing just kind of.
He's a test. All he does is repeat things just like a test.
But but that's the thing though. Yeah, but he's like knowing Neil deGrasse Tyson is what they are, man, and knowing they're actors and all them things. It's like it's that's why I talk about what I talk about in the understanding of the system, man. It's like we have business going on. Yeah. And we have two forms. Like, it's like I did a little thing about why NASA can legally lie to you. They are legally allowed to. We have to recognize that, and like that's why if we're addressing that.
I'm not mad. I'm excited about it. You know.
Yeah. But when but I'm just saying that, like in general, like we almost have to elevate and understand, like, yeah, these guys, they're put in front of us to give us a show.
Right. And it's a good fucking show, you know. I did a little video on the thesis, and I read the thesis today, and then just talked about it afterwards. And there was actually some decent geocentric points in there. They were just kind of like mired in bad writing and stuff. You know, it's just kind of like. But yeah, no, I think it's about appreciating that and understanding that that's the role that those archetypes are playing, and that's totally.
Well, you can let go any emotions about it.
Right.
Like after a certain amount of time, you have to understand like that a lot of people that have, and this is something that I think does terrify a lot of people about flat Earth, is that this is going to rise emotions in people that can barely handle paying 3 cents more for the milk. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, flat Earth is so crazy. It's not the calm, cool, like it's going to be having to quell this. And I sometimes, like, we talk about this way. This thing hides itself. Like everyone who's not ready for, is arguing about 3 cents of milk, they're the same person that's like fucking crazy flat earthers, duh. And they're not even looking into it.
Yeah, no, then that's the thing. I mean, majority of people would just, they don't want to even consider it.
But that emotional, when it does boil over though, it's the emotional side of it. And I'm trying to say, like, us early on have to be ready to, like, the rule of it is cool as a cucumber, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we can't really, like, I'll get into it when I'm having an emotional debate with somebody that, like, or whatever, out in these baller chats and stuff. But ultimately, in the real world, this thing has got to be such a diplomatic, thing. If it ever even does, it's weird because I've always felt there's like this divide that needs to be there. And that divide is changing now that we have so much information available, because that was the trick, was the information hold. Now we have access to all this interesting stuff that we can now expound on, and with that interesting stuff, we can. How you doing, brother? We can now, like, forgive me.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I'm kind of losing my track. Anyway, how you doing, brother? Over there, we got a new gentleman in the room. How you doing, sir? THC gets you high, helium gets you higher. What's up, brother? I seen you in the chat before, man. Yeah. Forgive me. I wish I could, make the case, but like, oh yeah, we're dealing with the emotional element. So the emotional side of it, we need to, like I've said before, no one knows what a king looks like until they see a king.
Okay.
Or no one knows how to behave like a king until they hear the king speak.
Right.
And like, for those of us out here talking this flat earth shit, it's like, we've got to show them, like, hey, we're cool. Like, it's cool. It's all cool, man. Because I got to say, like, at the end of the day, nobody can confirm it. We've got a confirmation bias. And you know what? This is why it's like Timmy is right. It's like there's a confirmation bias on both teams, and each one is suffering cognitive dissonance when dealing with the other. And that's where we got to learn. That's why I think the ancient mystics and all this stuff have always talked about the middle road, the road of being okay with not knowing. Yeah. This is the way out of passion. This is the how to lead to leader. You know what I mean? It goes right into the eightfold path, if you will, right? Or Islam, because Islam is to be the middle road, or Christianity, or Judaism. They all talk about the middle road. Mm-hmm. And it's the middle road of accepting that, yo, you know, your emotions are going to swell and rise and all this stuff like that, but control your emotions. It's not, what is it? It's like to beat another man is not a great, to defeat another man is not a great feat, but to defeat yourself is the objective. Right. You know, like in the sense of like to control yourself, to control your mind, leave this world of desire in this conversation, and yet maintain that. You know, I think there's, you know, that really what we're dealing with is we've walked in on the biggest Masonic, grandest, you know, pharaonic discussion of ever. And we're being like blessed with it. Because like, you know, for those of us, you know, willing to entertain this notion, we have to remember the words of Aristotle and say that we have to entertain both sides of the argument and be willing to accept neither while entertaining the other even. And until we can, you know, hey, bro, I gotta say, you exemplified that beautifully today. So, cheers, Bubba.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, Aristotle said it is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain an idea without believing it, and that's like, you know, this kind of like space for neutrality. But yeah, that's what's up.
But also understanding that they don't, you know, they are what they are. DeGrasse Tyson is going to look at you and lie.
Right. But you think I did all right with Timmy?
Lovely, brother. Lovely.
Okay. Because I was just being passionate in my real kind of love life, not in any way against that man, you know.
No. You haven't met Timmy, and it's like everyone has a story. So it's like, you know, it's that's why I made the point of introducing you one-on-one.
Right. Cool. Yeah,
man. What's up, Snack?
Yo, what's up, man? I'm just outside. It's a little cold.
Nice, brother.
Play some socks.
So Snack.
What's going on, guys?
Chilling, man.
Yeah, dealing with a bunch of bullshit over near their Barbie's hangout, unfortunately. I don't really know what happened, but a bunch of people got sniped, and then A4 was like playing. I don't know. It was a shit show. Unfortunately, I wanted to just like yell at Tim, but I like yelling at Tim. I'm sorry. I don't know. It makes me feel good.
Yeah, no, I mean, everyone has their own special relationship with Tim, apparently. That's why I'm always adamant on, hello, wait a minute, let me just introduce one-on-one. I tried to do it, you've been exposed. I tried to do it. I try to always do it. Because there's always, it's true though, man, because everyone's got their own, like, you know, like relationship with the brother. And I'm just like, you know, I'm cool with him, so it's like I'm the worst candidate for anyone to make their case. I don't know what to say. You know, I'm just like, well, because I think he's funny as fuck when he's being a jock and being what, you know, and I know what he's doing.
What did you say earlier? You said I'm winning.
No, that's what I heard him say that earlier. He's like, I'm a winner.
I love that.
I'm a winner.
I'm a winner. I can just hear it. I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
I heard for a second. I heard I'm a winner, and I was like, no, he didn't. I was like,
I'm a driver. I'm a winner.
I was in and out of the grocery store.
Things are gonna change. I can feel it.
Oh, it was so fun. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so awesome. And I just, you know, and then but to me, I don't know, man. I understand both sides of it. Like, it's like, I understand, like, for instance, it's like, I couldn't think of a better opposite, like, you know, Snack and Tim. It's like, you know, Snack is an intellectual fucking genius that understands the subtleties and nuances and can fucking, you're an artist.
I'm a pseudo-intellectual. No, according to Tim, I'm a pseudo-intellectual.
Well, there you go. But then according to him, he's a you know, and you could almost say he's a barbarian coming out of your mouth in a way. Because, like, you know, but there's like this, you know what I mean? Because, you know, I don't know. But together, I think you guys would both argue over the you know, what was the best wine. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't matter. But at the, you know, but I can.
In a way, I do feel like it has kind of gone beyond a discussion that we can have, and it is really just more like, airing grievances or something. You know, I don't know. Maybe that's on me. Maybe less on him. But you know, he always finds a way to like, you know, scratch at something. You know, I don't know. He likes agitating, but you know, what are you gonna do? I do too, I guess. You know.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what, you know, and that's what I'm cool with, like, you know, observing, like, you know, I just like when there is that realm of a neutral spot where there is that you know, and this is something, I don't know, man, if as long as we're having our own, like, getting our say, it's tough to hear arguments from someone that you haven't heard or that you have heard before. But it's also like one of those things where there's so many people that maybe haven't. It's like if I start talking about law, there's probably about 30 people that are like, oh God, not this shit again. But for me, it's what I think is like, it's part of my message. So it's kind of rough when you've had a couple of months dealing with certain people and they've heard what you have to say. You know, but like Convexus says, I like his lines. I use them because they work. I use them. You know what I mean? Like, but everyone's got their own take on all these things. So, you know, and I'm comfortable. I grew up in a very contentious household. I can handle arguments. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't no thing, motherfucker. Like, if you're not wrestling on my kitchen floor, it's cool. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking about what you were saying about spending less time debunking the globe and spending more time figuring out the map, I really like that point. I think it's like a good thing to start to tune our attention to. Is like, I think there's almost enough material out there, kind of like pointing out, you know, deception and the various fabrications. You know, myself included, wanted to show a lot of that stuff. I made a video yesterday. Or actually, no, it was today. Just encouraging any flat earthers that can see Polaris between like 2 degrees south latitude and the Tropic of Capricorn to like post something up about it and do some video documentation, because you know, we don't even have kind of a firm hand on where the stars are in relation to the plane. And you know, whatever Neil Tyson says, that you can't see Polaris after you go 1.5 degrees below the equator. He says you can't see that shit. It's occluded by the, you know, the ball Earth. So if we can find anybody that's willing to take a P900, you know, to Ecuador or whatever, and observe that, you know, we get a chance to learn that maybe Polaris isn't occluded from view, and then we have material evidence to, you know, kind of present into the public terrain and say, hey, this is a claim from an astrophysicist. This is various proofs showing Polaris is actually viewable from further south, and we can start to learn about the map, you know? Yeah, and I just think that's an important, you know, it's almost.
Well, I think, well, see, that's where we would want access to the resources available if we were to really consider with a map. But the thing is that because we lack those resources, we're kind of left with the alternative of simply poking holes in their model. And that's where that can get, you know, it's like, again, you can wind up like, it's like, you know, where it's, instead of criticizing someone, you know, you should build something, right? That kind of a thing. And like, you know, if we're stuck constantly, like, you know, well, you did this. It's like a nagging housewife. It's like, well, when are you going to fix the fence? When are you going to do that? And they're like, fuck off. You know, like,
when you show us the Earth.
It's like, you know, as opposed to being like, you know, like knowing, knowing this stuff, but it's like we're deprived of our resources to even be able to provide that. You know, in order to, I mean, what are we going to do? Like set out, like shit. I was talking to someone to go to the South Pole to go past the Antarctic, and I was like, take a sailing course, and they were like disheartened by it. I was like, no, seriously, like, you know, like we've got a lot, like, you know, we would need a lot of heavy, you know, and then what are we going to do? Rely on the standard machinery? Are we going to trust, you know what I mean? Like, how far does our skepticism go?
Right. You know, basically, yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you get a millionaire flat earther like Kyrie Irving to charter a flight, you know, from the permission of the UN south of the 66 degrees south latitude, you know, with a bunch of NASA researchers on board, while he's fucking, you know, live streaming. And they can go take a look at the back of the fridge, you know.
Well, that's the thing. I almost feel like they've gone
so. He's gonna get cut. You know how they gonna do it?
Right.
Well, it's like they're at the point where it's like they're only, and this is what is kind of terrifying, and why I insist on this study of law is like, you know, flat Earth with it brings with it the economic crisis that they can't monetize space. And that is huge, in my opinion. I think it's an overlooked issue, and I think it's why they would spend so much money to make all this look stupid in the first place, or whatever.
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, they actually, their whole monetization their get-rich-quick scheme relies on fucking the rare minerals on the asteroid numbered whatever.
Real estate on Mars, right.
And, like, you know, that's why if we don't have a plan with like something like that, like a diplomatic, that's why I've said it kind of enters the political realm because of what we're proposing. And with that, if we do that without emotion, and we did that in a way where nobody was held, it's like at this point in the game, no one that's operating the system, even if they did know that, let's say there was some chicanery going on, that they would really ethically be liable. And this is something I think we're not ready to even think about.
You mean they would or wouldn't be ethically liable?
Would not.
Unpack that. Why not?
Let's say you go to a job, right? And it's like, you know, this is just how we do it.
Uh-huh.
And it's paying your bills, and your family gets to go to Disneyland every year and fucking all that shit. And you're just doing your job. And now, granted, so did the Nazis, right? I know we're going to hear that till fucking kingdom come. But the point is that ethically, they're not Nazis in that sense. I mean, maybe they could genetically be. Who the fuck knows? But at this point, Wonder Von Braun and the whole shit. But aside from that, if we could, like, and this is the emotional turmoil people are going to have to face, is the idea that you could show leniency to this.
Yeah, well, that's the first thing I'd be happy to do. I think any good.
No, we would, but not the person that's mad about 3 cents because the milk's too much, and it's all Obama's fault. Not that guy. That guy's gonna fucking flip out. He's gonna have a hard time fucking trying to forgive having to pay 3 cents more on the milk. He's gonna have a harder time forgiving NASA. You mean we didn't go to the moon? What? You mean my moon rock isn't real?
I'll just counter that with like a healthy dose of like, when you're distracted by really awesome experiences, you don't necessarily want to spend all your energy like unpacking shit that you didn't like. You know what I mean? So like if Flat Earth is bringing a more, potentially, theoretically, a more personalized, kind of like hyper real, kind of expanding awareness kind of
good
thing.
Point, actually, though. I mean, it's like chickens coming home to roost, dare I say it. You know what I mean? But like,
yeah, you could be right, man. I was just, you know, I'm just postulating.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I see. It's just, I don't know, man. I mean, it's another 20-hour conversation. What up, Spec?
Hey, how's it going, man? Hey, if you believe in space, I got a star to sell you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right?
Well, you know, but even
wait, yo, you guys, I looked at Polaris in a telescope a couple nights ago. That was dope. My friend had one, and I was up outside of the city. I got to take a look. That was, I don't know, just a tiny little bit of an experience, you know?
No, it's freaking awesome, man. Yeah, it's cool. I got to see Saturn one time with the rings and all of it. It was fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's fascinating with the telescopes, man. I mean, it's a little, I'll tell you what's getting a little freaking shady, though, is their computerized telescopes where all of a sudden, you know, like they're enhancing your image of Mars. You know what I mean? Oh, Flat Earth, that's good. I got Colin, too.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Alaska. Yeah. What do you call it? I was gonna say to you, yo, peace to Ed, man. I hope I don't know where you're at, brother.
He might be coming back. He's been having issues, right? He's been kind of dropping in and out.
Maybe, yeah.
Last I heard, he was out of state, dealing with some family issues.
Oh, no. We're talking about Ed here. Oh, no. Oh, really? No kidding.
Yeah.
Talking about Upside Down?
Yeah.
Yeah, best of luck to him.
Yeah, shoot. I hope he's all right, brother.
Yeah, me too, man.
Yeah, help him.
Yeah, where's the Flat Earth Alaska?
Yeah, healthy. I like your
You like my new what?
your smoking baby. Probably
children
illegal,
need
but
cannabinoid milk. Hey, I got a quick question for you, Spiritual North. You were talking about observing Polaris from a few degrees below the equator. Wouldn't it still be like? Wouldn't you still be able to observe Polaris, like let's say from like a higher altitude, like from like an mountain range?
Great question, Healthy. That's right. So that the Paris occludes at 1.5 degree latitude from sea level.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up. Can you say that one more time?
Oh yeah, I said great question, and that's right. So the claim by Neil Tyson is that Paris is occluded from view if you go south of 1.5 degrees below the equator.
Regardless of elevation?
No, of course elevation factors in. So that what he's saying is for sea level.
Oh, okay, at sea level, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So if you're the higher the elevation, that would obviously allow you to see farther.
Because I think I remember like kind of looking into this a while back, and there might have been some things posted from below the equator that did show Polaris, but it was from higher locations. So I still got to locate that. I forgot what mountain range they were on.
Yeah, you bring up a good point though, that it would need to be a sea level observation, you know, to be able to kind of present it as something that is contradictory to the popular narrative.
To the ball model, right,
yeah.
Right.
And that would be a really fun thing to have, just like a, you know, and if it is occluded at sea level from 1.5 south lat, then I would just tweet, thanks for the accurate data, man. You know what I mean? Like, if it's right, that's fine. My hunch is that, you know, as some flat earthers have suggested, it's viewable from much further south. But I can't.
Like from 20 degrees south. That's what I've heard.
I've heard estimates come in at all the way to the Tropic of Capricorn. That doesn't make it so, but that leaves a large piece of the map to kind of check it out from. So anybody between 2 degrees south and the Tropic of Capricorn can go outside and try to find Polaris, and if they can, well, then they've got on their hands, you know, the workings of something that could debunk an astrophysicist.
Well, now, because then they'll come and say it's a pair. So you gotta understand. It's literally like it's not in this hand.
Issa, we got him.
Hold up, bro. Look, I think modern academia, the whole night, they'll be like, no, it's over here. No, it's over there. No. It's just gonna fucking.
Oh, you're right. That'll be the style. All I'm saying is that Neil is already on record saying its oblateness is, you know, he says greater than, to give himself room for error, but basically the height of Mount Everest above sea level. So they're only saying it's 5 miles pear-shaped, which is just a pithy nothing on a 25,000 mile circumference. So it's just like, I mean, according to their most recent kind of pegging.
Hey, and think of this too. He said if you ran your finger, I remember him saying this, if you ran your finger over the earth in proportion, whatever, you wouldn't even feel the mountains.
Right. Yeah, he did.
If you were a giant space giant, yeah.
Like him.
Stupid as that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, and yeah. So, but that's a real thing. It's only 5 miles pear-shapedness on a 25,000 circumference. So if we get an east-west circumnavigation at the Tropic of Capricorn, and it's thousands of miles longer due east or west than the equator, then we would be telling them, well, you know, hey buddy, if you're going to call it pear-shaped, you better adjust that size of that pear, you know. So. And then as far as observing Polaris, that's just like a benchmark. If we can see it from, I guess the countries are like Ecuador, northern Brazil, Tanzania, Indonesia, like those would all be like just a little bit below the equator, but far enough to qualify. And then it wouldn't be too pear-shaped because you didn't go, you know, that far from the belt yet. So that would be a kind of a prime spot to get the right data at sea level. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, so I got a question, and maybe this will sound like totally retarded, but
what?
You
All
can,
questions are good questions.
you can only evaluate stars at night.
That feels true.
So how would you evaluate the stars and where they are during the day?
Do we need to, in order to make an observation about
where the fuck do they go? What positions are they in? Why is it that you got this time? Like, I'm a tester. That's what I do for a living.
Totally. Love that.
So you got this time period, which is longer in the summer, right? Because the days are quote unquote longer.
That's it.
Where you cannot observe certain things.
True.
How are you to ascertain, positioning during relative time periods of observation?
Am I getting you right? I think your last part was a little bit of a double blind, but I think what you're saying is, how do we know where the stars are in the daytime?
Pretty much.
Okay, cool. So that's a great question. It's just a different question than, can you see Polaris from below 1.5 degrees south of the equator? You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, you don't need to know where it is in the daytime to know you can see it at night, and we only need to see it at night to prove that it's maybe viewable from further south than we've been told. So we can still debunk it whether or not we know where it is in the daytime, but either way, I still like the question. It's a great question. Do you have any ideas on it?
I don't, and that's my problem with it, is that, I'm not a flat earther by any means, and nor am I a glober by any means.
Oh, okay. Cool.
My question pertains to the fact of that we constantly use these baseline, I don't want to call them algorithms, but that's what they are in computer terms, is that we use these observation points, but we're limited. So
totally,
if you were outside of, let's say, the quote-unquote atmosphere, you should be able to observe the positioning of the stars regardless of daytime, nighttime, sexy. And we don't do that. I've yet to see that done anywhere.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you're bringing up kind of a new issue than this idea of, can we see Polaris from further south than 2 degrees south latitude, right? It's a totally different subject. Now we're talking about the relativity of the movement of the stars from outside the atmosphere.
Yeah, so maybe you could see that shit during the day.
Interesting. Yeah, I love that thought. Like this idea that you could be, and I'm just conjecturing, but like above the solar and lunar body, and thus observe stars in both day and night. That's really kind of
maybe you could see that in the northern hemisphere during the day. I don't fucking know. How would you?
Maybe you can see what, bud? Do you think you can see the stars through like the blue, like through the blue sky or something?
I don't know. That is, like I said, it's just supposition and relative questioning of, if it was nighttime, 24 hours a day, what would you actually see? Could you see?
I love that question. Polaris? I think it would keep spinning. I mean, what do you think?
I think you could see Polaris in the northern hemisphere.
Well,
and
yeah,
southern hemisphere.
From the interior of the plane, it's very easy to, theoretically on a flat model, from the interior of the plane, it's very easy to observe pole star. They're after a certain amount of distance across the plane, which is, again, conjecturing maybe like 8,000 miles,
Right, but I
and then maybe, I don't know, maybe if you get fucking 6,000 miles away from the pole star or whatever, 4,003, maybe you can't see the shit.
That's what I'm saying, is that if you were at the North Pole or the center of the flat Earth model, you could see both at the same time in a 24-hour darkened period.
When you say both at the same time, what are the both? What are the two?
It would be Polaris and the Southern Cross.
Oh, yeah. Well, that theoretically they would both be in the globe model. I don't know that you could see both if it was daytime, because you'd have to see through the Earth. But on the flat model, you theoretically could see it, but then again, you would have to see far enough across the face of the Earth to make it to where the, in this case, further towards the edge of the, further away from the magnetic north.
Right, but if you saw both of those in a 24-hour period, what would that tell you?
Well, that would be, I mean, if you saw both of them, it just, the question is like, does the skyscape like kind of have bookends based on our ability to look up and only see so much of it? And then like, if we go like farther along on this, like on this theoretical, either on the marble or on the pancake, like, can you like see more of it? And we do see that with a view from Australia being different, the Southern Cross, and it seems to be either you're further on the periphery, of the firmament below it on the plane, or you're, down on the bottom, down under, seeing, this kind of starscape that is in every direction, not just up. You know what I mean?
Right, but could it be possible that in Australia, if there was a 24-hour period of pure darkness, that you could see both Polaris and the Southern Cross in the same day?
My speculation on the matter would be it would relate to the capacity of instrumentation. If you're asking strictly about the human eye, I would think just via the amount of distance of the face of the Earth covered to get to that place on either the ball or the face of the Earth, that one wouldn't be able to see both the quote-unquote Southern Pole Star and Polaris over a 24-hour time period from a position out there deep in the southern.
But you're also suggesting that would be because of the limitation of the human sight.
And light.
Yes, that's correct.
And movement.
That's correct. Because of the limitation of human sight. Thank you. That's exactly right. Yeah.
I just want to make a quick point to Spec. He's asking about, can we see stars during the daytime? Well, if I were to look at the stars and see that they're performing some sort of predictive motion every single day, and it's calculable, it's predictable, couldn't we use a software like Solaris or something to see stars in the daytime? I know we won't physically see them visibly, but according to the simulation, the model, we would still know that the stars are there.
Yeah, well, you got to think, let's say in the summer, right? We're using a lot of scientific assumptions, and that's where I have a problem because I'm very analytical. And in the summer, the nighttime is shorter by at least 3.5 hours at the pinnacle of I can't remember what it's called. This solarium, fucking whatever it is, but at the pinnacle, it's 3.5 hours less darkness. So we're making an assumption, and then in the winter, the nighttime is longer by 3.5 hours. So now we got 7 hours of assumptions that we're using mathematics to calculate. And I really have a problem with blind testing based on, oh, well, it was there, 7 years ago, and it was there 21 years ago. Therefore, what happens in between is irrelevant. Not to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm also against going off of assumptions. However, would you not say that the stars, they're doing a predictive motion? Would you not say that they're kind of like working like a clock up in the sky, and they're sort of like keeping track of things? And it doesn't seem to me that they ever go out of their synchronous orbit or whatever they're doing. It just seems like it's always the same thing that they're repeating.
Yeah, well, they show up and disappear, on a somewhat of a schedule, but what happens in between, is the assumption, right?
It's the mystery, right? I know what you're saying. Yeah,
it's kind of like the double slit experiment. It's like this idea that if you're not looking, is something behaving as it would behave optically if you trapped it with your attention? I dig on that. I do think if we could just turn the blue sky down and just make it nighttime during the day, my conjecture is that it would be rotating the same way it appears to be rotating at night, and that it's completing the other half of its rotation. That we're not seeing during the daytime.
Yeah, and I would agree to that to an extent, because that makes sense. But again, you have this time period, and also, let's say we believe NASA. Where's the data?
We do the time period. Not to interrupt, forgive me. Can we talk about the time period thing first? Because I think I have a popcorn piece for that. So it's like a 7-hour differential, and the idea with like the orbital mechanics of the lunar body is that over 28 days, it's like it's around the equator, right? And then it takes 7 days and it makes it out to the Tropic of Capricorn. 7 days back to the equator. That's 14 days. That's half its 28 point whatever day cycle. Then it's 7 more days out up to the Tropic of Cancer. They're north 23.5, and then another 7 back to the equator. And that's the kind of the behavior of the lunar body, theoretically, as on a flat model. And this idea that you I guess my question about is why does it seem unusual that when the sun or the moon is in the interior of the plane, that you would get less light way out on the edge, and then when it's around the Tropic of Capricorn, way out by the south 23.5, you're going to get a longer day. And the difference between Cancer and Capricorn's the 7 hours you're looking to account for.
Right, and it's the variation of the motion, you know what I mean? Because that doesn't change, right? But what happens in between, where's the satellite, man? I want to see the satellite taking observations of, let's say, Polaris throughout the year, daytime, nighttime.
Oh yeah, that'd be beautiful. If we could get it up there in some sort of hot air balloon and get a nice shot of it, that'd be great, man. I love that idea.
Yeah, because then you can get what they call relative positioning, and we can't do that when we only have a 7-hour threshold between seasons. You can't get that.
Yeah, I follow you. The interesting thing is that's why I love this thing about the thing I love about the globe and what model, and also the capacity that purportedly engenders, is that we could just put a satellite on Polaris. That'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I was gonna just introduce. We got some heads up in the building. Welcome to welcome, fellas. We got Fist. I don't know who that is.
Cool.
Space Lord. I love you, brother. Come on
what's up? Thank you.
P Mars. Happy birthday.
What's
up? Yeah. And Glenn, I saw you popped in, man. Man. Hey, I know there's a little bit of drama. I know people have past histories. I'd appreciate it if everyone would keep that in their own little realms, and just if I don't mind a little bit of back and forth over in here if y'all want to come in and talk for a sec, but please, I don't want to ban people. I don't want to deal with that, because everybody's cool with me. I'm cool with everybody. I don't want to get mixed up in nobody's drama. That kind of attitude has helped me a lot in my life, and I just feel adamant about that. So Snack has a past with me. I love Snack, you know what I mean? And I know that he's got some grievances and people have history out here, but I don't want to play with it. I don't want to mix with it. But I fucking
Timmy sniped me out of here, so.
All right, that's you. Okay.
Aha.
What's up, brother?
Oh, no,
yeah. And, well, also too with Tim. It's like, brother, me, Snack. Don't worry. If Tim is, it's like I'm gonna. You know how I deal with things. I would rather Tim be loud in here. I know. Again, it's back to everyone's got their issues, but. I like having Tim here. He's cool. He can feel free to make his slights and make or not, or make his case. I just feel I don't want to get in the middle. of like, you know, all that 6 months ago and stuff, like all this stuff that's happened in the past. I just, if this is what I'm saying in the sense that how can we handle the economic dilemma and the lie of NASA if we can't handle ourselves and forgiving one another? I would hope, I know Snack Man, I would hope, you have it in you to forgive. And I would hope that everyone on this panel and everyone out and listening and everyone that's dealing with this flat earth business, this is like, I'm adamantly, my message is that forgiveness is the only currency we have diplomatically moving forward. And that's just from the street to politics. But I'd like to get, I don't know what was going back and forth in the chat, but I know, like, shout out to, you got Flat Earth Vancouver, BC. And like, granted, you made videos about me and Lady when I first came out here. I don't, and I still got no problem with you. I just saw that there were a couple of, unkind words in regards to some people. And, let's keep our language clean and educate and be good and get better at what we do. We don't need curse words because that just shows your lack of vocabulary, right, Tom? Especially when we're talking to, about other people. And I think we can do this, guys. So I would hope nobody ban anybody, please. And yeah, what's up, Snack? Do you want to say anything? I mean, and we got P Mars up in here. I mean, I would hope everyone is cool with one another. I hope, I don't know. I've kind of been out of the loop.
I've given P Mars evidence of Sasquatch. He's given me no money.
yeah, P Mars. I mean, that's gonna be. I should make an account. P Mars owes me $5,000.
Can you wait till after my what?
No, like it's already overdue. There's interest on it, like with interest. I'm gonna like with interest. Oh God, you'd be like, damn, I had to get rid of my channel. All my best videos were on that. To try to hide the. I think I said that.
I'll be able to stream on P Mars again pretty soon here. So.
Oh, cool. So, nice. Lucky you.
Yeah.
Your violation is up.
Yeah. What's your lawyer trick? Give me $5,000 to prove I owe you $5,000. How's that work? Probably fucked that up.
That wasn't mine, but that's a good one though. That's your poker buddy. Oh, that's your good vibes. That was so fun last night too, by the way, though. Good luck.
Shit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. I enjoyed that hangout. It was fun to see Grim and you.
Yeah, man. Grim's a fun dude, man. He's cool.
He's you can really get a lot of information from that guy though. He's pretty onto it. You can.
That's a good way to put it. I can get a lot of information. That's a good one. I like that one. I can tell I get a lot of information from you.
I get a lot of information from a lot of people on these hangouts, actually. Like,
no doubt. No, in all seriousness, yeah. Dude's fucking. He's practically, he's brilliant, man. We disagree on certain tendencies of the brilliance. That's all.
But other things you agree with, like he knows a shitload about vaccines. I have no idea, and so
on point.
He's totally an asset to any truth seeker, I think. So.
Yeah, no, I agree, man. I think we're all assets. That's what I kind of mentioned earlier. So, man, if all of us were in a bar, like all of us, the whole fucking scene, everyone would be like, "Hey, what's up?" Like, there'd be no issue of like, of this. It's only because we're having this. It's only because we've walked into the what the philosophers call the great dilemma, and it's been discussed ever since the Pharaonic times and the Grecian era and the fucking Hammurabi courts. We're only just walking into that conversation. You know what I mean? Like we're walking into what I think is the grand dilemma.
No big deal.
Yeah, it's nothing. You know what I mean? Like, oh, nothing. Just the grand dilemma. It was discussed in 32 in BC in the courts of whatever, totally in secrecy with everyone wearing robes and the secrets of the oath and shit. And fucking, we're just like, yeah, I think it's flat. Man? Like, and like it's like, and just throwing everything out with that. Like now, yeah, and it's all bad. Just like what? So yeah, man, we gotta respect where that's why I understand why people are so adamant about it, because I think we've walked into a discussion and into a question that maybe can or can't be answered.
Yeah, that's a good thought, man.
That's why it's that middle road. It took me a while to get it too, because I was flattered as fucking fabulous for a second. I was like, "Fuck you," but but at the same time,
point where you're just abbreviating shit. FE.
Oh yeah. It's like, are we having FE steak tonight? Like, it's like, oh no, these are pasteurized cows on a flat Earth.
Oh yeah.
We all agree though. Can we all agree that like the elite divide and conquer us is a tactic?
Fuck, dude, they do that in gym school, dude.
Right.
They do that shit your whole fucking life.
But
dude.
I think we fall prey, even in like truther communities. Like we're aware of the divide and conquer, but we still fall victim to it. We're still like fighting amongst each other, and like they got fucking street gangs fighting amongst each other. Like when they got the proletariat class, right, just fighting each other for these breadcrumbs, and we all should be united against these rich motherfuckers like international bankers and all that shit.
Well, you know what got me, man, is that, What World, man, shout out to What. He sent me a link into this thing, and literally this system of government that we're under is crazy. Like, he showed me this, it's a document. Great, my phone doesn't want to scroll up. Okay, it's called the Roosevelt Coup d'etat of 1933 to the 40s. The history of the most successful experiment ever made by man to govern himself without a master, by Sterling E. Edmonds of the St. Louis Bar, originally printed in 1940. Yeah. And this is like, I think we're living, I've talked, I never shut up about it, but I think that's the trick, man. It's individualism. It's people that are individualists that understand how to come together, that do shit. And they can form a collective without broaching the almost like dignity of each other's space, intellectual, the integrity of each other's space, like, intellectually or otherwise.
Well, that's semi-problematic because I'm a firm believer that you do serve a master, regardless.
Check it out. Here's the problem: is that ultimately, I feel that is true. But think of that notion is far more dramatic than the mundanity of what needs to be done.
Right, and like
what would be that word? I don't even know, but like it's what would be like, it's like, oh, you have a master, it's the end of the world. Those are archetypes. That's why they make movies based on those archetypes. It's so much more grand and interesting. When in reality, the minutia is where we get our win. It's not in the grand, understanding that grand tale is, yes, of course, but I think it's almost belabored at this point. We get it. NASA's lying. We get it. They're doing this. We get it. They've been, there's all these different things. But now it's to go to the minutia. That's why I read Cooperative Federalism earlier. These things I think need to be understood if we're going to even know how to further this conversation. I see it as evident tonight. And that's what it is to me. It's this grand dilemma question and a bunch of emotions.
I agree with you because I think like variety is good, and I sort of am an anarchist, right? I think the problem is authority, and that it's best if we're all a bunch of sort of lone wolf, independent thinkers doing our own thing, and the more variety and the more different thoughts, the better. Because,
I agree. I can definitely agree with that, but that's more of a metaphysical agreement for me. In the practical sense of it, I have become so fond of this government by the way that it's operated, because I see it as the perfected evolution, the only way that it could be. And that sounds frightening to some people, but like I said,
it came from Masons and all that.
It's the minutia, right? But it came from men who understood what it was to be attacked for thinking differently.
Right, but there's always, if you have each kid doing his own thing, then you don't have cohesion. And cohesion is the building block of society. And without society, you do not have law. It falls apart. So yes and no to your assertions, where it's a fine line, right? But at a certain point, you know, you have it's just like what Pimar said, where, you know, you have this individuality and all this good stuff out there, but is it the elitists that are separating us and causing division, or is it human nature? I mean, who cares where the blame lies? It still happens, and we are still we had that decision. Regardless of who orchestrated it, we still took part in it. So we are to blame. Humanity is to blame. Human nature is to blame. So who gives a shit who's orchestrating it? Because we are to blame.
I guess I'm sort of anti-society. I feel like society has produced this safe haven for psychopaths and criminals, and they rise to the top, and they abuse us, and you know, like all the fucking terrible shit that is going on in the world, in my opinion, is a result of people thinking another person has some sort of authority over them. And once we get that idea out of our head and take our authority back, this can become like Eden again.
Well, how is authority granted and asserted would be my question to you, because you're saying that we need to get our authority back, but one, what is authority and how is it granted and imposed?
Well, yo, check this out. This is something I'm going to read. This is what this is from Roosevelt at the Jamestown Convention in 1907. It behooves us to remember that men can never escape from being governed. Either they must govern themselves or they must submit to being governed by others. If from lawlessness or fickleness, from folly or self-indulgence, they refuse to govern themselves, then most assuredly in the end they will have to be governed from the outside. They can prevent the need of government from without only by showing that they possess the power of government from within. A sovereign cannot make excuses for his failures. A sovereign must accept the responsibility for the exercise of the power that inheres in him. And whereas is true in our republic, the people are sovereign, then the people must show a sober understanding and a sane and steadfast purpose if they are to preserve that orderly liberty upon which as a foundation every republic must rest. If that doesn't fucking lay it out, that's the President of the United States in 1907 telling people, look, we're about to do this financial experiment in 1930, you know, 1913 is right around the corner. Everyone's living on the stock, you know, we're about to do the social experiment. If you don't understand how to govern yourselves, we lose this. And that's why I'm saying flat Earth has to have with it an economic proposal. If not, you fall, like, you know, there's like it takes away the monetization and the collateralization of space. It's so big, and it's so, I think, self-evident to me. But regardless, it just makes it it's a paper tiger in a certain sense. That once we understand it, we can come to diplomatically governing ourselves, and we can easily surmount the paper tiger.
Yeah, and just a real quick FYI to people in the chat, I do not have a channel, so I cannot comment or participate in the YouTube chat. So I'm not ignoring or anything like that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You cut out the channel and stuff. Yeah, a lot of people, I guess you kind of dipped on the scene. I don't know if you want to, you know, I guess you said you were working and stuff. You're getting busy, right?
I have other things to bide my time with now, I guess. But
cool. I'm glad you came in. Thanks for coming by here, though. Shit, man. Thanks.
No, man, dude. We always have good conversation. Anytime I hear you on, man, I want to get on, man. I want to, you know.
Yeah, man. Thanks. I love
your brain and shit, dude. Because you know, we don't always see eye to eye, but you stimulate me intellectually. And that's what I like about and I miss about this community, regardless of the drama and all the bullshit that you know
find ourselves in. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, whatever, dude. But this is the stuff. I mean, PMARS, all the folks on this panel are highly intelligent people, and I gain, regardless of whether it's just knowledge or the ability to conjecture or make suppositions and all this other stuff. This is what I miss, and this is I'm glad you're putting this stuff on, because you know a channel like this hasn't been around for a while.
And well, cool. Thanks. I'm happy to provide it, man, because I know that there are the people out here that I really came to love and respect dearly, and grasp or maybe get insight to each one of our in particular geniuses, because I don't think, I'm so happy that I came into this conversation when I did, how I did, and I'm honored to be amongst your ranks, guys, because I consider you guys as really a forefront of a intellectual tip, you know, like an arrow point, where and for me, that's what why I found myself hanging out so much in this conversation, because that's what it was. Sometimes granted, it's kind of funny that, you know, we were, you know, that, like, I know over, and I say we in the sense of being in over at Free Chan and stuff, and shout out to Yvette and Snack who held it down, but they've also been through troubled waters. They're jaded sages, if you will, if it's kind of how, like, they've been in this fight for so long. And for those of people who would say that Snack isn't a flat earther, that Yvette is a baller, you don't understand, and you must have missed something. Well, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. But like, aside from what, it's just like, I don't know what. But you know, but that's the conversation that we were having over there. Like when you came in, that's where we were, and that's the conversation we were having, and it was razor, man. Like, you know, shoot, David, DQ, man. You know, I think you're a fucking genius, dude.
Wait, what people were questioning whether Yvette and Snack were flat earthers? What
people? Yeah, people. Oh, they're really ballers. They're this, that, you know, people will say that, and like,
they still say that shit like
right,
all the fucking time.
Exactly.
Like,
and that's something, like I can't let that stand in a certain way, because it makes me say to myself, like, what were you watching? I mean, like, what did you?
I can verify they're flat earthers.
Well,
from my experience.
Hold on one sec. Yeah. They're not even. They're out here like the rest of us. None of us, every one of us out here is in a conversation that, in my opinion, at this point, is and was the greatest dilemma of the greatest minds in human history. So much so that they had to bring in the artists to create a charade the people would love and cherish.
Well, the problem is that what the hardcore flat earther / globers, because they're all the same, they just, you know, wear a different shirt, is that they see people like us who are willing to be wrong as not true X, Y, Z, and that's why they get attacked, they get called names, you're not a flat earther, you know, and that's why all of these definitions get applied, because I am willing to be wrong. And not only that, I'm not going to tie myself to a definition that has social pressures and edicts attached to them. You know, do I think the earth is flat? I'm like, I don't know, I'm probably like 85% yeah, man. But I dare not say it, because I don't want to be tied to these people who assert it 100% and create this narrative that I'm going to be defined by.
Right. But that's, I like your point, man. You know, you'd say it almost 85%, but you wouldn't say it because this kind of affiliation that, you know, isn't desirable for you, you know. And I think, to me, I think that's the point of this kind of notion of self-governance, to get back, you know, to this idea about like having our ability to be who we are, feel how we feel, learn what we learn, and speak what we speak without shame or without, you know, fear of recourse for someone falsely identifying us with others who may have said something similar. You know what I mean? It's like find your truth, you know? You got it.
Yeah. I think it's also like it's been different at different times because the level of
Breaking up, brother.
has been changing. Like
Mike popped up.
You know?
You're breaking up, brother.
Oh, sorry. Damn it.
It's all good.
The level of understanding has been changing. It's been modulating over time. So really, like, but at any time, if you're to say like, "Oh, I'm a flat earther," then you're kind of like given to the attack of like what is popular at the moment. So like, if you were a flat earther when like No Forest on a Flat Earth came out, well, then you get attacked for that. Like, you know, they just want to hang everything on you, like. Like you don't have any independent thoughts in your head, you know what I mean? Like,
right. Well, you do though. I think that's just the thing, and like when you're only accountable for your words that you speak, in the sense that like, no, if anybody projects some sort of false idea about what they think other people think, like that's their own knot. They're in some mental knot where they're that's a form of fantasy, truly. And so just being aware that that is a form of fantasy, and that as long as you're being and speaking what you feel, that you don't need to, feel any loss for someone's projection or, their false kind of fantasy that they think of you. And I think that gets into the self-governance. It's like, are we defined by the actions that people show us, or are we defined by the actions that we make? And like, if I walk into a room and I feel that, I'm being slighted, isn't my reaction to that slightedness the real reaction of like who I am and like my autonomy, my freedom of thought? And like, you got that. We all have that. It's kind of our, like, I would say, an inherent right.
Right, but the thing is out here, and I will say this, is that I can only imagine what it was to be a flat earther out here. Like, because and this is why I respect a lot of the cats that are out here, is that a lot of people that I met that are even in this conversation are like computer fucking geniuses.
So that's dope.
So it's like, it's kind of like everyone was on this conversation roll in this topic and knew even to be out here. I had no freaking clue that this conversation was even being, I felt like I showed up at the party I'd been waiting for all my life. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was like, and when I did, I was like, everyone was like, yeah, you don't know already?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I was like, I don't even know. Like, yeah, I had no idea that anyone was even having this talk. And so for that, I credit all of these brothers out here that have been talking this talk, but I can only imagine what it was like to be out here early on, especially from what I saw when I first came out. And like, shout out to the brother Andrea Sensi, who was holding down his channel. And I came out here, and Atheist Rex, I met Lady G on your channel, right? So like, I had these wonderful experiences over in these very combative environments. Like I said, I was a very contentious household, so I'm cool with people yelling. I'm all right with it to a certain extent. But like, and I was in that mix, and I'm talking about a subject that I love dearly, but it was very vitriolic. So I can only imagine what it was like 6 months before, when Snack and out here, and everyone's like, hang the flat earther. And these guys are playing both, like, like you're walking that line like a ninja, playing the role of the, the beggar lady in the street on the baller side and the champion ninja on the fucking flat earth side.
Huh.
And like, and getting called out on both sides. So, I mean, that's why it's like, I could see why Snack and these guys have come through. That's why people are saying what they're saying when they're saying what they're saying. And so they didn't, but if you haven't heard Snack speak, and it's like, if you haven't heard Timmy, if you don't have an individual relationship with these people, you don't have a true bearing on who these people are.
And it's irrelevant because everything is a belief system. And that's the problem when I hear words like proofs and show me and all this kind of stuff. It's all a speculative conjecture because
no, it's not. Some of the belief systems, like the ball earth is a belief system that's justified by lots of evidence, and the flat earth is a belief system
that's relative to
nothing to justify it.
That's observed.
No, it's not.
Hey, hold on, but Pete Mars, you see how
they're both belief system, but one has justification
for
it,
and
the other
that's
doesn't.
Relative to the observer.
No, it's not.
Justification is just if I can have this case served.
It's totally different.
No, your justification is based purely based on
I mean, you're right, Spec. It's like, look, P, you've decided. And the problem is that this is a game for those people who know how not to decide. And maybe, and this is why it's like, well, you've decided and you've decided that's not fair alongside of that. The point is, and you will justify it, but a sovereign can make no excuses for his failures. And so the point is that, with that said, because it really is the fucking wisest saying, he who knows he doesn't know much. And it's when we concretize, we limit ourselves from what could be.
But that sounds like 1984, ignorance equals strength.
And you've decided that much too. You've decided it. You've made sure that that's your opinion about it.
And that's true to you, but that does not make it true across the board. It's the, if you have, let's say, that we're in a court, visa, and I have 30 pieces of evidence. I got a knife, I got blood, I got DNA, I got all this stuff. And the only thing that I don't have, which is on the other side, is an eyewitness. Right? You only have one eyewitness, and he says, no, that dude was smoking crack with me behind the bar at the fucking titty place, but no, we got DNA and all this other stuff. Who is the jury, and what are they to believe? Are they to believe just because you have 8 pieces of evidence versus 1 piece of evidence that is valued greater? You see what I'm saying? So this is this is purely based on the value and evidence.
I'm glad you brought up a court, because let's say we're in a court of law arguing flat Earth versus ball Earth, and there's no. Do you think all the video evidence from NASA and all this stuff is going to be rejected? Granted, it's not absolute proof, but there's a reason why you don't have to prove. You only have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And if we're talking in terms of court proving beyond a reasonable doubt, the globe is going to crush.
P. Mars. In court, this gets back to the idea that I couldn't have that dismissed on the grounds that it's hearsay. And the point is that you would be left, if that were the substance of your case, wondering why that's not admissible. And whether or not you understood why or not that admissible is regardless to the outcome of the decision of the case.
Yeah, you'd have
your ignorance. No, check it out, because you would be using hearsay.
No, that would have to provide experts.
How about this? I want to see NASA. How about that? You know what I want to see?
You'd have to provide experts in photography to say that all this stuff from NASA's fake. But where are the flat Earth experts in photography? I don't see any.
P. Mars. I just want a notarized statement saying that that's what it is. Get me one of those guys to get a freaking notarized statement. Put it on their thing. Penalty of perjury.
As far as
I want to see one of those.
That'd
be a great question, because I want to see one of these documents. I want to see a scientific test that talks about all this stuff, or Neil deGrasse Tyson or any of it, go under notary seal, penalty of perjury, and see if I can't have them disbarred.
I mean, I see a lot of flat earthers just show a picture and go, "Oh, that's fake," and it's what's their criteria? Who are they to what? They just auto hoax everything. That's ridiculous. We have to have some
We've already addressed that. We've already addressed that, dude. The problem is that you're actually exemplifying the other side of that argument in a concretized situation based on third-party evidence, which is technically hearsay.
Which is in a
without it, right?
Pete, I got a question.
There's Pete, not Pete. I don't think it's Pete.
Oh, that's part of me. Just a question about whomever had mentioned the cameras. There's no expert photographer, flat earthers. Maybe there aren't, but I think the cameras aren't lying. So when you're observing a ship disappear from your line of sight, and then you rack focus where you can't see it anymore, and it comes back into view, that's at least indicating that over that amount of distance, it's not behind a curve. And I don't think the camera is in other words, I don't think you need to be an expert photographer to interpret that footage accurately.
Well, that's the problem, is it's interpretation. And interpretation is based on authority, based on credentials, based on whether or not the jury believes your credentials and your experience and so forth.
I mean, the thing you're talking about is here. This is why I don't believe flat Earth is because they have disingenuous videos. They don't show the ships go over the horizon, and the horizon will just show obstruction. It won't show the curve, unless you have like a instrument to measure the curve. But yeah, you can. There's certain videos where you can see if you can't see the bottom of the ship and you can see the top, that's showing obstruction. Which isn't, which technically isn't a curve, but
right, it's not a curve. Yeah, that's right.
It's technically not a curve, but it is obstruction. And flat earthers will say it's caused by atmospheric lensing. I don't buy that argument. I think it's caused by a curve, and there's lots of other evidence.
Oh, okay. Well, you were
correspond with that.
Technically, it's not a curve, but you were thinking that is. I was just saying, my boy Issa.
Well, no, because there's a difference between obstruction and a curve. They're two different things. But the curve. The obstruction, the reason, the cause, like there's a cause and effect. So that we see an obstruction. The cause, in my opinion, is the curve. In flat earthers' opinion, they usually say atmospheric lensing or something like that, right? So that's the debate right there.
Okay. Yeah. Well, whether it's the curve or atmospheric lensing, I think we can all agree that these ships. When they disappear from our line of sight, we learned, in younger science education that it was, going behind the curve of the Earth. It was going over the horizon. And then, as far as we can't kind of trust these people taking the photos, like just to, not for nothing, Issa went out on the shore, zoomed in on a ship, pulled the camera all the way back, couldn't see the ship. That's at least indicating that our line of sight, when we can't see the ship anymore, isn't what we'd originally been told. Now, what does it mean for the larger model? I think that's still open to debate. We know over that distance that it's planar. And if you see it otherwise, I'm interested. Yeah.
Well, the problem is that we continually, and I don't want to say we because I don't do this shit, but the flat Earth and the globe community constantly use systems of measurements that are inaccurate. One being eyesight. You know what I mean? Oh, well, the average human can only see, 15 miles before blah, blah, blah. And you start looking at that. Well, one, you have to equate what is average. Two, you got to decide, what how many people they tested, what age range. I mean, it's just all this hyperbole and bullshit. And what they need to do is knock that off and just go with the pure mathematics and quit getting into these suppositional arguments that are relative based on who took what.
From where, at what elevation. Yeah, I think the math, as far as the math is true, and please weigh in if someone sees or has heard it differently, is that, on average, like a person whose eyes are at 6 feet can see like a candle, like their vision of candle will stop after like 2.99 miles. And so that's like anything that's exceeding 2.99 miles from 6 feet above sea level, that, would begin to go out of sight. And then obviously the larger the object it is, you would still be able to see it. So in other words, things at sea level begin to kind of move beyond your range of sight after about 3 miles.
Right, and that's relative to the time of day, the relative humidity, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, of course.
You just need to knock that off.
True. That's all. This is the idea, in pristine atmospheric conditions. That would be,
which is not predictable.
Certainly. Although, the mathematics of it are that, at that distance, you're not able to see farther. Are you tracking me, or is that not resonant?
No, and that's the problem, is that we start, and God, I got to stop saying we because I don't believe none of this shit.
Yeah, but go with who you are. You know what I mean? We're talking.
Yeah, the problem is that I see all of these variables, right? Like I said, I'm a computer guy. So you start stacking on all these variables, and each one has and not only that, they're conditional variables, which makes it even more absurd to even try to ascertain any kind of baseline. So when you start stacking these conditional variables on top of each other to ascertain a baseline for a measurement is ridiculous. You wouldn't effing do it. You wouldn't do it with computers, and you sure shit wouldn't do it with mathematics, because even plus or minus the standard deviation of 3 or 4% is going to F up your measurements, right? And when you're talking about, let's say, 3 variables, you got humidity, you got time of day, and you got, let's say, wave condition, right? Well, if all of those have a plus or minus 3 or 4%, you got 12% difference maximum, give or take. That's huge. 10% is huge. You add that to 3 miles, now you're talking, almost a full mile difference of what someone can actually fucking see.
A lot of room for error. Yeah, I like your point.
Yeah, and all that stuff should just be thrown to the wind. Why argue it? Why add those variables to the equation when they're too...
Right. With just the basic math, just to see where we're at, do you think, that flat Earth calculates the curve on a globe, on a sphere Earth, like CAD map that shows, like the various amounts of curvature that should occur over a given distance? Have you seen that chart?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. Okay, so is that something, do you think that math is math? Or I just want to know, like, where we're dropping in here. Is that,
what they're doing is they're making assumptions, and that's my problem with mathematics and scientific. The majority of the scientific methods that are being used, not the scientific method, but the scientific methods that are being used, is that they're taking averages and percentiles and differentials, and again, they're stacking all these variables that are conditional on top of each other. So just because they saw, let's say, the radius, which is pi, in this certain circumstance on paper, they apply it across the board, when they don't fucking know that. They don't know that. You can't know that. And that's the whole problem with laws in science, because all it takes is one time for it not to be true, for it to be false and not a law any longer. But what they do is they observe that law over a period of time. They get consensus with their cohorts, and they say that this is the law, and that's not true.
Yeah, that's why I like that idea of Ed. Shout out to Ed, 118. He was talking about the idea that how do we even know that the precession is the precession like we think it is? You'd have to test it twice.
You couldn't. You can't.
There's no way. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'd have to test a 26. Like, each
you have to test it during the fucking day, and that's my problem. Is that you have an 8-hour period.
Forgive me. I'm talking about, check this. The grand cycle, the grand year, the 26,000 year cycle for each house or whatever the fuck they call it, right? So like you'd have to. How do they know that that's legit? You'd have to test it twice. That's 28,000. There's 26,000 years times 12 times 2.
Yeah, and don't be off by a fraction of a percent, because when you exponentially multiply that to get your differential, that could be millions of years, man. It's the same thing. It's what I like about, like, carbon dating, for example, right? Carbon dating is only accurate up to, 2,500 years? Anything after that is done through mathematics. And if you're off by an exponent, we're talking millions and millions and millions and millions of years. All it takes is 1.000001 percentile to fuck that up. But yet we're going to rely on that, and we're not going to throw the standard deviation into that? Where's the standard deviation in any of their facts? I mean, basic statistics will always put the standard deviation in because it's the standard. You know what I mean?
I gotta say at this point, dude, really, I think we could have stumbled across something tonight in the idea that, I tell you what, anyone, or whatever, if you want to get something, if you're trying to penetrate the veil of the system with this information, let's say, I want a notarized document saying from the astrophysicists on dark matter. I want it notarized.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because like, if you're not willing to go under notary seal, then whoa.
Yeah, you should be in contempt of court.
Like, you would be, and that's the whole idea. They would be disbarred, because the whole point is that you'd be like, it's almost like, hey, did you go to the moon, and just sign it on an affidavit, say I went to the moon, sign it, we're going to notarize it, or some random theory, like, and say no, you're going to be responsible, whoever your name is.
Yeah, dude, if I was
make them come under notary seal for it, and then I'll tell you what, I'll bet, or film that.
Yeah, dude, if I was a lawyer or a surgeon and I opened up a body to, let's say, repair, I don't know, your spleen or something, and I threw a whiz inside of you and sewed you back up, I'd lose my fucking license. But these scientists can basically say and do whatever they want.
Well, again, that gets me to the whole notion, and this is why it's called cooperative federalism, is that we're dealing with a corporation that has overstepped its bounds against an unthinking general public, and they think nothing of the general public, and we've got this charade of whatever going on top of it all that I talked about, and if we don't this is what they are. That's their modus operandi, man. It's just fake it till you make it, right? Yeah.
And because you got the white coat and the black brimmed glasses, you're an authority.
But they also have, the problem is that they're also, actually, I wonder if you'd have to get a head scientist to get a notary. I don't know how you do it, because neither one of them has any firsthand knowledge in regards to the whole process.
Right. It's ridiculous.
And that's the plausible deniability. It's like who doesn't know about this shit?
And the fact is, no one.
Yeah.
And that's my problem with a lot of these things, is that, I don't argue flat earth. I don't argue the globe. I'm interested in both. I don't know enough. I don't care enough. My only strategy is logic, because that's something that I do know. Yeah, so exactly. When I hear BS logic or oddities in assertions, that are based on fallible evidence, I got to point that out, because that's all I can do. And I'm not a science nerd. I don't give a shit about that stuff. But you want to start talking about percentages and mathematics and statistics and optimal values and test sets and all sorts of stuff, I'm in, because I can say whether or not that sounds legit or not. And I have not heard that from either side. Either side.
Well put. Yeah. Definitely, logic is the tuning fork. I like to weave a little intuition into what logic you want to apply in terms of where do you focus it, and then you use that logic.
We were kind of talking about that last night on here with Spurs Chemo and Mr. Grimm, and it was the idea that Spurs was talking about how and I don't know, just it made me think how our logic is what, he was saying that logic for him alone is what made him become a flat earther, right? Mm-hmm. And or enter the conversation. And so with that, it's so true, because I think to myself, I look up at the sun now, and it's impossible for me to think that I'm spinning away from it. Mm-hmm. At sunset or something, that just seems, I don't know, to me it's just something that it's made me almost more confirmed in the idea that it goes either way. You're going to get whatever you're looking for. Mm-hmm. If you're seeing obstruction, or if you're seeing curvature, if that's what you want to see, well, that's what you want to call it. It's that's the old line. Oh, that's what they call it these days. Right. It's I don't, well, whatever. Right. And it almost makes you think, it makes you, you ever see that episode of The Simpsons where at the end of it's a 9/11 conspiracy one? And at the end, they're well, who did 9/11? And they're what do you mean? Crazy bunch of Saudi Arabians are fucking It's exactly the government story. Like, you know, because like it's like these people that enter the conversation, or you ask them about it, and they're like, "What does it matter anyway?" It's like, what if they're the right ones?
Well, I love this way that this conversation.
In a way, you know, like they're living their life in this.
It's this like non-dualism in a sense, you know. It's like over binary, like the ternary, like the over route. You know, you used to talk about like overstand. You know, like this idea of like, would we be conceited enough to lay claim to the full grasp and the capacity to reduce it to our models and our, you know,
yeah, man, that's like I've said that,
of assuming we're understanding, you know, of which we continually break through and grow from, and so we know that we have great fallibility in any of our assumptions, you know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so that's it. That's the keeping it real, you know, keep it clear, look at it, discuss it. That's how I see it, you know.
Well, there's also a level of, and this is just speculation on my part, but I feel that there's a level of human arrogance to think that we can conceive and understand all things.
Mm-hmm.
At a certain point, you need to realize that you may not be able to, even with the brightest minds and all these things. And I find the people that I get along with the best are people like on this panel who, you know, one, admit their limitations, two, are willing to admit that they're wrong, two, might even entertain the fact that they're wrong, and grow because of it. But what I constantly hear on the other aspect of it is, no, we're not wrong. No, humans can always learn. No, there is no limitations. No, it's infinite and blah, blah, blah. You know, and that's the thing where what you were saying as well, where my intuition tells me when I hear stuff like that, it throws up a red flag of, you know, maybe this is not the best person to correlate or have respective conversations with.
Yeah, and
I see that on every side, though. I don't think that's one side.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Oh, it's everywhere. I mean, I'm sorry, but flat Earth and the globe on the extremes are the exact same coin. You know, they're both sides of the, or they're different sides of the same coin. They act the same. They troll the same. They assert the same. They make relative arguments the same. It is all the same. And the people that I find that are closest to the middle, regardless of the subject matter, are most in line with me personally, you know, and that is what it is, you know. But
and most in line to learn new things.
What's that? I'm sorry.
And most in line to learn new things, you know. If you're open to the idea, then whether or not it's true, you could, you know, use your own discernment to find out. And you're willing to take that step. And if you're not open-minded at all, you're not going to go to that extra step. You've been polarized into this one corner, and you don't want to think outside of it.
Yeah, and what I also find is that they use, this is where it starts getting funny, they start using other apparatuses to project their assertions, such as social influence. You know, you hear these arguments all the time. Well, 999% of all scientists, professors, and universities thinks the world is a globe. You know, those kind of arguments.
4 out of 5 dentists.
That's not a scientific marker of any means. What that is a short-sighted social pressure.
Yeah, I think you have your finger on the pulse of, you know, these inherent biases that you know, kind of it's almost like they're just coupled with this kind of the way the system is learning about itself and interacting with itself. Yeah, man, that's some great food for thought, Spec. Yo, I'm catching up with my friend up in I'm gonna give him a ring real quick on the Skype. So I'm gonna bow out, gentlemen. It's been a treat to talk. I look forward to coming back sometime.
Yeah, man. I haven't met you before, but appreciate you being on and talking with me, man.
Yeah, happy to. Yeah, my name's Baba Joe, and it's good to meet each of you. You know, we spoke with some of you more than others, and I'm happy to be on the panel. Thanks, Issa.
Hey,
brother, good.
Before you go, I want to just say something real quick about the Polaris being seen from a few degrees below the equator.
Healthy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Well, I thought like they changed the inclination of the globe, like they made it tilt 23.5 degrees, and now it aligns up or something. So maybe it has to be even below the 20-degree mark for them to accept it as evidence of something else. So just want to point that out.
That's food for thought. I think we'd have to ask Neil with his tweet in January 2016 stating it's as such. I was just going off his benchmark. It's still an interesting question, though.
Yeah, I just want to let that throw that out there in case you end up researching it. Something to look out for.
Well, yeah, that's where Neil.
As I continue to research it, I'll collect all suggestions, and I appreciate you offering one. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man.
It's interesting too. I like how we were kind of talking about earlier about that notion of what are we asking? Are we mapping?
Mm-hmm.
Are we mapping the Earth, or are we looking at their model and saying it's not good enough?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what we do, or what tends to happen is.
But yeah, hold on. I'll let Joe step though. Love you, brother.
Yeah, bless.
Yes.
Thanks, and you.
Yes. Go on, Spec.
Yeah, I got 2 points. The first point is that what we tend to do is we tend to roll back on what we were taught to explain what we think. And you really should throw the baby out with the bathwater at that point and start off at a null zero reference, what they call it in programming, where you're just at baseline zero. It's like, I experience this, I see this. It doesn't matter what other explanations there are out there. And what I see the argument tending to be is always a retraction or a rebuttal to what has already been taught or asserted. And I think that's problematic in the just in the argumentative aspect of trying to quote unquote prove your map or your thesis or whatever. Part two of that is that I have I have the ability to fly anywhere. So if there is an assertion out there that someone believes could give weight to a belief, whether it's taking a picture of a star on a certain date of whatever in South America, whatever, I can go there and do that. So if there's something that is that high on the want-to-do list, and if you respect me enough to give you the real data, I'd be willing to do that. Obviously, I would just need some advance notice of what you would like me to do and so forth. But if you want me to go to Brazil and take a picture with a P900 at this degree mark, I can do that. And what you can ascertain and what data you can gain from that, I have no problem doing.
Yeah, man, I'm just trying to get XX back in here. He had some questions earlier. Is she back in? Oh, no. Okay. Let me make sure if there. Do we have enough room in here? I think we do, right?
I can bounce out, dude. I got to work.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah, yo, XX, it might be tough to join just because we're packed up. But I'll tell you, before you go, brother, what's up, Candy? What's up, everybody?
Actually, yeah. What's up, Candy?
Hey, I go coffee.
Yo, boo. DQ, I love you, brother. Yo,
hey, dude, I'm gonna be in India soon. I don't know if it's close to where you are, but maybe we can meet up and have some fucking tea or something.
Yeah. I'm going to India on the 30th. When are you coming?
I won't be there until October or November.
Oh, okay, so much later than this year. Actually, I might be in the U.S. during that time.
No shit.
Hey, That's kind of interesting, though. I just bought some Indian currency, and let me show you guys what's on the back. Can you see that? Look what that is.
It's Satan.
What we got going on? Let's present it. I'm going to present you.
I was just telling Spec that I had to buy some Indian currency because I'm traveling there soon. And on the back of the currency, I just found this.
We got satellites. Cool, man.
Nice. On the other side, we got Gandhi on the other side.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he's all about satellites and shit.
He's all about satellites.
That's funny. Man, and you know what's crazy is like everyone hears about Gandhi, about he's so peaceful, and like da.
Traitor.
No, hold on. Do you remember? Does everyone? Does everyone remember what happened to Gandhi? It's like
he got assassinated, right?
Yeah, dude.
Like
he was. I mean, but God knows the whatever was going on in there, but
John Lennon style.
Yeah, something, man. It was, but yeah, it's crazy because they were trying to have India and Pakistan. It's just divide and conquer, man.
Yeah, I think they did the same thing in India. Britain did.
Check this.
In America, where they like staged this fake revolution because they figure that like slaves work better when they think they're free. That's what they perfected the system. I think with America, I don't know.
Interesting.
I'm a crazy conspiracy person.
No. It's interesting because a lot of it, it's all speculation, but it's but it is fascinating when you start to try
I'm not
to
an expert on this shit, but yeah, it's just kind of what I think. Yeah.
Well, it's crazy. A lot of people don't know that, like, isn't like the predecessor for what became IBM was they made the statistic machines for the concentration camps, and those tattoos that people got were calculated by the company that was and to become IBM.
Yeah, I heard that.
And that those tattoos, they were calculating like, every number meant a certain thing, and that's where they came up with, social identification numbers. 1933, Hitler's the fucking man of the year.
Yeah, well, if you do your homework and so forth, all Social Security came from that era, and also Medicare and Medicaid all came from that. That's where that shit started. And if you look at modern history, as far as the liberal stuff, it's the home of those laws. It's almost like it's the test bed, the sandbox to see if that shit's gonna fly or not. It's really weird. If you look at Germany throughout the ages and some of the liberal, communist, socialist stuff that we have in America, usually you'll find that all those roots lie in Germany, usually East Germany. Yeah, even what's it called? When you lose your job and you collect benefits, unemployment insurance, that came from Germany. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all that came from Germany.
Animal rights.
That came from Switzerland, I think.
Over time.
Past year.
Autobahn. I mean, there's a whole lot of shit that came out of Germany. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's what fascinated me with it. Then you start looking like U.S. citizens are enemies of the states. Like we went into this like hyper war zone of like everything is like was collateralized, monetized. They know how to do it all. They're such clever motherfuckers.
Well, what you got to see, what I'm starting to see, and I could be totally incorrect, but you have these countries, quote unquote countries, that are like I said, they're the test bed, they're the petri dish to whether this shit should be rolled out to the rest of the world. And Germany is always social liberal kind of bullshit, whereas Britain is always the monetary stuff. And then you have Rome and Italy as the religious rollout. But each of these are like their test beds for what they're going to roll out and try on other people. And it's also interesting. I'm starting to see a pattern where the countries that are connected, let's say to Germany, you got Austria, you got in Russia. You know, Russia's all about the law and dictatorships, right? That's where all that the political stuff is rolled out, and that falls into like Croatia and all of those Eastern or Westernly small countries. They test that stuff on them first, and they're like, oh yeah, you know, we could probably, you know, encroach, or yeah, you know, we can F with them and say we got a nuke, or hey, we could probably give one of them a nuke and see how they're going to react. And then that's how they get their data of how they're going to roll it out to the rest of the world. South Pacific, I'm not too sure.
I would think, you know, they're using anywhere, and you know, they're using anywhere that they can find someone that wants to participate. And like, you know, and it's like, but then they don't have what the problem is that they have to know that it's, what's the name of it? Say, like Solinsky said, you know, culture is upstream from politics. But it's, you know, like, and look at it like this, they have this cutting, they almost like pick where a cutting edge is happening, and then they roll that out. So like everywhere is the forefront of something, some idea, some test. And then they collude that together. And that's why right now what we're dealing with is normalization, the idea that everyone's living in a bubble with their phone. And I think because they can only test certain demographics of people that have access to that new technology, like let's say the States or something, you know, like they can't maybe put a pulse on. This is why creativity, that idea that they can't necessarily, it's what we pick or choose. It always is an X factor every breath. And like, you know, but they've got to get this dynamic of a demographic in each zone and pick which works.
Right, and each zone has a purpose. And you have like, in, let's say China, India, and I don't know, we'll even throw Japan in there. Those are starting to become the manufacturing zone, right? Whereas Africa, basically all of Africa is the mineral resource, right? And then you have Europe, where that's the banking, and not only that, but it's also East Europe is the social system. And then you have America, which is interesting because that's where I believe they take all the data from the South Pacific, Asia, Africa, and Britain, and they apply it, and they kind of see what the fuck happens. And then,
I think the U.S. Don't forget, U.S. is that military side of it. So you got to remember, they've got to raise savages.
Yes, absolutely. And those are, it's like in the Bill of Rights and all that stuff, and the Constitution, they have the powers systems, you know, the checks and balances. And yeah, we're gonna, you know, test all this bullshit on your society, but we'll give you guys the military arm to kind of say, well, F that, it's too much. You know what I mean? And so we became the police nation at that point. In South America is I think, and again, all supposition, and it's all just kind of just talking out of my ass, but I think that was meant to be the food source with all the rainforest and all the other stuff, but it became communistic because it had to be the food source, because you got to get everybody to want to just produce. You know what I mean?
You left out the Middle East with all the religions.
Yeah, the Middle East and Rome are pretty much kind of in the same zone in my, you know, supposition.
Yeah, it's interesting. Hey,
so yeah,
up?
it's an interesting way to think about all the nations and how all the continents, pretty much, right, and how they contribute to what we have today.
Yeah, and to think, and again, you know, this is just weird, but the 5 rings of the Olympic Games are the 5 zones, right? You got Asia, you got Europe, you got South America, you got the U.S., and then you have Europe. Those are the 5 rings of this Olympic Games system, but it's also the zones in which they assert certain requirements or data gathering or whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? Where they say, you know, we're going to have the manufacturing here, we're going to have the minerals here, we're going to have the politics here, we're going to have the banking here, and then we're going to have the military here.
Right. But what would you say? How would you label Australia? Like, what would you say their purpose is in your speculations?
I would put them in the zone of the South Asia group, because they're, if you look politically and in like look at CNN and all that other stuff, they're kind of wrapped into the Indonesia, all that kind of stuff. So they're mostly the manufacturers kind of folks.
All right, I see. They do have a lot of raw materials over there in Australia.
That's where we get most of the. I guess Australia has the largest uranium deposits on the Earth.
Dun dun dun. That doesn't sound good.
Yeah. And I think that which is also interesting is that they're only allotted like 3% of the total nuclear capabilities of the world, right? But they provide all of the uranium for nuclear weapons, or they're the biggest source. They have the biggest reservoirs, whatever you want to say, but they have the largest resources to uranium in the world, but they only have 3% of the nuclear weapons.
That's kind of interesting. They probably ship it out, give it to other countries.
Yeah, well, that's how they kind of keep the peace, right?
Or, you know, keep the chaos.
Yeah, if you believe in that shit. I mean, I personally don't know if nuclear weapons actually exist or not. I don't know.
Yeah, this is an interesting conversation. Or it's like, I know, I think I've heard Yvette talk about them. She's like, they're real, but she's proposed that they're real, but that they're not as devastating as we think they are to be.
Well, and this is my supposition, and this is just my arrogance speaking, is that nuclear energy, I believe, exists. You know, you can have nuclear fusion. Now, can you create a nuclear bomb devastation from that? I don't know. And she has a lot of experience, which I do not doubt, in handling nuclear waste. And I think that is real because I believe her and I trust her and all this other stuff. But just because you have evidence of waste doesn't necessarily mean that means you have nuclear.
It's back to that compartmentalization thing we're talking about. You know, it's like who the fuck knows really what is going down as far as, like, you know, like, let's say they're doing this chemical process because they've been told to do this and that's what they think it's doing.
Yeah, and you can have nuclear waste and nuclear fusion and not nuclear bombs. That is very possible.
Yeah. I'm probably speaking out of turn. I really don't know enough about it.
I don't either. Just on the limited research that I've done is that and this is supposition again, is that when they did the Manhattan Project, it was all it was like the satellites and shit, right? You know, well, yeah, we threw a dude in space and we got a monkey in space and all this other bullshit. And they're like, oh yeah, well, we got nuclear bombs and shit. And what they really found was nuclear fusion, and the ability to create energy from nuclear fusion was the byproduct of them trying to create a nuclear bomb that they never created.
Yeah, I think they're playing with archetypes more than it's like I said earlier, like they've come up, you know, we've walked into this conversation and there's a grand charade at play. I mean, they even brought in Disney to do it. You know, it's like I mean, shit, the victory tax, you know, the tax that was brought in by Donald Duck, and that became the income tax. Like, you know, it's like they've it's like, you know, those old footages of how the sun works. Like,
yep.
Like, come on, Disney, man. Come on, man. Like, you know, it's just, to me, I'm just, I don't know. I don't, when it gets to those levels, I've never worked with them. I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, and that really goes to the supposition of what, you know, what do you really know, what really matters.
Well, yeah, check this out. I was talking with David Weiss. Think about this as a thought exercise. Name one event that you know is real.
What?
This isn't for you, P. Mars.
Good Lord.
Well, logically, you have to follow the chain of custody, which they would say in court. And, you know, all that is based on trust.
I have a dear friend I've known for 6 years who experienced the Oklahoma City bombing. So.
Yeah, but is it what they said it is? You know, it's like I agree with you that way. Like, I don't. It's like I was asked the question and I said sanity.
Like, dude, these people are into like sacrificing human beings and lives. I do not doubt. And they do this shit on specific dates. Like the Oklahoma City bombing happened on 4/20. The same date as like Columbine and some other shit. And
right, but that's not here. Look at it like this though. That's not the official story. Like what I'm trying to say, like name one thing that's real that we've been told. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's where it gets. That's really what I'm kind of leading to. And it's you as this conspiracy theory. Maybe the question is for you. Name one event that's
we're not told the truth, but it doesn't mean like look. Like here's the thing. Like of course they lie to us, but it's
then what is
like,
real? Then what is real?
Everything is a lie. Well, they obviously kill people.
Well, hold on, but I'm just saying, like, but do they? Have you ever seen? You know, what tripped me the fuck out? I spent a lot of time invested in the Israeli-Palestinian idea, and very, you know, whatever. And then I saw like this protest footage from a Palestine. I think it was from Palestine or somewhere. It might have been Iraq even. So forgive me, because my heart, you know, goes out to Palestine and whatever. And maybe I misunderstood, but God knows everything. So anyway, like, there was this footage of these people, and they're sitting there like hanging out, and then it's like the guy's like, you know, go. And they all freaking start chanting and ranting and doing all this. And he says, freeze. They all freeze. And he starts taking pictures of all of them. And if you think about it, a lot of these protest signs in these foreign countries, like, why are they written in English? You know, it's like, what the hell? You know, like you start looking into some of this stuff. Look at CNN's early footage of the first war in Iraq. I mean, it's like, come on, man.
There's no doubt they lie about stuff. I'm totally with you. And but
what's I think real? That's my question.
Well, we can't know, but there's a kernel of truth to the things they say. Like, I think these things are happening, and then they put a spin on it to suit their propaganda or their needs. And they're probably causing, like, the world is a stage, in my opinion, and this is all orchestrated and fake. Like, I think everything is fake, but it's still happening. Like, 9/11 was totally orchestrated and planned out, but it's like people still died. So it's like
right, but
fake and real at the same time. It's not like okay.
But now
yeah,
you've accepted.
You can't be like, oh, it's fake or real. Like 100. No, I'm totally. That's why I'm like, I don't understand why flat earthers have such a problem with me, because I'm totally like on board with many conspiracies. I'm crazy as fuck. Maybe more crazy than flat earthers. Who the fuck knows? But like, you can't. I don't know. it's a hoax and it's real at the same time. That's what I'm saying. Like you
Well,
can't
but
be like it's all
hold on.
fake or all real.
Yeah,
It's not like
check
that,
it out though.
right?
Check it out
There's
though.
a middle
What's
way.
now we're talking, P. Mars, but like, you know, the thing is that there is this allegation made by the official story, and then there is this evidence which could lead one to believe otherwise. And the problem is that where do we stand in this conversation? Because like, let's say the person, like, I mean, I've heard all the way until, you know, where people said nobody died on 9/11. I take umbrage with that because I feel as though that was something that people did die. And now, granted, I don't know it, but I'm guaranteed that the person who's making that claim that nobody died doesn't know it either.
So, yeah, there's no way you could prove that. So why say something like, there's no way you could prove?
Yeah, why belittle? Crazy. It makes everything else that comes out of your mouth sound retarded.
And then it makes people who are questioning 9/11 like look kind of bad.
And, well, also, like me as someone who's fighting for the conversation,
it's disrespectful to people that died too.
Man, 100%, and that's the thing about like I just, but I don't know. It's that intellectualness of it to me that it's like when I do espouse the conversation of the flat Earth theory and the flat Earth, what I perceive to be a flat Earth, and I'm in the conversation still. But I will, you know, I can concretize my position for myself, much like religiously I could, but it's personal. Yeah. And so, yeah, forgive me, I'm kind of losing track. It's a little late over here. I'm not used to hangouts. I don't free chant all the time.
You gotta practice. It's not like riding a bike.
I know, yeah, I know. I can't believe you were in that other chat over here as fast as you fucking were, dog. You're a master.
Huh? I don't know, dude. No, dude, I just been drinking. It's my birthday. I've been drinking. Well, not anymore, technically. It's over. Shit. No, you can all
hate. Over. Now you're just old.
Yeah, just talk shit to me now. You don't have to be fake nice to me anymore.
Oh, nice. Good to hear.
I crack my knuckles now.
Yeah. No, but yeah, I was just drinking. I was on Barbie. I think Barbie's really like. I appreciate flat earthers like Isa and Barbie who allow people like me to come on their panels, even though I'm not a flat earther, but I'm a conspiracy theorist, and I like talking to you guys, even though I think you're crazy about the flat earth.
That's what tripped me out with free chat and stuff. It was that all the ballers, like, it's like, okay, I could understand, like, when I came in, it's like, or whatever, we would start playing guitar, playing music, and going down that vein, but then people would be like, oh, these aren't flat earthers, these are ballers, and it's like, dude, you're so out of line right now. Like, you're talking to people who have been dealing with this. I've been dealing with it in my own life. I've been dealing with this since I've been a protester since like fucking 1999.
How can those people not see the value of having music as part of like?
Well, that aside. But my point is that, like, why would you not let your warriors cool down, man? You know what I mean? Like, you know, hey, you know, like some of us just like, you know, we're out here, we're going in this conversation, we're hearing it from. You know, I'm hearing it from one side, and then if God forbid, I'm cool with one side, you're getting hate from the other side, and it's like, you know, you enter this tumultuous thing. And what free chat was to me was that conversation was like fireworks, and Yvette knew how to pair it beautifully, in my opinion. There was a beautiful. I loved the first. I'll never forget the sound in my ears when my headphones were on my head and I first heard free chat, and I walked in and it was Cathexis, Tim, Gem Panda, and it was more vile than I've ever seen in about 7 months. Like it was like, you know, like really, it was so vile. Like that's why I have respect for Snack, because he was sitting in the middle of it, you know, taking it. And then for someone to call him and not be a flat earther, it's like, yo, dude, what conversation were you listening to? Like what, we were using like words that you weren't fucking following? Like I don't understand why you weren't coming along with us on this this journey, because that was what we were doing. I miss Cathexis. You know, my boy's voice, the sound of his voice, if you know, like that's free chant in my ear. It's like, you know, Cathexis and Tim. That's why I love Tim. I like the way he said. I like the way. No. It's clearly a ball. That I got no problem with that. That's so funny and classic to me. You know, and it's nice when the sparks can fly, man, but not be into some emotional stuff. It's when we're talking. Like I like that personally tonight. I'd love to see Baba Joe and Tim talk some more. That was a very interesting conversation. And we got Double X out in the chat. He was out here earlier, and he was asking some questions with me and Healthy. Like, I enjoy that conversation so much. You know, not the part where you left or where you got kicked off or something abruptly, but
I think his net stopped working, but he's in the chat right now. He's wanting a link.
Okay, yeah. Still, I tried to send him a link a couple times. Maybe if you had the link, he's probably already got the like the chat. He might be able to join if he just checks his chat. But yeah, yeah. How you doing, brother? Who's that? I am FaZe. How you doing, man?
FaZe. Hey guys, what's going on? I was just listening in.
Cool, man. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I was in another chat earlier. Something you said that was interesting. I wanted to touch on was like, I don't think anyone who gets on here researching flat Earth minds having conversation with ballers. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's no hatred there, and anyone that goes like crazy or gets like super emotional about it is like they're clearly dealing with something else. I think the only problem is with the people who are there to like intentionally deceive, like trying to throw people off their path or just like provide.
No, you'd be surprised, man. There's a group of people within Flat Earth who are like kind of closed-minded and bigoted and sort of attack people and think they're bad. It's like a subclass of human for thinking. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, this is what
that's crazy. I think that should be taken with a grain of salt, because like who are they to judge you? I mean,
yeah, I mean, it should be normal that I believe in the globe because I'm brainwashed and stupid, right?
not even about that. Just coming from the fact that like they too were there. Like, we all were globe earthers and had no problem with it. Like I was, and I didn't think twice about the subject ever, really. You know.
To be honest, I know that's one thing that like I had a big problem with until like I kind of found this chat. Is like a lot of flat earthers, they're just like, like God this, God that, and if you don't believe in the earth is flat, you're like demons or some bullshit like that. It's like, come on, man, like that's it, like that's the end of your conversation.
Yeah,
yeah, that's terrible. That's a great way to end discussion, and just like,
yes, a good point, brother.
People are gonna end up just frustrated, and then everyone leaves kind of with this team mentality, right? So now the people who are offended on behalf of, just because they believe in the ball and then they were attacked for it, so they stick to the ball even harder now, and they want to go after flat earthers, and the same on the other side. So what are we really doing here? Like,
it reminds me of that story. You ever heard the story about the sun and the cloud, and they bet each other who could get the guy to take his raincoat off?
No.
What's that?
Okay. So the sun and the cloud, they made a bet, and they bet who could get the coat off of the guy walking down the street quicker. And so the cloud went first, and he blew as hard as he could, and he hit him with every piece of rain he could, and he tried to knock it off of him, and the guy clung to his coat even more. And then the sun said, "Now it's my turn," and so the clouds went away, and the sun heated up. And the man just naturally took off his coat. So the son won the bet. But the idea is to deal with these, deal with this situation with love, embracing something. I don't know what the sun to me figuratively is embracing and love and life giving. And the cloud is the negative, the turmoil, the fighting. Like you just pointed eloquently with the idea that like, they cling to the ball harder.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like as if you got attacked or you were bullied in school or something for whatever reason, and then it kind of makes you more like loyal to that thing. Like, okay, whatever, I don't know, man. I see people arguing about the wrong shit, and a lot of times it's like, wait, so you're not even interested in flat Earth like that, but you're actively seeking out these conversations to get in there and then kind of either disrupt or like start a fight, like you want to kind of ruffle some feathers. And what would make someone want to do that if they were uninterested in the subject to begin with? Like, I can't think of a single thing that would make me go look up like alien chats or something, you know, speaking about like Mars or something, because I'm not interested in that shit. Like, but I wouldn't want to go fight people that are, unless, you know.
But as a flat earther, don't you want to like tell people your truth? And can't you imagine that like ball earthers feel the same way? Like, because that's how I feel. I feel like truth is important to me. I'm a truth seeker. I am a total conspiracy theorist. I just don't think there's any truth in flat Earth. That's my opinion. Don't kill me. I'll shut up.
No, and I won't. Like, I just told you. You know what I mean? But what were you saying? Like, if do I feel like I should be going into those conversations?
Well, what I'm saying is like I hear flat earthers say like, why do people who disagree with us want to hang out in our panels? And I like hanging out with you guys because a lot of you guys, you can agree. I have crazy ideas. Like I'm into black magic and the occult symbolism, all that stuff. I can't talk about that shit with normal people, but a lot of flat earthers, I can talk about that stuff.
Exactly. Yeah.
Or other subjects that are conspiracy related, and so I like hanging out with you guys. I just think it's a ball, and some flat earthers think I'm a bad person simply because I think it's a ball. Not everyone's like that, but some of them are.
I think the ones that come after you personally are probably like it's like an emotional reaction based on the fact that they now feel like they've come to realize a deception. So anyone upholding that deception is going to feel my wrath now. You know what I mean? Like they're going to come after you and like just like, oh, you're on the evil side. Like,
exactly. Yeah.
As if somehow like you're employed by NASA, and they start taking like the agencies and like these authorities, and they become them. You know what I mean? Like the only difference is NASA gets $20 billion to push this shit, and that guy's not getting anything. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I just think, sure, I think it's important to get into I mean, I don't think it's as effective. If I was like what P-Mars was talking about, if I were to go into if there was a dedicated like globe, or I don't know what it would be, like I guess a science hangout or like a NASA one or something, or ISS. That's super specific.
They do exist, actually, believe it or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, you know, NASA's channel or like the webpage, they actually have something from like a satellite where you can watch the Earth.
Right, but there's skepticism that we look at when we look at that footage, man, because there's too many cats. A lot of flat earthers thing is they've been playing video games. They're game designers. They understand how this video medium can be manipulated, and that's what brings us to this conversation. Is that look? I actually, you know what? I was bringing this point up earlier. Is like, look, can you get me a notarized statement from some academic whatever saying that their theory is 100% correct? Because I don't know if you could, like, you know, and that's the thing, is that they can't verify it for themselves.
You probably couldn't, but you gotta think about it this way: if there was something that was fake on NASA's page, don't you think everyone, and I mean literally everyone, would be wanting to prove it wrong?
That's what's happening, dude.
Oh, there was the live one. I know you guys know about that, right? Where they had on Facebook Live, and it was actually a bunch of. Well, on Facebook Live, they had some. Damn, I don't want to say this wrong, but they were doing something live up there, and they had this on Facebook Live, and a bunch of the NASA fanboys were saying, "Wait a minute, this isn't live. This is footage from last year. Like we've seen this before." And it wasn't flat earthers saying that; it was NASA fans calling them out, like,
"Yeah,
you guys are playing, you know, old footage and claiming it to be live." I remember. Flat Earth asshole or someone went off on this because they were like, okay, well now Facebook is in collusion too because they're playing on video, which is recorded, and claiming it to be live, you know?
Yeah.
So I forgot what my point was with that, but like, yeah, I don't know what you guys are saying. I'm sorry.
Like, I don't doubt that NASA probably recycle shit.
Like footage?
Yeah, like they probably recycle footage every so often. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, in what way could they recycle the footage?
I mean, just show a similar image to something else, like saying this is Mars up close, right, and saying no, it's live, but it's really recycled from some other year.
you know, it's almost always like shown with like a fisheye lens that makes the solar panels look curved.
Yeah.
It seems like that would be. Well, they appear curved because they're shot through a convex lens, but like that also begs the question, like, is the ball being created this barrel distortion or what? But if the solar panels were straight, then I probably wouldn't say that. So they fake it. It would be much more effective if they were faking it to fake it in the way like where they have like one layer that is the spherical Earth that's shown in ISS videos, and another layer that's on top of it. That just makes sense, but it's not done that way because it almost makes it seem like there is something up there that they would even have, or maybe it's just a clever trick fuck, not to use a strange combination of words, but I mean that you almost have to assume that it's all being shot from space and everything is globally affected, not to make a pun there, but everything is affected optically by a fisheye lens, and that's why the solar panels are curved. So I don't know. It's fishy, fisheye anyway. That's my take on it.
But yeah, can you imagine like trying to go into a NASA chat and then try to sway opinion? Like what would happen was you could probably plant some seeds, right? Like maybe some guy who's never heard of what you're talking about will actually go look it up.
Well, that's why, like, if you go on, I mean, you can go on the feeds, man. Look up. Actually, what's interesting is they show them. If you look up Flat Earth Live, you'll see NASA feeds because they post it with NASA Flat Earth in the link. But I think if you go on there, you put a couple links in. That's what people do, man. It's like,
yeah, dude.
That's why Joe Rogan doesn't have a chat.
I always go to NASA live streams and I link to Poncho Pete Chan Stronger, and
you do.
I've done it on my stream.
Have you guys
100% proof?
I've seen you try to tell people very recently, like in a video game, you're trying to like.
Oh yeah,
sell flat
whenever I
Earth.
play video games, I'm like, hey guys, the Earth is flat, and then like sometimes
isn't your player character's name is Flat Earth?
It's kind of like 50-50. Like sometimes they'll like talk to me about it, and then the last game I played, like 4 people were calling me an idiot. It was pretty funny.
Well, yeah, but like it's like with the seed thing, how like if I tell a couple of people that like they may believe it.
But to be fair, I just want to say, like, if people are calling you an idiot, is it because you're making really cogent arguments for flat Earth, or is it because you're an idiot?
No, it's because people have the idea. Well, I am an idiot. I'm not gonna like pretend like I'm not. I'm a layman, but
no, but it's a video game. I mean, it's informal.
Right,
you're kind of perceived as like.
I think we all agree on this panel that like people think flat Earth is a joke when they first hear it. So
yeah,
it's the reaction you get when you tell people on the street, like, "Hey, do you know
that's the whole thing. Like, do you approach a whole group, or have you guys in your own lives? Like, I've had better results communicating with people one-on-one, right? So like, I'll just have a conversation.
Exactly.
And then they see it in your face, like, yeah, for sure, they're gonna call you an idiot and say like you're retarded, or like, what the fuck, get out of here, some shit, like anyone was gonna have some kind of reaction, and that's to be expected. Yeah. But
I have a friend that's like really into UFOs, aliens, all kinds of stuff like that. I try to tell him the Earth's flat. He's like, get out of here.
Exactly.
When I talk conspiracies,
I'm like, oh, forget it. Huh?
When I talk conspiracies with people, if I'm one-on-one with someone, it goes over much better than if it's a group of 4 people or something, because you get that group mentality, and we're literally trained through the school system to react on our peers.
All I can
agree with the group.
All I can see is
groupthink.
I could see P. Mars talking to a girl like, yeah, I'm kind of famous in the flat Earth scene, but I'm not a flat Earth. They don't like me very much. He's got to explain it.
I can tell you.
Works out better one-on-one.
And I'm not, goddamn, I want to tell you this fucked up story right now. So bad.
Tell us, come on, tell us.
No.
Okay.
Funny, bro. Okay, yeah, I can say during lovemaking sessions, I might have talked about conspiracies.
You're like, yo, bitch, they killed JFK.
Yo, secondhand smoke doesn't really cause cancer.
Yeah, vaccines kill 300 children in China every day. You're like, oh god.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I've had. Yeah, I
That's
got obsessed with that shit.
Hey, yo, I'll tell you what, right now, bro.
That's like pretty bold.
I'll tell you what, bro. It's whisper sweet nothings, not conspiracies. It's not supposed to,
This is why I'm single. Shit. They're trying to wake people up any way I can, dude.
Yeah. Oh my god, you're funny, dude.
I mean, look, when you come out of nowhere and like start addressing a group on some like what they might consider to be controversial, like they're gonna start looking at you and like they're looking at you first. They're trying to figure you out, trying to figure your agenda. Like, what's this guy talking? Why is this guy talking about? Not even what is he talking about, but why is he even here talking? That's the feeling I get. But like when you do it one-on-one, I don't know, man. I feel like people they could see when they see your facial reactions or just even like hear your voice, they sense that it's genuine. So they understand that they're even if the person that they're talking to is an idiot, at least they know that you're being sincere. Like you're not trolling, you're not like trying to fuck with them or whatever. So they automatically like let their guard down enough to start not accepting, but like just even listening to some of the information, you know? And when it comes to flat earth, like for each person that I know that like kind of started looking into it, it was each one of them had a thing that like drew them to it. So one guy will be like satellites, you know, yeah, I never understood that shit. What the hell? What's the deal with satellites? So he'll go start looking into satellites. Another guy is just completely, you know, he can't get over like gravity, so he's just gonna focus on gravity. But whatever it is, like you show him the fake moon landing, you show him fake moon rocks, man. You know what I mean? Like them faking the ISS footage, like all this shit. It starts just come at people like with genuine intentions, and I think that works the best.
Wait, what fake moon landing exactly?
What fake moon?
Yeah, we'll go check it out. A lot of people like I propose. Have you ever looked into it first off, XX, about the idea that the moon landing could be fake? Have you ever looked into it?
Oh, no, I've looked into it, and for a while I've even thought the conspiracy has some genuine thoughts on it. But after a while, after really studying how the gravity works on the moon, it became less and less realistic.
Right, but that gets back into our whole idea of, you know, we can't really, it's all hearsay. Like, I mean, the gravity, that mathematics might work for that, but did they really go?
That's true, but the way that they move in certain things, if you try to do it in a gravity zone, it wouldn't work.
Well, no, that's about it wouldn't work if you did it in the gravity zone. I'm talking about these guys go to the moon, film it like they said, with filming the landing, or, you know, the takeoff of coming back to the Earth. Like, there's so much circumstantial stuff, but this, I kind of wanted to bring this up to my brother I am over there. The idea that, like, yo, we have to almost decide when we're talking to these people and stuff, or when we're doing any of this, are we debunking this thing, or are we trying to actually prove something? Because right now, like, I can't say whether or not they, you know, like, all I can say is it seems really highly probable that they maybe didn't do that, and that it was
exactly, man. When I talk to my friend or something, I treat it like.
Oh, go on. Yeah, you don't know. Talk to this gentleman because he believes that it's real.
Yeah.
Wait. The first time we landed on the moon, I'm not sure how genuine that is. I think it might have been employed so we could beat the Russians in a way. That's probably the most accurate one there. But beyond that, I'm not too sure what other reason we would have to fake it.
Well, why would you believe them if they faked to you the first time?
Just because they fake something once doesn't mean it's always fake. I mean, think about it this way: a kid lies. It doesn't mean that a kid always lies.
It's like giving your girlfriend a pass after you found out she lied to you about cheating on you, and you're just like, fuck it. She's out at a party again. She wouldn't do that again.
It's not even that. Like, I approach it to people with just what I find to be anomalies, right? Like the same way I would show a friend of mine like some information about like Sandy Hook or something, you know, or some other hoax or some kind of like false flag or some psyop, whatever. Like you gotta approach.
Yeah, well, I just want to keep it simple. Keep it on that moon landing for the brother.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The whole point is just I try to. I want them to have some discernment. So like the same way I came to some conclusions, or like I'm trying to come to some conclusions, I would like them to go through that same kind of journey. So what I do is I just ask them if it's weird to them. Like to
ask
me,
this, hey, yo, ask this brother. He's right here.
Sorry, what's his name? I can't even see the.
Just call me Creeps, man.
Okay, Creeps. Yeah, like when I look at that stuff, there's some shit that just doesn't add up, right? And like this is supposed to be the first thing I talk to my friends about is that press conference, that weird ass press conference when they got back from the moon. Like these three guys, right? So it's Michael Collins, Buzz Aldrin, and Neil Armstrong. And they supposedly just came back from the moon. They were hyping this thing up for a while, and then they did it. You know, they did it. They went to the moon and they came back safely, bro. Like that is I mean, that's a miracle. That's a modern day miracle. None of us are gonna do it. You know what I mean? So they're like almost these like religious icons that went. They're like prophets, man. They went and they touched the heavens, you know, and they're here to report back to humans about it. But then I would imagine that would be the happiest and most joyful like experience to come back and talk about. But these guys looked scared to death, like they were gonna say something wrong or do something wrong. And it's just little stuff like this. Like watch that thing and try to imagine yourself in the 60s, like watching this shit live on TV. Oh man, I can't wait to see what these guys got to say. You know, they just came back from the moon. And then it feels like a funeral. You know what I mean? It's got this, it doesn't feel like a joyous celebration of like human accomplishment. It feels like an interrogation.
All awkward and weird.
It's an interrogation, bro. It feels like someone's about to get.
You can tell they're sweating and like.
Someone's about to get hung. You know what I mean? And then they start. Not only that, but of course, you know, they start contradicting themselves.
Well,
so
it's evident when like Neil nudges Michael Collins because he's like,
he doesn't know the answer about the stars.
I don't remember seeing any, and like Neil gives him a little elbow, like, dude, you were in the fucking command module, you weren't there, you're not supposed to fucking say anything, like, come on, dude.
And the guy who was supposedly still in the module while the other two guys were, you know, bouncing around on space, he's the one correcting the astronaut who was on the moon,
right?
Like, what is that? It's just. And it's little things like this, you know. It's not even so much.
It's not just a little thing. It's big things. Like you're missing all the telemetry data, like the most important. Like if we were ever go back, that's what we would need to repeat the process that we did 6 times in 4 years with 60s technology. I mean, come on, it's laughable. It's a joke.
And the biggest, the worst part about this all is that people have come to accept this. So we can accept information about our existence from NASA and the likes, but then they can tell us that, oh, we lost all the tapes and it doesn't even matter because even if we had them, we wouldn't have the equipment to play them back now. Okay, I saw this just recently. Like, what was that?
Yeah. That I can say it's a bit fucking weird.
But like, come on, you know what I mean, man? It's just too many of these things. Like, why are there intersecting shadows on the moon? Like, the only light source is supposed to be the sun. There's pictures on the ground where you could see shadows intersect like different light sources, man.
Yo, creepy. So yeah, go on, brother. Creepy, yeah.
Oh well, I mean, from that, wouldn't you expect more that like I hear the comment thing that, you know, it's most likely some type of alien or something like that, like we found alien life or something like that.
Go on, Am. Forgive me, I don't mean to be like moderating. I just wanted to. I don't want to seem like we're coming up against.
So, Creeps, are you more of the opinion that they went, but they had to fake it publicly? They like went with like a secret space program, and they found aliens, and we know nothing about it, and that's what they're hiding. Like,
I'm not sure what exactly it is or what the reasoning is. I couldn't have a proper answer on that. All I could say is that yeah, some of it is fishy. And it's possible it was faked so we could beat the Russians in a way.
Can I just like throw this in there? You're talking about 1960s technology they did this all with, and I was just looking at for reference, you know, to my like, it's my age, right? Is the game Simon? You know, like the 4-color little electronic game.
Yeah. Oh yes.
That came out in '78. I mean,
they came out of Game Boy, man.
Well, no, think about like the level of like consumer electronics like design, and not to mention it was designed by like a former Nazi. But it's just weird, you know, like that's a very limited thing, and yet it like it certainly costs something to manufacture all that stuff, and to, you know, create all the housing. And I mean, it's hard how much it would cost to do the moon thing. It's so hard to put a price tag on like how much that would really cost. Because like,
well, I mean, even wasn't it von Braun who said that if we were really to go, we'd need like 3 rockets for redundancy, each larger than the Empire State Building.
I'm just saying,
because
like,
we wouldn't just send one.
It's all the prototype. It's all the prototype engineering. It's all that stuff. It's so tremendously expensive and so difficult.
Creeps, have you ever seen have you ever looked at like the high-res images of the lunar module?
No, to be honest.
You should definitely check that out, man. You should definitely check that out because they have that on NASA's website, and this is the thing that supposedly landed on the moon. Like, this is the piece of equipment, and man, just looking at that thing, zoom in on it, take a look, take a good look. You know, it's got some.
Take a look at the warped, gapped tin, the
Scotch tape on there. Yeah, bro, it's really
shower curtain rods and gold foil. I mean,
it's like really bad. Maybe, you know, in the '60s, it's a horrible. Maybe in the '60s that would have passed as something that, you know, you could show it to someone and be like, "Oh shit, that looks high tech," but it just didn't. It did not age well. That lunar module, man. You look at it in 2017, and you say like whatever 60 some years ago they went to the moon in this thing, and no, you couldn't go next door in that thing. Like it's just not sturdy. It's not a thing, man.
Like you wouldn't even want to be like in a hurricane with that, right?
No, I wouldn't want just light rain, man.
You wouldn't want to be in like a F5 tornado in that, right?
It's just really, really bad. Like that shit did not.
What is the? I don't even know what the retro, like what are the retro rockets even kicking? That's kicking off a lot of thrust, you know, potential. That thing could have probably torn itself apart, you know, just in the mission. You know what I mean? It's like that's a sketchy way to fucking send 3 men up to fucking like possibly their fucking death. You know what I mean? Like, it's
yeah. Can you imagine being the astronaut, like being presented with that thing? Like, okay, guys, come up, you know, be early to work tomorrow. I'm going to show you what you guys are going to the moon in, and then they show you that thing. You're like, oh shit, I don't think I want to.
They're like, and there's tremendous radiation, and you're like, okay, well, what do you got for that? And they're like, here we got a onesies, you know, like for you to wear. You know what I mean? Like here, put on these underoos. They got Superman on them. You're gonna make it.
Well, I mean, even if it was sketchy, you got to consider how many of our rockets actually failed and how many people did die.
Yeah, Jeff, what's his name? Grissom, who put the lemon up?
Yeah, Gus Grissom.
Shout out to him and his family. Peace.
Yeah. They were still saying like NASA owes us explanations. You know what I mean? Like his family knows that this guy was taken out.
Well, they were. Well, whatever, he was commenting on the engineering, wasn't he? I'm just saying, it's no small feat to do this kind of shit. Like, and you're talking about economies of scale too. Like, we take it for granted. Like, when I bring up like the Simon Says game or whatever, like that's bullshit. Like, China can manufacture that shit, but they couldn't have done it then like that. There's an economy of scale, and for the manufacturing that would have need to in aerospace, like for all these companies to like be, you know, doing things at this level that's a tremendous amount of capital that would be invested into that. I think that would be like, if you probably put that much of the percentage of the economy into something like space race or whatever, economy, don't you think? I mean, you know, they couldn't even fucking get oil, you know, to make the gasoline. So like you got all of like the whole stagflation, supply side economics, petrodollar, all that shit was like going on right then. So in what way does it benefit anybody to fucking get to the moon? You know? It's
yeah, it's just a PR campaign for the military-industrial complex for the development of weapons.
But it also provides the perfect kind of cover too for all the SATCOM industries that came into like pretend being that basically they were just like creating a telecommunications infrastructure, right? That's pretty clear.
Yeah, I would submit that the race to space was just that. It was the race to control and monetize space, and space is a very general term. That's why within the same administration, we have the advent of the ATF and the DEA at the same time. There's like a full power grab on many different avenues.
Right, and if you look at Arthur C. Clarke, like in the time talking about futurism, right? He's talking about satellite dishes. Yes, I fucking said it. He's talking about satellite dishes, and he was talking about the telecommunications boom that is going to happen in the next decade or 2 decades that is going to create this amazing plasticity about society that we'll be able to be somewhere in a telepresence or something like that to do our jobs. We'll be able to communicate, via voice and everything, like at a fast rate, communicate with data, all these kinds of things. And that basically, we don't rely on satellites for any, that this is like this is just like a Bill Nye type of character, Arthur C. Clarke. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like I'm starting to look at, him and who's the other fellow with the turtleneck on all the time in the 70s?
Sagan.
Yeah.
Sagan, Carl Sagan. Yeah, I mean, actually, a lot of people know the Fireflies by Owl City song, and how it may or may not relate to the flat Earth directly or indirectly, but there's a little a part where there's like a television. He's actually watching Carl Sagan. You can't really tell. It's very difficult to decode and descramble, these lines. But there were waves of propaganda, waves of entertainment. This is something that there's a budget for to shape minds. There is a budget for that for sure. Like there's
like those Yip Yap dudes on Sesame Street. Like I remember that from my childhood. Man. You guys seen that one? The aliens and the Earth, yup, you know that shit? Like,
yeah.
Man, what is that? Like, if you go look back on that, it was disturbing as hell to watch as an adult. I watched it and I was like, man, this is not educational, that's for sure. You know what I mean? Or what is educational? Because if you mean brainwash, yeah, I see how this works. Oh, yeah, moon, yup. And I was like, man. And this shit just goes on. Like, the kid, what is this doing to impressionable minds,
Yeah, man. What's even wilder now is the kids got iPads. They're watching crazy ass shit. You heard it? Like they got this shit, Bendy or something. You heard about this shit? They got some I don't know, man. Like little kids, or it's just shit that I don't know how kids find this shit. It's like I don't know how kids find. Like I don't know why someone would watch someone play games. As a disconnect.
Yeah, they're basically kids that grow up and they're not good enough to play video games yet, but they're watching videos and watching YouTube videos on like how to play. Yeah, they know all about the game, but they can't even they don't even have the hand-eye coordination to do it. It's amazing, It's a totally different world.
Isn't that the fucking make yourself better?
What was it?
Isn't that just to make yourself better at the particular video? Because I play League of Legends a lot, and I watch a good amount of League of Legends actually plays, and it's mostly just to improve my gameplay.
I'm talking about like 6-year-olds and shit, 5-year-olds.
Okay. Yeah. Because like what happens is a lot of these games and this kind of stuff, or God knows what else, it just winds up on the feed of a kid with a YouTube on iPad because the parents are like, here, just watch cartoons. But then before you know it, they're watching some other shit. And the point is, if Yip Yip was making an effect on kids when they were however old, because there was only one fucking source, only God knows how. Imagine. And then what I'm trying to say is they have gone into full, like we saw it growing up, and it's always been at full tilt maybe, but it's just their ability to interact. It's just
you ever see like Teletubbies, with the kid as the son? I mean, that's kind of like reaffirming like helio worship of some sort.
Oh, dude, you ever watch Yo Gabba Gabba?
That's a show I can actually watch and just like.
I love Yo Gabba Gabba. It's like, I love what's her name's on there? Erykah Badu. I fucking love the song she sings on that shit. But anyway, it's all like it's the sun. You know what I mean? It's just like every story and every whatever has always been I got your mic on, brother.
Internet connected if you're able to talk to other
I'm not talking to anyone.
Really?
I'm laughing.
You got something in the background then?
Oh, because it's this game.
Huh?
It's this game.
You were talking to somebody though.
I'm not talking like that, dipshit.
Hey y'all. I know I've been up here for a while, but I've been listening. I got a knockout for 2 hours. I just realized like I have to be up in 2 hours. So.
Yeah, get some rest, love. I'm glad you stopped by. Thanks for coming through.
Flat Earth will still be here when you get back. Have a great sleep.
Probably so. I'll be back in 2 hours.
Get some rest, Candy.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Yeah. People need to get their rest. People need to get their rest in Flat Earth, seriously. Do not discount the fact that you're going through some fucking psychologically warping shit, and if you decrease the amount of fucking sleep you get, you're not helping yourself at all.
Yeah, true that. It's so addicting though. It's like it's just this never-ending conversation of like amazingness at times, especially when you're new to it.
Psychedelic without psychedelics.
Yeah, brother.
And because you're actually talking to somebody. Yeah, this is a conversation you probably never thought you'd have in your life.
Yeah. And like what's so cool, I've saying from the gate is like you're from the comfort of your own home. You know what I mean? It's just how think of what we've created for ourselves. If that's
I mean, Arthur
right?
C. Clarke wasn't that wrong, really. I mean, the world that they prophesied in that era has come to pass. Like, and they're figuring it out for the next 100 years. I know, like these people are good at planning. The guys that run this stuff.
Well, that's what
the real architects of society. Like they plan far ahead.
Yeah, they're no joke, and that's why it makes me think like, to some extent, there is this like they are ruled, their wisdom, like the way they're. Forgive me, let me start again. Their eloquence displays a wisdom that, in my opinion, holds itself to a spiritual law, and that's where I think our hope is in this. Yeah. I think it manifests itself in court as well, because it recognizes that. If, as Descartes said, I think, therefore I am, that also implies that he who does not think is not, and you get trampled on, and
law is like a test of the mind, sort of, I guess, and isn't it? I mean,
perspective. It's who's who they're going to believe, who makes the case.
But really, I mean, there's so many different like layers to all the different, I guess, castes of humanity, you know what I mean, all the way from from monarchy down to like the judge to the lawyer to the plaintiff or whatever, there's just so many wheels that turn, to make all of our societies work. It's really amazing that it works at all. So like I'm I do appreciate that. I'm not like trying to.
Oh, and then what's fascinating is once you enter the realm.
It's amazing
of
that there's any kind of order is maintained. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's amazing that there's any. Like I mean, and then I've said to people that would get rid of and demolish the government and all this kind of stuff like that. Oh, excuse me. Do you want the responsibility? Because that's what you're asking for, and once you delve into the subject, you start realizing the actual sublime beauty in this. And this is why they espouse the Bible, in my opinion, because I mean, I espouse an idea that, look, anywhere where do I live? I live in my body. How could I live anywhere else? But if you're going to testify that you're at some fucking address, well, then you're testifying against God. What, your body's not good enough? You look past it? We've forgotten to just even almost appreciate that we have fingers. That's our, that's where this conversation to me, and then once you understand that sublimity, it's like when you go into court, you're a son of man. You're not the so-and-so citizen that they've thrown upon you. And now all of a sudden, because if you're going in a courtroom and you're not going with that approach, there is no king. And then by what's called the law of escheat, they can take the collateral. And the U.S. citizen is collateral. And a U.S. citizen is not protected under the first 8 amendments to the Constitution. The Bible says, "Be ye not conformed to the world," right? But be ye renewed by a continual transformation of the mind. It's freaking divine, dude. In my opinion.
Well, the mind, like, I mean, like, your body can get so strong, but like, at some point it can exhaust itself. I think your mind is something you can always put and keep growing like throughout your lifetime. And this is like, man, like, I'm really happy I got to, like, be here in the flat earth, scene on YouTube when it's kind of started kicking off, and even through some really choppy water. Boy, it's just so much wisdom, so many people have great information, and I stand back and appreciate all that, and so regardless, but I really guess my main problem is when it's the trying to limit someone else's speech by kind of rolling over them or not allowing them to express like their thoughts through their own story, because we all kind of arrive at this at different places, and you know what I mean, like we're all kind of coming to flat earth from somewhere else. Like, this is probably not if this is your first conspiracy theory, then like, holy shit, like you really need to take it slow. But you know what I mean, like a lot of people have like been around other ideas that like kind of almost support like the thought structure to say like, oh, maybe this is like fucking actually really happening because of X, Y, and Z. I mean, I was just saying to Yvette the other day, it's like it really, for me, if somebody could like come along tomorrow and like give me the magical equation and I'm like, oh, it's a ball, holy shit, that'd be all right. But like, they'll never be able to put the world back together for me the way that I thought it was only a couple years ago. That'll never ever be the same shape again. Do you know what I mean? Like the way that I perceive power, the way that I perceive the mind control over the citizenry throughout media, and like all of the other branches that need to occur for this whole system to keep working. I'll never see it the same, so it doesn't even, really factor in so much. I wish somebody could like change all that shit for me. I wish Tim Osmond was out there telling me like, no, there's no mind control out there. Like there's no, you know what I mean? Like make the world nice for me again. But like, why are you going to limit me now that I've like kind of broken through all that shit? The only one salvation point, I guess, could be that things are very much in a real way, that we're not in this like prison of mind control. Like this world is what I can perceive it to be, and I can go and I can discover ways to get through this. Like I might not have been like 100% on the ball when I first started out with this, and I really never even thought I'd be talking about flat Earth on YouTube. To be honest with you, never something I wanted to do. But like I'm glad, for what it's worth. I'm really glad. There's just a lot of information I've run into on all sides, really. And checking out people too is really a whole other trip. You know what I mean? The people part of this is fascinating.
Yeah,
it's fascinating. I've been a hero one day, and I've been like scumbagged to death by a bunch of people like that had an interest in tarring and feathering me and running me out of town for whatever purposes that they saw fit. But I just tried to walk the right path through all this, and it's not like there's no, I have nothing to go by on this. I've never been in like on any kind of like whatever fucking social media situation in this way like that. Yeah, it's a very difficult topic to moderate. It's a very difficult. There are a lot of challenging subjects, and there's points where even like a baller could be like arguing verbatim and correctly some accepted scientific theory or theorem or postulation or whatever, and it's paradoxical because they are correct. They're reciting what correct information that they believe that they've gotten from a good source, and we're telling them that they're wrong. Like that's tough for them to take. It is. And if you haven't like already like dissolved the fucking membranous tissues of this fucking world, like to in your own mind to just see like there are no barriers to me. Like I don't see like all these hidden divisions of things, you know. I see like kind of one big picture now. I guess that's my worldview, you know. I've been searching for that since I was like 18. I don't even know what the fuck that meant when I was 18.
It means,
but like, you know, but
now,
it's like
now it's been commercialized and mass produced, and like it's the worldview is what's given to people. So anyone who's never left their city already knows that, you know, there's terrorist attacks every week in Europe. You know, people running trucks into each other, into crowds of, you know, happy people. There's bombings over here. There's shootings over here in this school, in that theater. So the worldview is being fed to us by like a handful of companies.
Oh yeah, no, but what he's referring to more is that once you break like the whole thing is that. And
I'm trying not to say paradigm.
I'm only
not
interrupting.
saying paradigm, but
I'm only interrupting it just because he's making a point in regards to the idea that like having been out here for so long, and you know any of us coming and learning this stuff, the idea that we could even get a glimpse at the whole picture. I mean, if you don't lose your mind, God bless you.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because like, you know, you're asking almost to look into you're almost asking to look. And I almost sound, I don't like saying, I don't want to even say it, but like you're looking into the face of something that will decimate you.
Yeah.
In all its glory. And so with that, it's like, you know, dude, Snack, I would say, please, or check out, I was reading from R.D. Laing, The Politics of Experience. And I kind of finished it up with the hangout, kind of like tonight. But I would highly recommend anyone check that book because he says when you experience the room, you know, is the room not your like? Are you experiencing the room? Is it out there, or are you not also the room? I mean, yo, this cat goes into very cool stuff, and once we start delving into the malleability of the mind, that's where everything comes back to. Well, it could be a ball for you, flat for you.
Well, what it is like it's ordering of your perceptions. It's not coming to an immediate like head on a swivel type of reaction. Sometimes things are more mutable. You know what I mean? Just like in a perception of what reality is. You know, like I don't know. My reality is I'll wake up and I go to sleep and I don't know. Whatever. We all have our own day-to-day realities, but.
Oh, shit.
It's so changeable. Like what makes a good day or a bad day for you is so whimsically insignificant in the grand scheme of things, you know. But right, like we all perceive what comes at us, you know, basically, or as reality, you know, hands it to us on the day to day, and you know, just to sort of like to try to like take some of these concepts in flat earth and try to like, you know, even if it's like spiritual concepts, because, you know, it be like that you can see somebody kind of dealing with kind of coming into all these new concepts and like what gives them strength, you know, they might show you that. They might tell you like, you know, something that's like, you know, helping keep them up. And those are really good things then, you know what I mean? Because if you've like torn all the fucking lies and fucking fake masks off of shit, you know, and what you perceive your reality to be, and there's still things to hold you up, they're fucking good. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I think.
Yeah,
so
that's it, man. It's being the enemy of science, dude. The enemy of everything you read. That quote from Al Hazan, I think I've read it almost every hangout because I think it's so important. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. Like like whatever's left, or you know that idea that I just love this quote: "The seeker after the truth is not one who studies the writings of the ancients and following his natural disposition puts his trust in them, but rather the one who suspects his faith in them and questions what he gathers from them, the one who submits to argument and demonstration and not to the sayings of a human being whose nature is fraught with all kinds of imperfection and deficiency. Thus the duty of the man who investigates the writings of scientists, if learning the truth is his goal, is to make himself an enemy of all that he reads, and applying his mind to the core and margins of its content, attack it from every side. He should also suspect himself as he performs his critical examination of it, so that he may avoid falling into either prejudice or leniency. And whatever's left.
Right. That's why it's like, yeah, like I try to maintain like a healthy dose of like, not just like being like, you know, like it's a flat Earth parade or something like that. You know, like I'm not like that, you know. So I'm not gonna be like that in here. Like some people will try to like sell you anything, you know. They just want to know that they can sell you on it, kind of, you know. The experience of trust is important, you know. So like, I don't know, like anybody can sell you on any idea.
Yeah, but once you're aware of the propaganda, you can use that awareness to leverage the knowledge, so that when you encounter it again, you won't be so malleable to being affected by it.
Well, it was like if I'm trying to sell flat Earth to you, let's say, or you're trying to sell the globe to me, whatever. Or
Hey,
I'm trying to sell you.
I got 12 parsecs I can sell you right now, bro. How many do you want?
Well, I could try to be. I could try to sell you like a toaster oven too. Like whatever it is, it's like it's part of like I will only be selling you a toaster oven if I'm like good enough at a point of sale kind of capacity to actually sell you a fucking toaster oven right on the spot, you know. And that for some people is like a whole kind of like lifestyle, you know what I mean? Just being able to get in and, you know, phase and push something to them convincingly, and that makes them feel good, you know. Like I don't know, it's so hard to say like what kind of like psychologies are work, you know, in flat Earth. The things we do for money are
when
retarded.
I talk to people,
yeah,
it's like you gotta see.
And I'd make I've never made a penny. I've never made a penny on this. This is like just wasting me. Like I don't know. I could be doing something and making money, but I don't know. All I've only lost.
Got some ideas
just being here
for some merchandise.
I've got some ideas for merchandise too.
Flat Earth dinner plates.
Healthy, right on. Right.
Actually, healthy. I might just be the perfect spokesman for this.
He is. Yo, but going on, I am Cher.
Welcome back, Healthy. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, what's up, D?
Yeah, I am Faze. You were gonna say something, brother?
Yeah, my whole thing is like when I talk to people, it's like I feel like there's a, you know, what people call the New World Order or whatever. The plan is to eventually get to a point where people don't have these conversations, right? So then from that point forward, there will be no real resistance to anything coming from the state. And you can argue that that's already happening, but the fact that like we're even here and trying to, you know, we talk amongst ourselves and we talk to people in our lives and we try to just say like, yo, man, look at some of the stuff that's being presented to us, and look at some of these messages that are being forced on you like every day, and check it out, you know, like stop believing everything that comes from an official news source. Like this is my whole thing. This is what I try to get people to see through. If you have to understand that deception is like, it's a part of our life. Like you can't rely on you know, the news for your news. It's the news. Like that's the place where it's this oracle of information that you're supposed to go to, and it's going to tell you what's happening around the world. You know what I mean? So kind of like to gauge people's capacity to even have these kind of conversations is to just see where they stand as far as like, are you capable of, like, you have to make them see that they can be lied to like all the time about some shit, you know? And to me, it's like some of my friends call me like, oh, the crazy conspiracy guy. And I'm like, yo, what's crazy is that you think I'm crazy. Like to me, what's crazy is that you won't look into the simple points that I'm making and think for yourself. Don't go Google, like, it's like when you tell someone about flat Earth, like something specific, and then they just go on Google and they type whatever you just told them and debunk, you know? And then the first result that comes up, that's better for them than their trusted friend is, or like anyone else, you know what I mean? They have this faith that the first Google result is...
Well, yo, I got a theory behind that shit. What happens is, dude, man, we're raised in this society, and the whole time, what they've done with the school system is that your kid is constantly always asking, like, you're always like sending your kid off to go to school, send your kid off to go here, send your kid off to go learn from this guy out there, somewhere out there. You're just never going to the people that you trust. So what happens is that they develop a dependency on that outside source. And then they wind up, it's like, no, you could be telling me this shit all day. Like, but dude, but this guy you know what I mean? Like, they're going to immediately go to,
they're trained and taught what to think, not how to think.
But also,
and how to react to certain words, right? How to react.
The programming and indoctrination to respond to certain combinations of words like conspiracy theorist or flat earth or those types of pejorative terms immediately trigger a response because of the conflicts of what they've been taught and how their model might work, and then that mental picture of what they think you mean when you say flat earth and those contradictions. They're like, and then they're kicked into like spoon feed mode, like, well, how does this work? Because I can't conceptualize or imagine how that might work in this other type of paradigm. And that's where the cognitive dissonance sets in, and they just run to, Metabunk or Snopes or Google Wiki and see, no, you're wrong. I'm not even going to listen to you or be your friend anymore. It's fine.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. The thing is, it also comes with this like trust of authority, right? So like authority, whether it be like authority of science or authority of just information, right? Like a Google or a CNN would be, for whatever reason. Like these are companies owned by people. I don't understand why you think that they can't ever be up to some like shady stuff. You know what I mean? They can't see it like that. They're like, no, these are okay. Fine, but as far as flat earth goes, one of the best ways to like see, the clearest cases of this is that if you just say the words flat earth, people go in a rage, they either think you're insane and shit, they'll call you crazy and do all that stuff first. Or they just go insane, they go crazy, they wild out, they go nuts. But then Neil deGrasse Tyson can get on a lecture and talk about a chubby, pear-shaped, oblate spheroid when all you've ever seen is perfect spheres your whole life. And no one reacts to that. Like, when I heard that the first time, I reacted. I was like, what the fuck? Where are the pictures of... What do you mean?
Yeah, it's funny. I think it was Hitch a couple weeks ago. He was bringing up some old books he found on a torrent download. And he's actually not the first person to suggest that it's been a pear shape. That was like back in 1906 or 1908 by some other guy.
Amazing, and it doesn't bring out that same reaction though. Like no one, I don't know. Is it because it's closer to a sphere than a flat plane is? Why doesn't that bother you?
If you listen to the lecture after that, he says, "But cosmically speaking, we're practically a perfect sphere." So he kind of,
it's called game, dog.
Yeah, it's like a.
How's that even the same thing though? Like just the words themselves, like the oblate spheroid and a pear. Those are contradicting. Like they can't have a spheroid pear. Like it's shaped differently on the bottom half. Like what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Oblate spheroid, chubby pear, and then. These things would be easy to detect, I would assume, like on Earth, like at the exact point where the pear bulges out all around the world. Like, shouldn't we be able to see that? Like, but no one cared. They just kept talking, like as if he had said, hey, it's a blue sky outside today. They're like, oh yeah, it is. Very nice. Chubby is a good word. Like, I don't know, man. That something's not right there. And the way people don't react to it. They don't react to that, but they react to the idea it's flat, when all they've ever experienced ever is flat and motionless. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm saying it's I don't know, man. I can't even think of anything crazier, but like, you tell them something that's kind of obvious. Like, our experiences are flat and motionless. It's not like you have to, when you go outside, you have to balance yourself or like hold on to something to stay, you just experience flat and motionless your whole life. You've only ever seen pictures of spheres.
Yeah, but dude, also you got to know that these are types of people. They've never like stepped out of line. Like I've met people like as being like a bad kid or whatever, right? I was always like I could tell who was like the square. Like, you know what I mean? Where you were like, ah, shit. Like, you know, who's smoking weed? You know, whatever it is. Like, you know, oh, you smell like weed. You're like, ah, really? Like fucking, you know, whatever it may have been coming up. But like, you wind up, it's like these cats have never stepped out of line. Stepping out of line is such a vital sin for them. Like, you know, they're like, no. Like, I remember even, like, I know, you know, have you ever, like, I've dated, like, let's say, like, there's certain eloquent and beautiful women that they uphold their stature in a way to me when they do this. But they're like, oh, I would never go over there. I wouldn't be seen over there. Like, they have that approach of, like, and it's like, it's because of this social stigmata, this, what's the name, you know, that superego or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So like you're dealing with that outside. They're so worried about what everyone else is gonna think. Like this, I'm actually gonna. It's so poignant. This book, The Politics of Experience, and I love this. This one. It says, given the conditions of contemporary civilization, how can one claim that the normal man is sane? The condition of alienation, of being asleep, of being unconscious, of being out of one's mind is the condition of the normal man. Society highly values its normal man. It educates children to lose themselves and to become absurd and thus to be normal. Normal men have killed perhaps 100 million of their fellow men in the last 50 years. We are not able to even to think adequately about the behavior that it is at the annihilating edge, but what we think is less than what we know is less than what we love is so much less than what there is, and to that precise extent, we are so much less than what we are. Dude.
Yeah, man.
Fire, dude. More fire. Like R.D. Lang, Politics of Experience, man. The normal man is out of his mind.
That's what I'm saying. So like that's why when someone calls me crazy, like I don't even I was like, what by what standards? Yeah.
Consider the source. Consider the source, man. That's why like this story, that's why I find that, you know, we were talking before, there's this certain divine law that is playing out. And it's like where, you know, when they told you about Jesus hanging out with the bad guys, it's like, you know, you're like just that air of like, you know, we're supposed to challenge these things. The enemy of everything that you read.
Right.
You know, like this is what actually created this nation. I think almost like some people have argued that the flat earth is a rollout from the system. And I think if it is, it's because they need us to wake up. Like they too need us as we need them. For so that all of us, like, you know, it's like a web. It's like, you know, if one thing goes, it all goes. That's the democracy. You know, you got this like, and forgive me, I mean, if you're new to it, but I look at it like we have two forms of a system: a democracy, you know, when you're out in the public, and then the republic, which is in your home.
Right.
And so that idea permeates into every aspect of everything. In my opinion, but the crazy man, you know, the normal man is lost in the lie and the illusion, and will give up on his own instinct. I mean, who feels like they're spinning and that the sun, you know, that you're spinning away from the sun and that the sun is 93 million miles away? I mean, to say you have no idea what 93 million miles even looks like.
I had a guy tell me, one of my friends a couple weeks ago said, what do you mean, man? I felt the earth spinning once. He said, when I was a kid, I was lying down on the grass, man, and I was looking up at the clouds, and I felt the earth spin under me. And I was like, really? I was like, oh, okay, that's it. Then that you know.
I know, and look at
that clears that up. I was like, can we go outside and do it right now? Can you show me how? Because like, what do you mean you did it that one time when you were a kid, bro? We're in our 30s now. You're telling me like, what do you mean? Like, how does that? It didn't stop spinning, supposedly. You know, it's been spinning before you, and it'll continue to spin after you. So. What's this one time when I was a kid I felt this feeling? Like maybe you were dizzy, no?
Just saying, the person that said that they felt all spinning is they're probably like mentally challenged in some sort of way.
No, but this guy told me
the spinning, but
he calls me crazy.
Yeah, vertigo. You know.
Yeah, those guys think I'm crazy.
I mean, at that level of indoctrination, what the mind sees and the ears hear, the mind believes.
Yeah, exactly. The experience, like you kind of match it to what you've been taught.
Yeah, and it's. I mean, if you look at the propaganda for the last 110 years, when it comes to science fiction and space, I mean, it's people are willing to accept the reality in which they're presented, and it's very hard to break that paradigm that, you know, this is how it is, this is how it works, and this is reality, when the case might be completely different.
Yeah,
it's hard for people. It's hard for people to let go of that because they're so emotionally invested in that concept that they're unwilling to suspend their belief in it to entertain a notion of a different idea.
And it's like you almost start defending it. And what I see, based on the people that I talk to, like I find this connection. It's like, it's mostly people who are like married to their education, right? Like all of my friends who I'm talking to about, like we all went to, everyone went to school and everyone went to university and everyone got a degree. But there's some of them who just feel like that degree defines them. You know what I mean? Like that piece of paper is him. Like you can't separate the two. So like if I come to, or anyone comes trying to challenge something that, you know, he had to learn in order to get that piece of paper, he fights it. Even if he doesn't have an answer at the time, he'll Google it, and as long as Google has a search result that answers it, that's good enough. You know what I mean? And it's this ego of it's attaching, like connecting the ego and with your education. Like, yo, your education was just something you paid for and you spent a lot of time doing. Okay, we all did, unfortunately. But like, we know that a lot of school was bullshit. Like that same guy, I could talk to him and tell him like, hey man, don't you think like half these classes that we were forced to take were just kind of, they didn't help us at all. Like it did nothing for me. And most of the stuff I learning, I went and did on my own. Like I sought out information about things that interest me and then educated myself in a sense. So how is going to school, how did that give, like, you know what I mean? It's not helping you obviously discern anything. It's just making you accept stories coming from official sources. It's making you recognize official sources, what's you know, who's legit and who's a kook, and then you just say yes and no to their ideas respectively. And I think it's sad.
Well, just out of curiosity, about the earth being flat, I mean, if you really wanted to study into it, why not study calculus? If you studied calculus, you would be able to easily say that the earth isn't flat.
Well, hold on one sec.
That's the thing, though. See, it's all mathematics. I never thought to question gravity before. You know what I mean? And then till I was presented with the idea of go look for proof of gravity. Now, if it was this thing that, like, you know, it governs everything about our life.
No, well, here's the thing. This is the problem. Is we've been bringing this up again tonight. Is like the idea of what are we setting out to do? Because like you're saying about your calculus and study of that, I'm sure there are people here that are aware of calculus and that still think that the Earth may be flat. But the point is that, like, what are we trying to do? Are we trying to disprove what is proposed, or are we trying to map what we live in? Because the mapping of what we live in is a different conversation. Like, you know, so I just would say, like, you know, when we think of this, because we often get accused as a flat earther. It's like I get accused of not having a model or not being actively trying to fucking decide what the Earth actually looks like. When in reality, all I'm essentially proposing is that, hey, it looks as though what we've been told is false. Let's not get lost in this conversation of, oh, and this is what's happening. Because as soon as you start getting into and this is how it's happening. Like, I have a crazy theory about magnetics that I have, but I'm not going to be like, you don't see that it's a dielectric plane? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to, like, you know, I'm not trying to argue this what we're first trying to establish is that we have to reconsider what we've been given.
Exactly.
And that's where, like, so when the brother says, okay, like, you go study calculus, like, I understand what you're proposing, but you're saying it in the sense of, like, why aren't you going out and figuring out that this is exactly what it does? But the problem is that we have, like, some people have, like, I've done it in the sense of, here's my problem. Like, if you can answer this, double X is creepy, is like, and I know I've had this thrown at me 100 times. I'm sure there'll be people listening maybe that are going to be upset with me for asking and bringing this up once again. But I have a very hard time reconciling the notion that at the beach I can see the boat go over the horizon. But if I were to learn plain sailing navigation, I would learn to treat 600 nautical miles, that's 690 statute miles.
Squared.
What do you call yeah, it's actually miles. Yeah, is it miles squared? Because
it is.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, brother. And so it's miles squared, and to treat that as flat. So I mean, like, how can I navigate? Like, if the ball is, if the thing is going over the curvature, and I've had some people bring up heading, and some people bring up, I'm sure epistemology is losing his mind if he's listening. However, and there's others, but I can't reconcile it in my head. Like, granted, they may come with your numbers, you can come with your explanations. I can't, for my, regardless of those issues, and you can spout them, like, or whatever, I can't in my head wrap my head to think that that's a possibility, man. I can see
there's some things you just, they're conversation killers, right? Like, if a guy tells you to do a math problem to prove that the earth is spinning, that I still don't see, like, you can confuse me to death with a lot of complicated math,
well, that's the thing, is like mathematics is not necessarily reality. Mathematics can describe reality, but mathematics can also be abstract and irrational as well.
Well, no, and you're also forced into their paradigm of what they're like, well, radius is this, and you're like, yo, dude, calm the fuck down. Like, it's like, hold on, are you sure? Like, Jimbo makes a great point of it. It's like, you can't measure this sphere, the thing with pi anyway, because you don't know the diameter. They couldn't have known back then because they don't have the diameter, right? If I'm not mistaken, I hope I'm not butchering the argument or the point. But it's like they didn't know how to get to the radius. What's up? I mean, I understand that there's a formula to do that, but I'm saying it's presuppositional with the numbers that they're going to give you to do it. They're going to say, hey, it goes like this and this and this, and then you're going to prove, look, there's Coriolis. But at the same time,
so creeps. What is when you hear the term flat Earth or that concept? What conflicts do you see? What picture do you have in your mind of what that looks like or how that operates?
Well, I mean, you guys have already said that to you. You guys aren't sure of the shape of the planet, so that already gives me a concept of you guys aren't too sure.
No, I'm not asking you what you think of our position. I'm asking you what your position is. Like you said earlier, like if you think this is a flat Earth, then why don't you just do calculus and prove it to yourself that it's not? But what do you think of the term flat Earth? Like what mental picture do you get in your mind when you hear that combination of words? Like what do you see as being some of the conflicts of how and why that would not work to you?
Well, I mean, like a flat Earth, obviously, I think you're saying the Earth is flat, and the reason why.
Okay, flat as in how?
Like a piece of paper.
Okay, well, it's clear. Let me explain this. It's clearly not flat. Okay, it's not flat like a sheet of paper. Obviously, it seems to be a multi-layered variable topography and variable density plane of existence, okay, that has electromagnetic properties, and we don't know how far it extends. So we don't know if there's an edge or not, or a boundary. Does that kind of clear that flat thing up for you? Because it's clearly not flat.
Well, what do you mean that there could be an edge or a boundary?
Well, we don't know if there is. Most people say if it's flat, where's the edge, right? Or where's the end of it? Like, where does it stop? That's a good question. I don't know.
And who's to say it does?
Right.
Well, our racetrack has no end.
Good one, Healthy.
Good one.
Always on point, boy.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, it's clear. That's why I don't. That's why I don't call it a flat Earth. I don't think it's flat at all, because flat implies like a sheet of paper, and most people go there, which is completely absurd to me. But that's sometimes the nature of the discussion, is you have to break it down to its basic principles. Like, from your own senses, everyone in their primary knowledge can experience this every day, that, you know, it seems to be flat and motionless, and the sun, moon, and stars rotate around us, but there's some other secondary information that you've accepted to make it seem quite the contrary.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't even say like what you just said. I'm sure it's just an example, but I wouldn't even say that they rotate around us. I just say that we all rotate around each other, you know? It's just the universe.
Well, if I'm following my senses, like, I don't feel any rotation at all. Like, I don't feel any motion. I don't sense that. And my senses are very acute to where I know when I'm moving, whether I'm in a car or I'm in a plane or in an elevator. My body can sense motion.
But you got to think too, it's only acute to you as a human being, and what that means is different compared to what species you are. If you're a shark,
first off, let me clear something up. I'm not a human being. I'm a man. There's a difference.
I fail to understand that difference.
Okay, well, let me explain this. Hue, like a hue or a color, a human is having the characteristics of, but not the same as a man. That's a human. Okay? A man or a mankind is just what it is. So that's the difference. There's a difference between humanity and mankind. Although you might think they're the same, technically they are different in definition. And the meaning of words and the definition of terms, to me, are paramount, because it's in those intricacies that we can have a common understanding and comprehension of what we're talking about. That's why when you said that it's flat like a sheet of paper, it's a misnomer.
Well, I mean, of course, but the reason why, of course, you would jump to the conclusion like I did of, oh, he thinks it's simply flat, is because simply the wordage you choose to use to I don't even know the proper wording for that, but yeah, I'm sure you understand what I mean.
Sure.
According to like the people that study there, it's like the geodetic surveyors, they actually don't have one particular model of the Earth. And I think the reason that they have separate models they base the Earth on is because they're not sure themselves. So I don't really think the heliocentric model really has a definitive answer to what the shape of the Earth is.
Well, wait, there's different models of the Earth because of numerous reasons. I mean, like,
for different datums. Like there's one for the spheroid. It's just a perfect spheroid, the one that you see in NASA's pictures. Then there's the geoid, and that looks more like a potato. And then there's the other one that like looks kind of like a pear shape. When you say blade spheroid, it's just not one shape anymore. You know how you say a perfect sphere? That's actually just one shape. There's not many things you can do with a perfect sphere. That's just one shape. However, an oblate spheroid, that's got like many possibilities. You know, it could be a tomato, it could be a fucking, I don't know, a whole bunch of things.
It could be a lime, it could be a lemon. It could be a dick. It's an oblong colloid.
Some have suggested it could be.
Well,
hero amongst us. Some Horus rising from the Icerian Sea, or I don't even know. The Sea of Isis. No, pardon me.
I really wish Hitch was here right now, because I forget what the quote is, but it's like, they do not measure the Earth; they measure a model of the Earth.
Yeah, somewhat.
That's what the people who make this Cedrus, you know, the one contractor that does this, and in a basically like a training session, he says that you're not measuring the Earth, you know, something like that. It is a projection because all maps are projections, and the globe is a type of map. It's a spherical map, but it's a projection of a flat datum, like a flat data item. You know what I mean? It's an index of topography. You know, I don't know. These kind of mathematical transforms are possible with a ball. They're more difficult on like more like an oblate spheroid would be a little bit perhaps much more challenging to map.
Because you're essentially measuring tectonic plates and then wrapping them into a ball. Is what you're saying. And that's the thing, is that's where they're not even, you're like you said, they're wrapping it to a particular model that they've already got figured out. Mm-hmm. It's already yeah. Go on.
And they even have like one that's generated from like it's a lumpy bumpy world. I don't know if you've ever seen that PDF, but it's like the potato. That's what this, like laser. I think it's like laser tomography. I'm not 100% sure if I'm correct on that, but I think that's what it is. They used in a pairing of these so-called satellites, which could just very well as be like weather balloons moving around, measuring depth. You know what I mean? By basically sounding, with a laser. So they developed a topographical model from that, and then they were able to wrap.
Well, but we have satellites that prove the shape no matter what.
Well, I think it's a little bit more like I don't want to address that just now, but it's like it's very difficult to measure something so big. Do you understand that?
Well, yeah, of course it is.
So but moving on to what you said, what did you say again? Sorry.
He said that we have satellites that prove that it's round.
Okay.
Or spherical. Because there's another one. Is it round or is it spherical? Can something be round and flat at the same time? I have a table that is. So there's another thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what I mean by round is spherical, like what I mean by spherical is round, like a ball.
And satellites prove that?
To an extent, yeah.
Would you be willing to come under notary seal, penalty of perjury, that satellites, the way they are presented, are true and correct with firsthand knowledge?
I guess.
We got a new hustle on our hands with that one, dude. We could just sue people for it. Like, first off, you know what I mean? Just like
this is
I think we just
special surprise appearance.
Oh, the super special secret surprise appearance. Fucking A, dude. I think, the super secret priority interest holder making a special surprise appearance. Aren't you surprised?
Are you not surprised?
Oh, God. But yeah, if that's, I think, actually kind of, I think we just put a chisel to the thing or figure, intellectually. Yeah, if we really wanted to go after, just go see if we can get a notarized piece of paper from one of them. From any one of them to say that gravity's legit, to say it's all legit. If they do it, I tell you, they couldn't do it. If they did, they could be disbarred by somebody because they wouldn't have any firsthand knowledge. It would be perjury.
I mean, could you give me a notified piece of paper that says that it isn't?
I could give you a notarized piece of paper right now saying that I don't know.
Well, yeah.
Cool. If I give it to you, you owe me 20 grand?
If I had it, I guess.
Cool. That's cool. Well, you're nice.
You're nice.
This is like, the kind of thing like where what we're talking about, brother, this conversation is so in depth and it's almost, it's outside of the reach, I think, of what people refer to as the masses or the general public. Can you read the general public for us again there? What world? Just so people can be up to speed with what we mean when we say the general public and what the government might mean when it says the general public and what one might consider when defining oneself as the general public or Joe Public. Because like we don't know the words we're using. And that's where we're losing like We're losing a lot of ground with that. That's why I said you can go to the woods all you want, but it doesn't stop the bulldozers. And the pen is mightier than the sword. Yeah, you got that?
Yeah, I do. You got give me tools or screen or present me?
Oh, yeah. What do I got to give you? How do I do that? That's it.
I think it's in control panel or something like that.
All right, cool. Thanks, brother. Yep.
And there's for everybody to read, but I'll read it. Public, as defined by Ballantyne's Law Dictionary, that vast multitude, which includes the ignorant, the unthinking, and the credulous, who in making a purchase do not stop to analyze, but are governed by general appearance and general impressions.
Yeah, so they don't think very much of the general public in the sense of like, and that's what I think we're witnessing, is we're witnessing the study of how this subject hits the public. And it will work either way for them. It will work if we go to chaos because of it. It'll work it'll work diplomatically, I think, if we come with a correct offer. And I think if we don't get hip to what this game is about, then, you know, it's kind of weird, man, because like flat earth, what it takes away, I'm gonna say it again, it takes away the collateralization of space. It takes away the financial promise, the debt that allows them to print some more currency. And if we had a solution for it, we could do this diplomatically, but everyone's gonna huff and holler about the injustice of it all. When in reality, it's not injustice, it's been done legally, it's just we don't understand it. The Bible is a legal document. You've been served with the Lord and put on notice. If you don't know, now you know. And like, the Christ is what they call the offer. And like the Christians are not wrong. You know what I mean? Like the Christians are not wrong, but there's more to it, brother. I'm not gonna anyone's faith. I'm not trying to talk faith. Whenever I talk religion here, it's very secularly.
It's the ordering of the new world. It's the rule of law, not the rule of the jungle. And in the rule of law, there are these maxims and concepts that are like universal truths and a balance, so to speak. There's always a charge. There's always a discharge. There's always a balancing of the equation.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. Talk about it even. Shoot, I always talk about it. You talk about it.
Man, after last night's hangout, and then I worked all day, and I actually got home and got cleaned up and just fell asleep on the couch, and I woke up at like 1 a.m. So, and I got to be up in 4 or 5 hours to do it again. So I should probably get going here pretty soon.
Yeah, I feel you, bro. I didn't get much sleep yesterday either. I was up all night with this one, and then was busy a little bit during the day too. So yeah, yay for me too. I got to get up at like 9. But yeah, man, shoot.
Yeah. Before you leave, D, I've been kind of looking at something real quick. I'm taking an international flight, so I was kind of concerned about whether or not I'd have Wi-Fi on board. And it seems like a lot of these airline companies are offering Wi-Fi over land, and it's still quite expensive, kind of expensive. But some of these airlines, such as Delta, United, a couple of these other airlines, they're saying that they're going to offer Wi-Fi over ocean, and they're going to do it through satellites. Yeah, so, I'm kind of wondering what's going on, you know.
Well, doesn't NASA use the most helium? You know, like it's like I wouldn't be surprised if they have what we call satellites. Is this idea like Bassano was dropping about the ISS being on a balloon that rises and falls with the heat of the sun? And if they're using satellites, then God bless us, we've got good technology. But the point is, it doesn't fucking talk about the shape of the Earth. And like, you know, with those satellite, those being able to, if they were to do that, I think they're up there dealing with, you know, like, how many satellites they propose are up there, Healthy?
Well, it's a varying number from 3,000 to 17,000, and some of them are not operational. Some of them are operational.
It's like I thought it was like between 20 and 60.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, bro.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm just a little.
Well, no. We're wrong, Healthy. like, cause I always was tripped out by the idea is like, why don't they come between us and the moon? Why don't
you get people that say that too. Here's another great argument. I seen them with my eyes, and I was like, okay, how far can you see, dog? Because like I don't know, this little machine the size of a minivan or whatever, and it's supposed to be up there, and my friend's claiming to see it with his eyes. He saw it once, you know, and I was like, once? That's not good enough. Also, again, like this one time I saw a satellite.
Was it that one time as a kid you felt it spin too?
Exactly.
Was it at the same time?
Yeah, you can see him. He tells me you can see him. I was like, no, the hell I can't. Like I went outside looking for these things. What do you mean? I've looked at the moon several nights. Not once did a satellite pass in front of it. You know what I mean? Not one time. So I don't know where they get that idea. And then I think it was GeoShifter's video that I saw first, like when I first started looking at flat Earth. And I'm one of those who thought I was gonna have a good laugh. You know, like I was like, okay, let's see what these guys are talking about. And it only took me a couple minutes to realize that the joke was on me. Like I was like, oh shit, I hadn't thought about most of the stuff that he was talking about. And one thing he said was, why aren't all satellite dishes pointed straight up? And I realized that I've never seen a single satellite dish ever pointed straight up. You know, that would be the short. I mean, if we're on a ball, that would be the way to do it, wouldn't it? Like have satellites pointing dishes, that are supposed to be receiving signal from space.
Well, I've installed quite a few satellite television dishes myself, and I actually used to work for one of the major providers, and in different areas of the United States and even in Alaska and Hawaii. I mean, Alaska and Hawaii have a totally different positioning because they apparently bounce off a different satellite. But in each area, you'll change the azimuth and elevation of the dish to hit the correct signal. And I think for DirecTV, the distribution point is in El Segundo, California, which is one of the highest places like in elevation for the state. Yeah, I don't know if it's just being bounced off of the upper layer or if it's a retransmission off of something held by a balloon, or if it's up in the upper layers of density, if there are some type of waters above. I'm really not sure. It frankly doesn't really matter to me.
Or it's a rollout to protect the credibility of satellites. So they're just like,
right.
No, it's a new signal dish doing with satellites. Look how awesome satellites are.
Right.
That's why the first thing I ever looked up was tropospheric scatter. Do you know anything about that?
I don't. Talk about the scatter of it off of the ionosphere or something.
Yeah, off the troposphere. Like, see, again, I didn't even know. I don't know if that's does that have to do with the globe? Like, I didn't even know what I was looking at first, but I thought I was looking at just a explanation of how all this technology works without the need for satellites. You know.
Yeah, man. Oh, did Snack leave? Is that who left?
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, cool. All right, last one.
Well, for the most part, everything is ground-based, simply because they say it's a lot cheaper to do it that way than to do it through, satellites. That's usually their primary excuse.
What do they say?
Just that ground-based systems are less expensive than, doing anything out of satellite. I would say that, doing things out of a satellite would be out of necessity. You know what I mean? Like over waters and stuff like that, where you can't reach things with land towers. That's where I would see it come into play. And if we have that technology, more power to us.
Right, but let's say, it's interesting. If they had ground towers, they could just line them the whole way up and down the coast. And it would just send signals through those towers on the, if they did have towers or something.
Yeah, but it's like limited by like 100 kilometers or something.
And like, shouldn't the satellites, at least if they're up there, wouldn't those at least pick up the slack of like when you leave the city, or like when you're on a mountain, or you're in the desert, or you're even in the ocean, like for GPS, for some kind of reception. I mean,
right. Basically, you shouldn't lose signal.
Yeah.
It's based off of your ability to receive it. You have to have the right antenna.
Right, so that's ground-based. So
right.
It's saying like the satellites also rely on the ground towers for me to get any kind of information. So then what you get it's like you're adding this extra layer, this extra step that's like, well, this thing works just fine without this, machine in space.
It's all about collateralization.
Monetization, yeah.
That's monetization. We just need this much more money because we're going to do a new satellite program. And
like where you guys live, do you have those really shitty cable like satellite TV channels? Like I'm talking just garbage content. Do you have anything like that? Like
no, I discontinued my paid programming subscription.
Yeah, man, there's some places like in the Middle East they have these networks, like there's one called ART and there's one called something else, I can't remember what it is, Arab Sat or something, and they have channels on there, man, that like, first of all, it's like infinity number of channels, right? You could just keep flipping through channels all day and you won't reach an end. And some of them are just so bad, like they're like chat channels, whatever, like you text stuff and people are like having live chats on the screen and just really garbage stuff. Like, so to me it's like, where does this thing that I'm looking at, and I know because I can't explain to you how bad the content and just all the production is on these channels, or the lack of it, but how does this channel they have a space budget, like they are paying someone to host this shit in space? I can't wrap my mind around that because it's so bad. Like it's the cheapest thing you can imagine, like the worst local cable show, even worse than that, and hundreds of them. So where are they getting the money to pay for? I mean, they got to pay at some point, right? You're paying somebody to put a satellite into space or to like
it's just
add your
it's just that information. And it's also like, you got to think that gets back to kind of what we're talking about. There's those pockets of who was it that was bringing it up? The pockets of the idea of different realms of society, different, like, studies on different parts of the all over the world. SPEC, he was talking about it, and like that's their programming. They probably just, who knows what they have, man. But like, even if they do have they could probably just have a feed of just bullshit just flowing, and they're just like, yep, look at me, I got cable.
Isa.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and stop presenting me, bro.
Oh shit, I'm the worst with that.
Yeah, that's all I was saying, is because there's no way those channels, man, some of them are just so ridiculous that like whatever it costs. I mean, who are they paying? Like, who do they pay? Who does a private channel pay? Do they go to NASA or something? Like, who's putting
I can kind of answer that for you. I am. So one of the things that they do is, like, for instance, in my country, Bangladesh, we don't have a satellite. So what we do in order to get our media across is we rent it from India. Yeah. So now we can put our channels on the Indian satellite, but we do this through, partnership with them, and we get it at a lower rate. You see what I'm saying? Like, maybe that's what's happening as well.
Yeah, I mean, something's happening, but that stuff looks like.
Remember, you got a choke point of where that information is going through. That's all.
Mm-hmm. And also, if you think about like how much money it costs to put a satellite up there, it's pretty expensive. I think the lowest is like $500 million, man.
That's what I'm talking about. So like a space budget, like something even to rent, like, what is it? I won't call it real estate, but like, yeah, that machine that's supposedly orbiting the Earth is carrying your signal around the world. So it feels like it's way too expensive
bullshit.
for some of
You know what I mean? It feels like bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like total bullshit. I mean, especially if you guys saw some of these channels I'm talking about. Like, I don't know what you can imagine as the worst thing, but like worse than that. Like, they look like it's like the video version of like one of those 80s, you know, those like party lines or whatever. Call now to chat with people or something. It's like a TV version of that.
Yeah, they just got 900 numbers in Bangladesh, right?
Oh, I don't know.
No, we don't have it yet. We don't have it yet. I'm sorry.
But that's I mean, that's shit. It has to make you think like, man, these guys are. Who? I want to talk to someone at one of those stations and just be like, who do you deal with when it comes to this shit? Like, you know, because they call it satellite TV. They say we're broadcasting via satellite and shit. And it's like, no, like I could see how a CNN or something could afford some space technology, you know, for their broadcast. But you guys, like, what's your annual budget look like? Like, how much money do you make? Like, where's this coming from? I don't know, man. I couldn't wrap my mind around this. Still can't.
Yeah, what up, man?
And the dudes that come, like, you know, they could come in, like, whatever, give you all of the channels and shit with like a $20 like box or whatever. You guys know about that shit? Like where I live, some guy, you just call him up, he'll come by your place and basically give you a satellite TV subscription for, you know, a tenth of the price. It's just bootleg, and you're like, okay, how did this guy just come and hack outer space? Or like, what, you know, like how is this possible? You tell me this guy knows how to do that? Like he's defeating NASA and all these space people, or what? Like, everyone who's dabbling in space technology.
Well, no, that's it. It's just, it's crazy, dude. That is interesting. They're just using signals though, like whatever the address. You got a legit address. It's gonna send the signal.
Someone tells me I'm receiving text messages on my phone via satellite. Like I don't have a satellite. I don't have a satellite dish on my iPhone. Like how is that coming?
Also, too, where's the point of projection to reception? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like, would that be how that would work? I mean, because is the satellite up there projecting something, and are you receiving it, or are you tuning into it? Like, you know, I guess you're shooting something at it and receiving the signal. Is there concept?
Exactly. So they tell you like it's bouncing this shit off, but isn't that what the repeater towers are doing? And these antennas that they keep building everywhere, higher and higher. Like there's cell towers everywhere. That would explain why GPS, you know, is accurate in certain areas and maybe not so accurate in others. Like if you could triangulate a location, the more towers you have, the more accurate your reading's gonna be. And it's like, where does space come into all this?
Yeah, I've never had satellite TV, but yeah, that is interesting. I mean, well, we were talking to Grim yesterday, who said that he sent a radio signal up to the moon and back in 0.004 seconds or something. But that's what he was saying. I mean, you know, I don't know what to believe. You know what I mean?
I still don't know what to say to that one.
You know, but like, you know, but at the same time, this is the kind of stuff where, you know, again, it's like we don't really know because we can't verify it.
Yeah.
I'm actually, I'm fascinated. Last day, I've been fascinated with the idea that like you can't even they talk about they understand the precession of the stars and all this. And granted, the Mayans may have had it and all that. And it may be true, but it's like, you know, we can't verify even the precession of the stars or any of that stuff. Because, or you know, the grand cycle of 26,000-year cycles of being in a house of a particular sign.
Yeah.
You can't you have to verify that twice.
You're gonna get a math problem.
Well, no, you're dealing with you have to verify that twice. Yeah, of course you're gonna get a math problem, no doubt. But like at the same time, they're gonna you can't technically say that that's so because you'd have to verify 12 times 26,000 years done twice.
Yeah, someone was just alive that long also, like, yep, this is what happens for sure. Yep. We documented it from beginning to end. And
what is that math, actually? I got to look that math up. So
I had a dude tell me that too, like about the moon thing though. He said, my university, we bounced lasers off of, these what is it, like reflect? I don't even know what the hell he was talking about. He said like a satellite dish or something on the moon that the Chinese put up there.
Yeah, it was kind of confusing what he said, because I thought he said it bounced directly off of the moon, but I've also heard people say things like that had reflective dishes that they can bounce signals off the moon, off that particular thing.
Yeah, I met some German kid like a couple when I was in Thailand in February, and I was talking to him about this stuff, and he was telling me, no, we did this in my university, man. He's like, oh, you just don't understand physics. He's like, man, have you ever studied physics? And I was like, that's not what I'm asking you about right now. I'm asking you about this. And he's like, no, you just don't. Your understanding of physics is weak. That's it. That's what your problem is.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, it's mind-numbing, dude. Like I was like, it was like, oh well, no, it's because the radio wave is you know, thinner and or this, that, the other. It's like, wow, like you're buying your own bullshit right now, like dog.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's like it's not even his own bullshit. It's like I can't remember if he said I did the thing, like I did the actual bounce this laser off the reflector, or if he said, you know, people at my school did. But either way, it's kind of like, and what, you know what I mean? Like, are you sure? I didn't even know where to go with him, because the only way that conversation was going was him trying to tell me that I was stupid, and I was like, I refuse to. I'm not gonna do that. Like, I'm not gonna just. That's not a conversation. Like, okay, you go to school. I finished school already. So if school is all that matters, then like I already graduated, dog. Like, you know, what's the problem if that's what we're going off? But right now, I'm asking you as a person. Like, do you think like a spherical rock can reflect sunlight onto Earth? Like, that's what the moonlight is. And he looked at me like I was crazy, you know. Like, I was like, show me that. Like, can you give me a round rock ball that works as a mirror? Like, moonlight just is the sun's reflection, really? Like, that's the light of the sun. Why does it look different? Like, why when it hits that rock? Like, I showed him videos on my phone of the sun and the moon in the sky above the horizon at the same time, asking like, do you ever wonder like how the hell could they say that that's a shadow of what we're standing on if that's the light source also in the sky? Like, he just gave me a blank stare.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's interesting that there's so many different opinions about all this stuff, but we haven't done it.
That's true, though. There is, because before they used to tell me that the shape of the moon was that's the Earth's shadow, and that's proof that the Earth is round. And then when you see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, and you're like, well, there's the moon and there's the shadow, and what the hell? It's daytime. Like, the sun is up there too. What's the problem? Then suddenly it becomes, oh, that's not the no, it's not the shadow of Earth. And I was like, what? Yeah. How do you guys just change it up like that on me? So what is it now? Like, so the sun and moon can be above the horizon at the same time on a ball still, and that's orbiting around us while we orbit around that thing. Like,
well, it's the idea. What they're proposing is that the sun is hitting it, and that it's really the phases of the moon being as regular as they are is kind of just for me. It asks too much of me to believe the modern cosmological take of it, because if it's going to be hitting, I mean, I can't even point out the specifics, just breaks in my head when I try to think of how the light would be that it's eloquent and that perfect every time.
Well, why does it do that? Like, why does it do that? Can you shine light on a ball and have it reflect? Like, I don't understand. Like, yeah, and have it light up a perfect, like, half of it or something? Like, what is that? Unless this was only a little.
And without a hotspot. And without a hotspot.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. And it's reflective too, like a reflective ball of rock. What the hell is that, man?
Yeah, it's trippy, man. I like Snack has a great idea about the moon, and this. See, now again, we have to get into. There's two modes of thinking. There's one in discrediting the source of what the academia proposes, and then there is this alternative, Neverland, which is like up to this point is really But I'm fascinated by shit. I forget the point I was going to make because I feel like I have to make that distinction, because when we get into the theory, it's like I'm not saying that this is, we're saying that this is how it goes. It just seems that way. Like that. Oh yeah, this is what it was. What Snack was saying. Imagine if you have like this layer, atmospheric layering, and it's like, the moon is a projection almost of some sort. It's almost like it's just so, you have this whole layer, this whole backdrop of atmosphere. We don't know what we're looking at, man. I think it's an electromagnetic effect almost, but I have my own crazy theory. But
yeah, man. I mean, we should honestly, we could sit and speculate all day, because and that's what you have to do when the explanations you're given are just this bad, It's someone's telling you something that's clearly not the case, and you're like, well, I know that what you're saying is bullshit, but now I have to try to figure it out on my own. Or like with the help of other people who see that, yeah, what you're telling me right now is clearly not the case. Like, I don't think I could see 93 million miles away, man. I don't think anyone can. Or trillions of miles away, for that matter. Like, I don't care how big the thing is. You just can't see that far. Like, I can't see street signs when I'm driving at night, man. Like, I gotta, you know what I mean? Like, what the hell, 93 million miles? I see details and shit. Like, how?
Wait, so what do you explain stars then?
I don't explain stars. That's my point. Is I see them as, when people zoom into them with these P900s and stuff, and you just see a flickering light in the sky. I don't think of gaseous, like suns and stuff, like balls of no. It's a light, and it's twinkling, and it's changing colors, and it's moving around. So how can we even measure the distance to these things? People saying by colors, red shifting or blue shifting or whatever, like. It's changing color. It's like a prism. It's like a flickering disco ball or something, And I've
never seen a star changing color.
You should look at some footage, man. There's some great, like, you can get a Nikon P900 on, and 83 times optical zoom.
But the problem with that, dude, is that I can film in with. I got the camera. You can film into the star. Well, the stars are really wild, man, because there's all these internal movements inside of them. Like, it's crazy. But you could also get these odd effects from regular lights. Like,
True.
that's it's weird. It's the medium of the optics that we come up against. It becomes this. We have a medium that's a problem, whether it be whether it be consciousness or the camera. It's like, it's that we could, because we can always pick apart photographs and the way that the lens is receiving the light, the aperture, there's just so much, but I definitely think like stars are wild to look at, and are like, they're almost like amoebas.
Yeah, like if you try to just like put on hold everything you've been taught about stars, and when you look at them, it's not that. You're looking at something.
Think of the best song the song every day the kids learn. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, man.
Exactly, dude.
How I wonder what you are, man.
I was doing that my first month of Flat Earth. I was singing that to myself.
Yeah, peace to what world? Yeah, seriously, like twinkle, twinkle, little star. What
And I see how it does look like it does look like, you ever been like in a pool at night and seen the lights, like how they move? It kind of has that feel as if there's something, and that could be whatever, like the distance, just the atmosphere between the layers of air and whatever the hell it is between me and it. Like, I don't know how far that thing is, and so I don't even know what it would mean to look at some, you know what I mean? Like, to look at a light source coming from over there. So we could speculate all we want, but all I'm saying is I'm way more open to the non-official explanations, because the ones we have are terrible, and the distances are just wrong. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, we can trace back. He's like, he was talking about people come from stardust. We can and then he said, bold-faced, like just straight up, we can trace our DNA back to the stars. That's traceable. And I was like, what the hell? Wouldn't you have to be able to touch a star for anything to be traceable to it? Like, you'd have to go to one. You know what I mean? What can you trace back to a star, dude? Like, what are we talking about right now?
You could trace the chemical compounds that make our bodies.
Yeah, but you're saying completely different thing now. Now you're saying that, okay, we're made of these chemicals, and so is that thing. So therefore, we come from that. But then, where's the proof that that thing is made up of these, same elements or whatever? We don't have that proof. That's just something that's said. And then this guy who's like,
nebulas, right?
Yeah, but are you gonna take? See, it's a thing about just accepting a definition of something. So am I gonna just accept the definition of that so that a guy can tell me that it's traceable without actually tracing anything? Like my DNA is traceable to a star, really? And you can trace it back to 14 billion years or whatever? Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, man, please do that for me. Please trace my DNA back to what star I came from. Like this is some stuff, man. This is like religious talk. This is like cult talk, Yeah. It doesn't sound scientific at all once you look at it from like a neutral standpoint.
It's like Scientology gone wrong. Like, you know what I mean? Or I don't know if it could go right, but like it's like that kind of a mentality of like I don't know. It's like I can only imagine the corporatism that they suffer from, because they're probably like, "Will you go to the luncheon?" Cindy, all worried about like, you're not wearing those shoes, are you? Oh my God.
And the thing is, I don't blame.
Like, oh God.
I don't blame anyone who prescribes to that, even because. Listen, before I came across any of this flat Earth stuff, like if I caught a Neil deGrasse Tyson or one of these guys on TV, like I'd watch that, and I'd listen to him, and I'd go through that thing that a lot of these people that I see, or like the huge fans of modern science, they get real excited, and it becomes this, oh, my mind is blown, every time he talks, it's like my mind is blown, and I used to get that. So I understand. I understand how it's. There's some people who never experienced that. They always thought that this dude was full of shit and amazing. You guys were onto that shit a long time ago. I wasn't, but now there's a clear difference. Like every time I hear him talk, I'm listening and I was like, man, I can't even believe that in my life, just recent times, like I was listening to this guy. And he seemed so like smart, or, like he could tell me something about this, our existence. Cosmos radio shows, like Star Talk Radio or whatever. Like, man, I listen to it now and I can't believe the words that are coming out of this guy's mouth, and I almost get pissed off. Like, how is it no one checking this? Like, no one's questioning him when he says stuff like that. Like, you can trace your, So I can't blame anyone really. I was there. And I don't know, man, it feels like I came out of a spell, It's the same information, but it's as if I was kind of hypnotized into like accepting it blindly and being like, oh, wow, And now it's just to a point where that spell is broken and I'm hearing the same words, but it's not having that effect on me.
When did you come out to these conversations online?
Oh, like join actual chats?
Yeah.
Or like just listen in, because I've been listening in, but like I didn't really participate much.
Well, both. How long?
Oh, listening in for like just a couple of weeks, man. Not that long. I was, before that, I just I follow a bunch of channels who I find like whoever's videos I was watching and stuff. So I subscribed to a bunch of channels, and then I'd watch like when they had these chats. So like Del from what's that? Beyond the Imaginary Curve and stuff. He does a show, and Glowbusters and these guys. So I check out a couple of them, and then I just started searching like flat Earth, and I'd go in and just see who's live. And yeah, man, just I'm pretty new to the Google Hangouts stuff.
Forgive me, I was just getting a message. So you're new. When did you come out to the Hangouts?
Not that, I mean, max 2 months ago.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's what's up. I know, like when I came out here, I was like, oh my God, I couldn't leave, and I haven't seen you before, but I don't know what channels or what, but
yeah, I didn't. I didn't link up a lot. A lot of times I was just listening in and talking to people in the chats and stuff, seeing, you know.
Nice. Yeah, it's good, man. Because like, I mean, I think it's good that there's more. The more people that are out kind of talking about this, it takes away from
the stigma of it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it also takes away like of the, you know, because there's certain modes of thought one can go through, and it's nice that like, you know, there is no real central point when it comes to any of this information. It's just people that are talking and espousing their ideas, and the more people that raise their voices and discuss these ideas, the quicker we can get through the intellectual mire, you know, like, and then also we cannot be afraid because there will be vast amounts of people discussing the subject, and it's like it becomes more of a socially acceptable topic. I don't know how the general public will react, but it's good to see that there's more voices coming out. I'm happy to see you out here, man.
Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Man. Yeah, and you got a wealth of knowledge too, so it's not like, because I gotta say, it's like I like to hear, you know, ideas and all these thoughts that we're talking about. I don't want to necessarily deal with people's personal, you know, like, you know, different, like going back and forth with anything. I'm really trying to steer clear of anyone's drama, and like, you know, because I know that people are people and they have their relationships, but I also, this is about ideas for me. This isn't about like, you know, this is nothing more than that. It's about these ideas, and it's about if we can all come together. Like, you know, I came in this with the sun tracking, you know what I mean? Like last summer. So like, you know, it's when we try to, you know, anyone that's actively trying to continue the conversation. But what I've realized, and I think anyone realizes quickly, is it becomes a social system. You know, you realize you're studying, you know, psychology more than anything.
Definitely.
And I personally, it's like, I don't want to see, I don't want to have mods, you know, like even like right now, it's like, it's, you know, certain times it's like, I'm going to have mods because there's people that I know and people I'm friends with, and I don't want them to be talked ill of in my chat. But I also would hope that the mods are extremely lenient and have, you know, and wouldn't take, you know, like I like certain characters that other people don't like, and I would hope that's why I kind of even started this, is that I want to have that element of where, you know, this is my platform. If I want to talk about law, I could talk law. If I want to talk about play the piano, I could do that too. But I also want to entertain challenging ideas. I have very thick skin. I would hope that other people, with the, you know, what's going on between other people, please, you know, save it for elsewhere. In all aspects, you know, regardless of opinions, if someone is saying something you may not like, let it be. But if it's saying something derogatory or negative or racist or any of those kind of things, then, you know, then take care of it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, just don't be attacking people. And the thing is, a discussion is that. You can't expect to have a discussion.
Well, even
what is a discussion if everyone agrees with you, right? Like,
right.
You're not really having a...
But some people have certain thresholds, and I don't want to want to intermingle with other people's thresholds, because my threshold is very high.
Right.
Because I'm not like, you know, it doesn't mean, like I've said this before, it's like I'm only going to try to change your mind if I give a shit about you.
Exactly.
You know, if I give a shit, otherwise, like, it's irrelevant to me. So like, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, I want to hear the voices of Tim. I want to hear the voice. You know, DQ is like, everyone that's controversial is allowed here. So, you know what I mean? So long as we're on our P's and Q's, as long as we keep it all Jesus up in this motherfucker. Because like, if we do that, then we're all good, and we're honoring each other as men and women. And like, you know, and again, I speak religion. When I talk religion over here, it's secularly, with law and that kind of stuff, to carry an idea through, not to make a point about a religious point.
Right.
You know, but I don't know. I'm not looking at chat. I haven't been looking at chat much. I know I missed quite a bit, but yeah, like, say
well, hey, Issa, before you move on, I've actually not met this XX person either. I think he's also kind of new to the scene. XX, do you have anything to say? Like, how long have you been looking into this?
Sure.
I'm fairly new, man. But I mean, I've looked into a lot of studies like this for a long time. I mostly think they're pretty absurd, and that's still my belief on it. But to talk and debate about it, I find it interesting.
All right, that's cool. I mean, at least you're open to the possibility to talk about it, to have these discussions, which is more than I can say.
It's wild to me to even think that. Like that's what's to me. I'm very like surprised by these kind of guys. Like because I wouldn't be as I don't imagine that I would have been as like tolerable as them. Like if I hadn't seen some information first. Like there's people that want to come and not you, XX, but I'm just saying, like, there's people sometimes in these chats who they just come on and they start attacking, like, the most, like, how come they're still talking about, like, boats going over the horizon. They're talking about how could it, you know, how do you circumnavigate it then? Like, they haven't even looked at the flat model, and they're already in discussion groups, like, defending the globe and, like, trying to fight a model that they haven't even looked into.
Oh,
so to me, that's crazy. Like, I don't even know what that takes, because I would have just been in here trolling too. Like, if I had found my way into this room somehow, or with no interest in flat Earth, then it would have just all seemed ridiculous.
You know what it's like? It's like you're living in a small town where, like, you know, or whatever, and they got like a hockey team. And everyone's like, you go to the game on Sunday, best team ever this season. We're the best. And then you go to the game and they get their ass handed to them, and everyone's like, it's all right. We're the best. You know what I mean? And you're in this small town that's like, you know, praising their hockey team that keeps getting their ass whooped.
Yeah.
Like, you know?
Yeah. But to go in and
but just buying it, and they're out there, never seen a game, and you're out there selling their T-shirts like they're the best.
Yeah,
team. Like
that part.
We're betting on them.
That part, like, how are you? It's wild to me, because I can't. Again, like, more power to you guys, because I could not, like. I remember on Twitter, what was it, last year, when B.O.B. tweeted this, he went on a rant. Like, when he found this shit out, he went on a rant about, you know, you're being lied to, this and this, the Earth is flat. What are you dummies coming at? Because everyone was trying to call him an idiot and trying to, like, throw, you know, memes and pictures and shit out. And me watching this, I was just like, okay, this guy lost his mind. That was my conclusion. I was just like, he's either trolling or he lost it. You know what I mean? And that's it. I didn't even look into anything he was saying. I just assumed that he either lost his mind or is trolling. And that, you know, so fast forward a couple months after that, when I actually watched, like, my first Flat Earth video, and I'm like, wait a minute. It's like, I was like, shit, someone had already said these words to me. You know, I have heard this combination of words before, and I had that knee-jerk reaction of just like, get the hell out of here with this, you know, this is garbage or whatever.
Well, like, don't get me wrong, at first when I found these conversations, I was more of a troll, calling people, like, fucking apes, like, you're fucking retarded, you're wasting your time believing this, like, you see all the other planets and even the moon, and it's a sphere, but then you see Earth and it's flat. And then I was just like, I don't know, later on, it's like you grow more open to it, the more it's you hear it. And I don't mean open in the sense that it's believable, but in the sense that you can listen to it more and kind of understand why people may have these theories.
Yeah, to me, a lot of it has to do with, like, fakery too. Like, when I see them fake space.
One second, real quick. It's first off, that's awesome to hear.
Yeah, it is.
That's what's up, bro. Because, like, you know, and like, you know, that's really, man, that's what's up, bro.
That's progress.
Yeah, dude, that's really awesome, dude. I appreciate it.
And that's exactly what that's what we want. I would assume that's what anyone who hosts these chats wants, is someone who's skeptical of what they're seeing or hearing, to come in and be like, okay, let me at least just see what these people are talking about, and then draw their own conclusions. Like, no one's trying to force anything. It seems like only the trolls are the ones who come in and try to, like, push an idea on you. Whereas here, it's like people almost, like, finding out some information that, you know, there isn't a lot out there about. Like, there's way more material for you if you want to go read about, you know, Mars or aliens or something like that. Not so much about flat Earth. So people are seeking each other out, kind of like, hey, man, what have you found out? What have you found out? And I didn't see it so much as like anyone trying to convince me of anything, as much as it was like, hey, don't you think this is weird? Hey, don't you think this is weird? And I was like, yeah, I really, really do.
Well, yeah, and like to me, that's understandable. Seeing certain things and being skeptical. I mean, me myself, I'm very skeptical about a lot of things. I know you guys were talking about world events earlier and stating skepticisms on those, and I do have skepticisms on those as well. But I mean, to also say like that one guy also said that just because you're skeptic to say that it's completely false. I think that takes a lot to say that.
Yes, I agree with you there. Because I put it like this. I say like, look, it's like you know, if you got cancer, would you get chemo? Now a lot of people out here that study this stuff, even whether whatever, is they wouldn't get chemo, right? I know maybe I wouldn't. All right, I would try an alternative method, right? So that's not to say I don't trust modern fucking medicine. It's just saying that I don't like chemo.
Well, yeah, and that's completely understandable.
Yeah, that's I think the position that most flat earthers are really in. But some of them, you're right, take it and they'll throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm fighting against that myself, in the sense that, like, I'm like, hey, look, like, even on, that's why it's so nice to have both sides available. And it's like, it's so nice to hear these ideas. And I would like to welcome Sharon to the panel. Hello, Sharon.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you guys. Thanks for having me.
Hey, I always want.
Hello. What's up, Sharon?
Thanks for coming.
Some lonely nights over there.
Well, isn't it daytime for you?
Yeah, for me, yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's almost 3 a.m. in the morning for me, so no daylight here.
3:40 p.m. over here. So you probably got 3:40 a.m. over there.
Wow. Yeah, Jesus, where do you guys live?
So, Creep, are you gonna like look into this stuff, or like where do you go from here?
I mean,
as far as this topic thing.
From here, it's only discussions for me. I mean, it's like this. I'm a liberal, in a sense, but you know, I don't really identify with any political party exactly. But just because of that doesn't mean I want to vote for a Republican. But I'll hear a Republican even if I don't agree with them, if that makes sense to you.
Oh yeah, no, those.
I think that's what's missing. It's like half the time you got people out there that are like, "No, I'm a liberal," and
exactly, and that's what it means, just to be part of a team and never think about anything. Like just go with what the team does. Like.
You're back with the hockey team.
Yeah.
And they made it so that these are the you know, they each have their topics. So like you're presented this illusion of choice. You could be a Republican or a Democrat. You could be a conservative or a Republican. A liberal. You could be this or this. And it's like these opposites. And then they present you with the issues and the stances on both sides. So like, okay, here's abortion. Oh, we're anti-abortion. We're this. We're anti this. We're pro this. We're anti this. And it's like, yo, at one point, you guys have so many lists and so many like predetermined. So by me just calling myself like a Republican or a Democrat, whatever, I automatically, you know, these are all my. This is what I think about everything. And it's like, wait, man, I didn't even think about those things. Like I just chose a team and rode with whatever that team decided was the way to go. And it's like, man, why don't we ever take anything on a case-to-case basis anymore? Like, why does it thinking things through matter anymore? Why does everything have to be so absolute, like final? Like, yeah, it's either I'm pro this or anti this. Like, why can't you be neutral on this, whatever this is, and then, you know, see if the situation calls for this, you know? But this isn't it. People want to argue what team they're on. So you're just going to have people arguing from the perspective of the team that they didn't create, they just joined. So it's a conservative fighting a Republican, fighting a liberal, fighting a Democrat. And it's like, man, don't you see that this is like, it's a setup. It's a setup to keep us just fucking bickering amongst ourselves.
Yeah. And like that's one thing I do find this, like, even though I do disagree largely with everyone in this room, I still find it constructive to hear what they have to say.
Yeah, man.
Oh, come on.
That's
now.
what I like about flat earthers is a lot of them don't, you know, they don't choose like these political affiliations really, like, or just they don't get down with a team. Like flat earth is the team of like of thinking. It's like a non-team almost, you know? It's like a group of people who came together because they're sick of that kind of
and
division.
that's why what can happen though is you get lost in the anti-team mentality. No, I'm anti-team. I'm not dealing with any of it. It's like, okay, now you're, it's like that fine balance.
Yeah, and I'm not even saying like don't have a group. No, support group and like discussion and talk to everyone. But what I'm saying is like don't the anti-team, like don't. Yeah, like I'm not against being part of a team, but it's the same trolls who come to you and tell you like, oh, what's you guys, you say scientism is a cult, what flat Earth is a cult, and it's like no, it really isn't. That's the difference I was trying to make.
Well, you got to remember, a cult is like cults are a cult. Like that's like however many people that are like like LSC got a cult going. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, it's like but he could also turn around and be like, no, it's an army. You know what I mean, or whatever. But like, it's really just about, like you said, it's that position of no position, man. It has supreme authority.
Yeah. Just how about we think things through before taking a position, like a predetermined position. You know what I mean? Like one that's already we haven't even heard of. Yeah.
That's why, like we were talking about before. It's like I feel like the study of the study of Earth is so it becomes the study of God, man. And it's the grand dilemma. We've walked in on a conversation that the ancients never figured out. And like, it's just, can you keep your shit and study this stuff and maintain like some air of, like, I think there's certain times when you can concretize your opinion. Like you have to, because you live in a physical, concrete kind of world. Am I going to go left or am I going to go right? But like ultimately, if you can entertain all ideas, you have a choice.
Yeah.
And it's the not having a choice part that upsets any free thinker.
Oh yeah, those and the ones who they don't mind it, they love it. Like a guy who's already what's my team saying today? Okay, this is what we're doing. Then they love that, and it's like, hey man, you're a thinking person too. Who is this group that you just trusted with your the faculties of your own brain? Like you can do that. Like think some shit out for yourself.
Yeah.
And that's all I ever said. Like I never tried to convince anyone of anything. All I said was, hey man, come on, look, this is a story we were told. Don't you think it's a little weird? Or don't you think it's kind of shitty? Like isn't this kind of a bad explanation? Isn't this whatever? Like every single psyop. This is how I got some of my friends on board. Like I was showing them what I consider, just psyops, like all the shit that's on the news. I was trying to show them how the news is this. It's this huge, it's a I don't know, man. It's a production. It's like this is what you should know every day, and it doesn't matter if it's true or not. But this is what we want you to know and think, and that's how I was seeing it. So I went out to show my friends all these events, and I know someone's talking about political hillbillies in the chat talking about I think Sandy Hook. So I started with that, and I was like, man, how bad is this? Like there's so many things. I remember when I first came across Flat Earth, I showed my brother what I saw. I think it was a GeoShifter video. I was just like, here man, watch this half-hour video, tell me what you think. Up until that point, he had been down with everything. And when he watched this one, he just looked at me kind of weird. Before he watched it, actually, it was like, I don't know, when I first told him the idea even. He looked at me kind of strange, man. He looked worried, you know what I mean? And then he left. And then like the next day, he would send me a message like, what about, moon and this, what about the seasons? What about, I don't know what? And I was like, man, listen, I'm not claiming to know everything or even be that educated on this model just yet. Like, I'm so new to this. I'm trying to figure these things out myself. So he's like, yeah, I understand. But, so you don't know the answers? He was trying to figure out some answers. I was like, no, I don't. And a week later, he was a flat earther on his own. Like, not that all I did was point him in the direction. And then when we'd had the discussion later, or like with the third person, he'd be like, man, honestly, like the only reason I started looking into this shit was because I thought you lost your mind. He thought his brother went, you know, that's it, I lost it, I gone crazy, and he was there to save me, you know, he was gonna.
Yeah, when did you come into any of this alternative stuff? I mean, you've been studying this for a while, or I mean, like you know, what was your first, like, you know, I'm just trying to get an idea of.
Well, Flat Earth, relatively new, so like under a year, so it's gonna be a year soon. But like everything else, man, my whole life, like I never, I mean, that's why I was open, I guess, to Flat Earth by the time I got the information, just because.
You've been studying like 9/11 shit, all that, like, or all.
Yeah, man, like I did it.
You know, like regular.
Yeah,
you know, it's like regular at this point. Like.
Regular to us, man. A lot of people don't see it like that. You know what I mean? But my whole life had been this thing, and I always, since I was a child, I had a huge problem with the way the news was presented. You know, I'd always watch the news. The TV would always be on, but just looking at like the whole setup, it rubbed me the wrong way since I was a kid, and it felt fake. Like, what I mean by that is just the way it's presented. This man and woman sitting there dressed up with their coffee mugs, and they fake laugh and smile at each other. And then it says breaking news. And so some breaking news is happening. And all they do is just give me like a minute and a half of video footage on loop for about like 5 hours with people talking over it and people calling in. Oh, we just got an update that, you know, this and this and this happened. So what they're doing is they're just playing you the same 30-second to like 90-second clip over and over again while it says breaking news live, CNN, and it's just that same thing playing over and over. And they just keep
programming.
Yeah, they keep building upon the story. So first it's like, oh, we had one shooter, and then we had two shooters, we had whatever. So they're live, they're adjusting the story in real time. And
you're bringing me back to that we were talking about before about the yups.
Yeah.
It's just that's modern news, man. Like, you know, it's
See?
like
That's the effect it was having on me. So like, of course, man, when I'm at that point, and no one, like some people are seeing it, not a lot of people are seeing it, and I don't think it's like this ability that I have or anything. I just thought like, man, isn't this shit really weird to you guys? Because to me it is. Like, the news has always been, again.
See, that's where like for me, that's where I respect some of the cats out here trolling. Is they're like, oh, you have special powers and that's why you knew? Like, you know, like it's like, you know, because that's for me is healthy trolling. Like when they're, you know, when you go after someone that's fucking just utterly insane with it. Like, you know, well, my angel speak to me when I go to bed, and then she told me this one day, and I remember the day, and you're like, exactly. God, fucking, hey, dude, I can't do that road, dude. You know, I'm like, get him. I don't know what to say.
It was just that, and all of them, and then like when, you know. Man, come on, chemtrails, like just the stuff that is talked about, and then like almost anything that falls under that tinfoil shit. Like I didn't mean. No one wants to be there. First of all, right? Like, you don't want to be on the outs ever, really, just for the hell of it. Like that's not. I don't know. You have to
check it out. I'm sure ballers can relate.
Yeah.
You know, they don't want to be outside. You want to be fucking not part of the team, man.
Yeah.
You're not with the other guys, are you?
So it's like
and you think about the disloyalty of their crew, because like if all of a sudden you're like, yo, well now I'm with them, it's like, oh well, fuck you. Like, you know, it's like you know, oh you left. Yeah. That was your fam the one day before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man. Some shit just never made sense to me, and that's why I guess maybe it is that thing. Like there are people who are more prone to, you know, just looking at it like that. I see Creep in the live chat saying, I don't think Sandy Hook was a hoax. Did you look into that?
Yeah, I have.
You didn't see them singing at the Super Bowl, bro? Like the kids who got killed are singing at the Super Bowl, and they're like 7 years older than they were in the pictures.
Let me just say something too, though. When we discuss the shape of the earth, like it should separate itself in some way from that conversation. But that being said, I mean, I know that flat earthers will make the argument that it needs to be met, but I think I would like to prefer to deal with it as an academic approach about the shape of the earth. But feel free to talk about Sandy Hook. I just want.
But that's what I'm saying, man. It always goes back to the psyops, because if you look at it like that, and this is the only way you can deconstruct the whole thing, is to look at it as the mother of psyops. Like it's the one on top of them. You know, it's the one that deals with the sky above your head and the ground beneath your feet. And they're telling you, like, I had that image of the cross section of the globe. It's like burned into my mind, like since I was a kid. You know the one where it shows you like it has like a quadrant cut out and it shows you like the crust, the upper crust, the mantle, and then like a inner molten core, and you see all the layers of Earth down to the molten core. Like that picture is burned into my mind, man, from when I was a kid, because I used to stare at that thing and be like, damn, how'd they figure this out? You know, how'd they even do that? And I'd ask my teacher and they'd give me some bullshit like, oh, they send some waves down there and it bounces back and it tells them what's down there. It's like, okay. And then in my adult life, I find out that the farthest anyone's ever, the deepest hole ever dug was like 8 miles. 8 miles. That's like that's less than 0.2% of the upper crust of the first layer that diagram that I have in my brain. Just that top layer, they've only been in it 0.2% or something. So I have to be like, hey man, how much of this is accurate? You know, how much do you know about what's under 8 miles? And then you come and find out they couldn't dig further, like that Russian Kola, the ultra deep, it took them like 30, 40 years to dig 8 miles. That's wild to me. That's insane. When I think about, I've been taught that, like, I know what's, right from where my feet are to the center of the earth.
Well, yeah.
I just can't accept this shit anymore. Like I did it for a long time.
With that said, I mean, I was like, even if you're knowledgeable about the Sandy Hook issue, you guys can talk about that. I'm not trying to limit any conversations or anything like that. I was just saying that I can respect where, like, if I like, it's like we're trying to talk about the shape of the earth. To go into Sandy Hook for some people and to go down that road is to immediately say, I can no longer listen to this conversation.
Yeah. I understand that.
And I think, that's a whole nother conversation.
I don't know if you guys listen to ISP at all.
Oh yeah, IPS.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, I like that guy a lot, man. Like
You know what gets me about the guy though? I've never heard him laugh.
He has a weird sense of humor.
I know, but I've never heard him. I've never heard him laugh. I've never seen him smile, and I never heard him laugh.
I think he's socially awkward, dude.
Well, so be it. But the point is, I always wish for a little bit of, I'm like, what is it? I'm not having a revolution if we're not having dancing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, if there's no music, then fuck your revolution.
Yeah.
Because like, it's like, or in that sense of like, there has to be an element of like, because what the brother's doing is he's making a very serious court for himself.
Right.
And I like the brother. I saw him early on. I think I caught him kind of early, and
yeah, me too. I don't know how. Like it was.
Yeah, it was. It was the debate tactics somehow. I came across that footage, and he did a great series on debates, and I was like, who the fuck is this dude? And then he came out with all the the great information about like the Vatican
Imperial orb and shit. Yeah.
And then also my boy Cathexis linked up with him and was talking. I think I've heard Cathexis's words come out of his mouth. And I love my brother Cathexis, and he he was emanating so much that I do love, and I like IPS. But
yeah, that's what I like about him too. See, is he takes
I like the guy. I like him a lot.
I'm
just busting. I'm saying I haven't heard him laugh, which I'm always like,
He takes people's information, which is cool, and like builds on it. Because like I remember one of the first videos ever when he did about SpaceX. I commented in there and I was like, "Space sex, what a joke," And then since then he built on that. Like he built on that a lot. He references it all the time now. He talks about like space sex and like how it's all pageantry and it's like this like fertility ritual.
We were talking, yeah, brother. That's like also. I feel like those gentlemen probably like when I think of it, because I know like you look at the whole notion of this is something Cathexis has talked about for a long time. You're sending up this thing with the payload.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why actually we have in Dick Earth we have the spermament. And like there's like all this is all these ideas, and then you've got the adept. And think about this: the tilt of the Earth, man. The Earth is bowing to the sun.
The sun, yeah, that's like.
And you've got all this other kind of we're dealing with. It's I'm trying to think of the right way to put it. I wish like what world could that like. It's like a religious masking of it. We're dealing with we're going like IPS says, we're going back to the philosophical outlook. Like it's like we're right into the priests. Yeah. We're right back into the occult. We've got a missile called or something that enters. It's called the Adept, and it's for entering foreign or breaking paradigms. I heard the guy say.
Just saying, you know why the Earth is on a tilt, correct?
Well, I'm sure you could tell me definition.
Well, the reason why the Earth is on a tilt is because of the moon. The moon has a gravitational pull on us, just as the sun. And the sun pulls us one way as the moon pulls us another way. And that's what creates this tilt.
That's what they tell you.
Yeah.
And and that's what the thing is, for instance, like the Earth, they also proposed this, that Japan had an earthquake that moved the Earth's tilt.
Yeah.
Like 6.5 inches or something like that. So how do we know, do you think that it's
0.006 seconds or something?
Yeah.
It moved it out of the rotation.
Yeah. And it's like, do we not think that would have happened like 1 million times over the last 300
or something, just something, anything like why this battle, like it just balances perfectly, and 400 times
and like
larger, 400 times further. Come on, man.
Like I can't look at for me it's really difficult for me to look at the sun and think that I'm spinning and it's not moving over my head.
Yeah.
It's difficult for me, man, because once I've I understand.
You can try to see it, and you just won't see it.
Yeah, because if you feel that the Earth, I can understand the perspective that people have because it's so ingrained in us. But logically, Spurs hit it on the head. It's like this logical escape. Like when you realize, like, wait a minute, that's like, there's just no fucking way. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you're, it's like somebody going to tell you they're going to do this crazy trick on a bicycle, and you're like, "There's no way, kid." Just don't do it. Don't.
It doesn't work that way. Yeah.
Yeah, don't hurt yourself, man.
The reason I brought up IPS when you mentioned Sandy Hook, like why we brought that up was because he says something that I think is really important, and he harps on it a lot. And what that is he says you have to, like, it's kind of like our responsibility almost if we became aware of this to what is it? He says, like, destroy their sacred cows, right? So they have these events like Sandy Hook and stuff, and it's supposed to be a very touchy subject because it supposedly involves the murder of 50 children or whatever it is. So like, well, sorry, not 50. That was Orlando. How many kids?
I don't even want to talk about it. I don't even like talking about it.
Exactly. Like whatever. It's yeah. So this is the point, though. It's supposed to be this touchy subject, right? So like if you touch on it, then that it's going to give what you remember that definition you just showed us of general public,
right?
So it gives the general public this uncomfortable feeling. It's almost like when someone just says the word Jew, like if you say Jew, and not even in a negative context, if you say the word Jew, people go, ooh, you know what I mean? It's almost as if you said this like taboo.
Right, but to look at it like this though, that's just called social acuity. And the difference is that we're trying to break, it's like just because a woman were to be my wife doesn't mean I want to watch her take a dump. It's like, it's like the idea that I'm going to give this there's a certain regalia in dealing with one another. And in that, we have to know that there's tact. And it's like, oh, what? We can't talk about this. Oh, we just can't talk about anything. And it's like, no, I'm at a business meeting right now. Yeah. You know what I mean? Or whatever it may be. Like, it's like there's just, it's social things. And I think those things are actually, in a way, good for us because we don't want those things to happen. So therefore, it makes good people do things so that those things don't happen. And I was going to say
that's cool. That's cool.
This is the continuation of. Oh, go on, brother. Go on.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, no one who's even talking about these things would ever want this to happen. Like, it's a terrible story. You understand? So it's not like it's the same as when someone comes out and talks about 9/11 and then they say, oh, well, you're disrespecting the dead. No, I'm not. And then also, all I'm saying to those people is, what if no one died then? Do you understand what just happened? Is that we were presented a story and then some laws were trying to, come into effect because of that story. And then we're not allowed to we shouldn't talk about that story because of what happened in it. And then it's like, okay, but what if it was fake? What if it was a hoax? You have to consider at least just that point to realize the implications of what you're doing by saying don't talk about it. Because we're self-censoring at that point. Like what we're doing is we're doing a favor. We're censoring on behalf of the media that's presenting us these sides.
They're just taking advantage of a social clue there's a social cue that mankind possesses. And but I hear what you're saying, and I understand this notion of attacking sacred cows. But it gets back to the story of the sun and the cloud, man. It's like, and if you're going to attack someone's religion, they're going to cling to everything that's anti-you. And so, when you go after this, it's like, okay, great, you're going to go pick a fight against, 900 million people, dude. I don't know, I can understand, the concept of, yes, we need to address these issues and all this kind of stuff, but to do it without tact is going to be detrimental to one's even ultimate goal. So why start? You know what I mean? Because if you're gonna
it would be detrimental to someone who, only if whoever you're talking to, because I'm not gonna go, who am I gonna go and have this conversation with, right? If the person is gonna be if they're not emotionally invested beyond the point that it was just on TV, what reason would you have to get so defensive if someone said, hey, something's not right about this story? And
oh yeah, no, I agree. I mean, when the whole fucking charade came out with all the, all that stuff in DC with all this stuff, I was talking about why aren't we talking about that? But now I'm at the point where it's like I don't even I've done my deed with that one. I've talked about it enough. I've done what you know what I mean? We did that on Free Chan a little while, when it came out. Right. And and I was open to I was on it because at that time it was what it was. But now I don't disagree. I don't disagree with the idea to talk about Sandy Hook, but I also look at it you're dealing with a whole nother set of circumstantial evidence and a whole nother conversation.
My whole thing is that was more recent. So this is how I see it, right? It was a recent event that has, that's it. Now people talk about school shooters all the time. So again, it's a word, it's another boogeyman even. People are actually afraid of school shooters now. So the point is that it's a smaller scale psyop than flat Earth. If I'm trying to tell someone, hey man, you know what, maybe you don't live on this globe that you know so well, or you think you know so well. What's going to be more insane to that person, to hear first, And it's not I'm always using Sandy Hook as the gateway to talk about flat Earth. No, not at all. But I'm just saying they're related in that sense, that they're government sponsored.
Oh no, dude, I can
events,
make the case, brother. I could make the case how it's all related and break it down. I could, but the thing is that we're dealing with such a raw bunch of people that are coming into a highly loaded discussion involving all those things. But at the same time, I also know that if I'm seeking to change someone's opinion about it, I know not to take out their sacred cows if I want them to work with me. You know what I mean? And so when I'm not because granted, you can't make someone think. You know what I'm saying? And but I wouldn't want people to walk away from the conversation of flat Earth and with the idea that all flat earthers think that Sandy Hook was an inside job. They're fucking crazy. And that's what I don't want to be a part of nobody's, nothing. Because I want a chance for me. I want my turn.
Yeah.
I want my turn on the way that I see it. You know what I mean? Like, and the way that I think that it could be related to people, because I've talked to people before that have become, you know, like it's not something that are considering it, or that have opened their mind up. Very volatile people that don't want to discuss it. But yo, on that note, I'd like to welcome Gem Panda.
Hi mate, how are you?
All right, brother. Good to see you, man.
What's up, Grandpa?
Yeah.
I actually popped in just to raise a rather annoying housekeeping point with you.
Please do.
And that is to say that when someone comes in your chat and asks you for a wrench, what they're saying to you is, can I limit the other people from speaking in your chat arbitrarily?
I haven't watched, so tell me. I missed it.
Political Hillbilly came in. The first thing he said was, I need a wrench to get respect. I think the next 2 or 3 lines he wrote were him asking you for a wrench. Then you gave him one. He banned 2 of my accounts straight away. The conversation was fine. There was no problem until he arrived. And those accounts are banned from your channel forever, mate. Not just for this chat. I cannot use those accounts again in your chat.
Well, the same thing happens on your channel. You just
hold on. This is about my
really
channel.
be bitching.
Hold on. This is about my channel, and I respect him, and I don't want him to. This is like, you know, even like before, like I saw there was a little issue going on in the background earlier. It's like, look, I have respect for Gem. Gem, I would hope you feel welcome, and I wish I could unban any of the accounts. And honestly, like, all I did see, and the only reason I wrenched them up was because of that. I saw a comment very derogatory about Hillbilly, and whether, you know, anyone wants to make their accusations, whatever, I didn't want to be a part of that discussion, so I wrenched them up. But I would hope, you know, that any of the wrenches that I've given out, it's like, please, everyone's seen how I operate. I'm friends with all the bad guys, everyone that everybody hates, and I want to hear what they have to say.
Okay, but you know, my point is, his intention was to limit the opportunities for other people to use your chat from the moment he arrived, before anyone had spoken. That the first thing he said was, I want to stop other people using your chat effectively.
All right, then I'll tell you what, no disrespect to Hillbilly, man, but after this is no disrespect, but the wrenches, make sure Hillbilly's in the good. I'm going to take away the moderator, no disrespect to Hillbilly. But out of respect for my boy Gem and his accounts, I mean, I would imagine you're not.
Okay. Well,
hold on, real quick, Big L. Hold on 1 second. But Gem, I would hope that I'm just going to ask you. That wasn't you making some of those derogatory comments. I would hope not.
Right.
Yeah, because I don't see that as your modus operandi. Hillbilly, I hope you don't take it personal. And Big L,
and I don't want to be a pain in the ass about it, man.
I don't want you banned. No, I don't. I love you.
Every chat I go in, I get instantly banned, and it's all a big joke now.
Yeah,
you know,
dude, I'm here to crush that. I'm here to crush that, dude.
Yeah, and that's all he's been talking about the whole time, actually.
All right, are you gonna do the same, Jim? Because everyone gets instantly banned on your channel. And you
on what channel? On my debate channel.
Yeah.
Right. On my channel, I give everyone I know a wrench.
Yeah, and they banned whoever they dislike.
Well, that's.
Well,
no, wait a minute.
No, Jem's response would be, well, they didn't ask.
Give me a second.
Oh, wait a minute. Up until.
Come on, man.
Respond, Big Al. Let me respond.
You're complaining to Hillbilly.
Yes, I understand the point. Let me respond. The last 2 hangouts, I've done that. I've given everyone I know a wrench. And the reason I've done it is because people have come in my chat, people like yourself, people like YouTube, people like John Watson, who are in my chat, who have banned me relentlessly from other chats.
I've never banned you.
Fuck them. And the people who come in who I know, listen, I'm nearly there, who are my friends, they have the same experience. So my hangout is an opportunity for them to get their own back. And fuck you guys. You guys. Because I get banned probably 100 times a week for no reason. So fuck you guys.
But I don't ban out of spite.
I've
never really had a problem with you, Jeremy. You know that we might not be on good terms right now. I'm assuming, but I've never had a personal issue with you. So
well, I haven't with you either. Anyway, I didn't want to turn this into this. I'm sorry to hijack you. your hangout.
Yo, no, you don't hijack. Jim, you're welcome.
But it's frustrating, and it's I don't deserve it. I'm not, I take the piss a bit, and I can be a little bit antagonistic, but I don't really have a go at people.
Yeah, well, I told Jem it's an acquired taste. I personally enjoy the freaking all of it, dude. You know how I feel about you, so Yeah,
we had a good tour. There was a good to and fro going in that chat. Jimmy was in there, Carl was in there. There's a bit of, it's fine. It's shit talking. It's chat. It doesn't need a hillbilly fucking waving his machine gun around, wiping out anyone he doesn't like the look of.
I shouldn't have said anything. It's between them, but I had to call out the hypocrisy because the same thing happens on his channel. I don't ban people out of spite, but on his chat, all his mods are just dickheads who
Well, everyone's a mod. Everyone I know is a mod. There's like 100 mods, and I clear them all out at the end of
hillbilly and all that.
Start again on the next one.
Chill with all that though. I don't want to go all into that because those are accusations.
Yeah, and I've ruined the conversation. Anyway.
No, I'm not talking to you. I was mentioning just the princess bringing up what she'd mentioned or whoever it is.
Political hillbilly with his porn.
Come on, we don't want to do that, brother. Thank you though. I appreciate, please, because Jem, I enjoy your company. You're one of the people out here that gave me the reason to give ballers a chance again. Because it was your wit and man, I appreciate
awesome,
it.
Man. Yeah, guys, come on.
Yeah, man. I believe that children are our future.
Yo, all of it, dude. All of your slights, from the first time.
Let them live, and they can lead the way.
From the first time you ever made fun of me, I've always enjoyed it, dude. I've always felt that that's necessary, man. It's like, dude, when my mother would be like I grew up with Jem Panda as my mom. You know what I mean? Oh, nice try, kid. You're fucked. Or whatever. That to me is English humor at its finest. It's probably done more bad to England than they're well aware of. However, it's still fucking funny. And the thing is, my rule really has always been from day one, if it's funny, it's okay, man. It's when we go down that realm of and I've always fought against this too, the crass humor. Just to me, it's slapstick verbal comedy. Yeah. Well, that's what I don't want to. It's as I've heard so many people say, it's low hanging fruit. It's unnecessary, to go to that level, especially when you could be witty. And that's what I appreciate, Jem, is at least you're fucking witty as hell and you're challenging. It's like when Tim was in here earlier. And I got to get a good and I'd love for you to meet my boy Baba Joe and have a go because I think those are conversations that I personally want to hear. I don't see, and this is no disrespect to anyone out there, but since FreeChan dipped, it's kind of this, it's like FreeChan was like the roughneck of the woods, and I kind of like that. And I not that I want to create a bet, anything I like FreeChan, but I want to have it's my own thing. I want my turn. In a sense of being able to say, okay, all these good people that are intellectuals and smart and raise good issues. And you guys are so good for us to sound off about the standard model.
Snacks to the future block.
Well,
Vancouver 10 times
hey,
tonight.
you know what, bro? I saw that, and I don't know if you also saw it in chat. I said, hey, please don't, and I saw that. But my thing, bro, and shout out, brother. I don't think we've ever talked, Glenn. How you doing, brother? Is that it's the comments going too far. That's all it is, brother. But if you're witty, you're all Jesus with me, dog. I mean, it's like when Jem goes, oh, you must be a PhD. That to me is that's funny shit. If it's a slight, but it's I don't know, man.
I think that you're right though. I think there isn't really a lot of debate going on now. I think that I don't know. I think on the flat Earth side of things, I think people don't really want to debate. I think they enjoy discussing the ideas between themselves, and they don't want to have them challenged. At least not.
All I see is people asking for it though. Every day they say come in. They're inviting Globers to come in and give us proof. And then when
hold on though, you're talking to
debate though.
Jem has a channel though specific. It's like if you want to go debate ball. I went there when I first came out. and no one could have stopped me. I looked up Flat Earth Live. I went on. It was like it's wherever we were doing one-on-ones for a second, for a little while, and I'll never. And for that, I have vapid platitudes as my coin phrase from what's his name? Discourse. Rhetoric Discourse or whatever, man. And I went one-on-one with him, and he's an awesome dude. And like, and all of us have the opportunity. Like, I just say it in Jem's defense, because he provides a platform for that debate. So anyone that's a ball earther or flat earther should go there.
But that's what I was saying. I mean, the conversation should be had, and if any of you guys feel like, you're in a channel where they're not letting you talk.
But I don't think there really are the opportunities, because I mean, what I see is, I mean, I do see what you're saying. I see people like, for instance, Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve. He's always demanding that people, bring him proof for a globe. Well, that's not a debate.
Oh, true. He doesn't have debates. You're right about that.
And I think that, what's happening with You've Been Exposed is pretty much, it's a fairly similar thing that's going on there as well. It's it's very, very controlled. It
is, but those are
okay. But Jen, here's where I have to call you out.
I've been from both of those rooms. I mean, that isn't part of the debate.
It's true, but I don't think maybe those people aren't trying to debate. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, there are going to be channels that don't.
So who would you say?
Oh, I'm new. I'm not going to claim anything. I'm just saying I've been to those ones, though, so I know what you're talking about, and I see how they're more controlled. Like, there's more of a, especially when Del comes on. Del is all about like, okay, get online and show me what you got. And as soon as people start like, doing the same old kind of I call them like the step one explanations, he just gets kind of pissed off and says, oh, fuck off, I don't want to hear this and this. And okay, but again, that's his channel, right? So like, we don't have to be there. And if that bothers you, I think like you should just move on, man. It doesn't. What good is it for all you guys to have like online enemies and shit? Like, just find your lane. Like, there's gonna be someone who's gonna hear you out.
I tell you what. I mean, it's a good point that you raised. But I think why it bothers me is it was perfectly typified this week in his last hangout, where he did a bit of a phone in. And he had a woman phone in who was, I imagine she's a young mother. She was talking about the problems she was having with her kids going to school and learning about the globe and the challenges that this was facing. And I think the way that Del reacted to that, and he didn't really offer any advice, but how he was with it, I think that that is the reason it upsets me, really. When you've got someone like that who is sitting there proclaiming truth and using this mechanic of offering for people to prove the globe, and his additional mechanic of his street interviews to propel himself into a position where he looks to be a person of authority, when really he's a person who's just uninformed and fairly poorly educated, and now he's giving advice on the education of children, and that is worrying.
Right. Well, I mean, the way I see it is that I hear him say a lot of the times, especially he seems like one of these guys, because in as far as flat Earth goes, there are obviously people who are trying to make themselves kind of like the leader of some kind of like movement or something, where it's no one needs that. You know what I mean? We just need people to be
right.
No one's even looking for that. People are looking for like good content and like you said, discussion. Like no one's looking for a new like president or whatever, or someone to tell me what to do. So he says that a lot of times, Del. That's what I like about Del, is that he's like, don't look up to me. He tells he says that straight up on his channel. Like, don't look up to me. Don't even take anything I say as truth. He's like, just what I like about him is that he likes. I see him provoking thought.
I think you're right. I think, to be fair to him, I don't think he's set out to be prominent. I just think the things he's done have made him prominent. But where I disagree with you is I think that flat earthers are looking for not a president, but I think the people who are popular in flat earth are the people who assert with the most confidence. I think to me, it's like you guys are going to listen to a preacher. You know, Dell sits there.
Yo.
Why are you muting me?
Please don't mute anybody.
He sits there and he makes his proclamations and with great confidence, and I think people want to hear that. It reinforces their belief.
Dell's pretty cool though, man. He's like he seems, from what I gather, it's just that like especially from my first video, I've seen him with the ball, with the water. He's making his case, and it's not a bad case, man. And he's doing his job or his work to get people to think in this line of thought. I mean, I personally like Dell, but you know what I mean? Like, I know
think he believes it. I think he's honest in that sense. I think he honestly believes it. I don't think he makes a good case. Watch my video on the subject.
Yeah, I don't know. He's always struck me as I've always just felt because we're dealing with a kind of an this is gonna sound, I don't know if this will get across, but it's an objective opinion about the shape of the earth, right? Like I'm on like that, like I can see it as flat too, right? So it's like when he's bringing his points, they do resonate with me, is my point.
Well, I mean, I think that's where he gets it fundamentally wrong. He says there is no debate because it's objective reality, but we're not debating objective reality. We're debating subjective interpretations of the objective reality, because that's all there can be.
Yes, I agree 100% True. And that's really the crux of this issue, is that
I even asked him that. That's a good point. I asked him once in a chat. I never got an answer. I was in one of his live streams, and you know, his biggest point is that water doesn't conform to the exterior of any shape, and like he always asks for that, right? Why can't they show me? So I thought that was and I you know, that became a point in my head. Like when I would think about this stuff, like I would go back to that. And then it got to a point where like, okay, so how am I going to learn to like deal with this question when I pose it to someone else? Like, can you show me water conforming to the exterior of a shape? And the answer you're going to get is, well, that shape, what is it? Like the shape doesn't, it's not big enough to contain the center of gravity or something. So you're never going to see like, And so my question to him was just like, okay, how do you deal with that response? Like what would be the natural thing to say? Later on, I came to my own conclusion that it would be, well, okay, so that's the only example of something that big that you claim does this, and then we can't recreate it on a smaller scale for us to observe. You know, I just wasn't thinking about that at the time. But the point being is that like he sticks to that one. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, that's I see how it's his, what you were saying, like it's his interpretation of the subjective. Like it's it's a subjective interpretation, and it is, because like that's all it can be, you know, till we have, I mean, if there was another way to see it, I don't think it's as easy as, I can't pour.
Forgive me 1 sec for just interrupting. I just wanted to. Yo, Glenn, man, have you been going after Snack or something? Because, like, you know, I mean, like, are you or like behind the scenes, like kicking them out of the hangouts and stuff like that or something? I'm just looking at like
me.
No. Vancouver Princess. Like, you know what I mean? Because I don't want to have this issue with you, dude. And I don't want, like, Snack is a friend of mine, dude. So I really don't want to get in the middle of any of your particular business with each other, man. Can you come in on mic and talk to me, bro?
Issa.
Yo.
I got a question for you.
What's up, brother?
You know, I do respect you having this channel open to both sides. But as far as other channels who want to keep the message controlled, I don't necessarily see a problem with that, because if we're just going to have flatties going on Earth discussions trolling, and we're going to have them come on flat Earth shows trolling, there's no point in doing that anymore. We're past the debates. We can't change their minds. They can't change ours. The time for debating and discourse is over. So there's not necessarily a problem with it being like that. If we don't want any Glovers on the show, I mean, it's their right, because.
Well, no, I mean,
yeah, man, them for sure. I mean, it's people's preferences, right? But Issa was saying the whole time, he started this off earlier by saying he has a higher threshold. You know what I mean? So like he can tolerate some stuff. A lot of people, especially when they have like hundreds and thousands,
Here's my
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
Jam, here's my issue with that. You said that you're getting banned from all these channels, but I don't see you complaining about Earth discussions.
Hold on one second. Yo, Vancouver.
I don't go to Earth discussions.
Vancouver,
you're talking about you're being banned from Earth discussions. I'm not a manager of Earth discussions anymore. I don't. No, I know. I barely go there. I like, they're cool guys. I like them, but I just don't go there very often.
I understand that, but your problem right now is that the channels are being controlled, right? They see you, they ban you.
No, well, I think there was a couple of issues there. I mean, what we were talking about was the opportunity for debate, and I was saying there isn't much. So, I mean, if you think the debate's over, I mean, I would certainly disagree with that. I think the debate's hardly just begun.
Well, it's over for. Okay, how long have you been looking into this or debating flat earthers?
Probably about 18 months or something like that.
So it can't be over until we have some kind of closure.
Wait, at this
we're just the beginning, aren't we? We're the people who,
but at this
time of day, you've got to deal with the people.
Change your mind? Do you think anything out of these 18 months can change your mind?
Oh gosh, no.
So what's the point of debating it? Well, like when they see you now, they're like, okay, we can't change this guy's mind, so we're just going to give up on it.
Because I think there's a lot of people who are lying, and I think there needs to be people pointing that out.
Absolutely,
it's a little bit of everything, guys, man. You can tell me, like me, by just observing these chats before I even ever joined them, like as of this week or whatever. I noticed, like, especially some of the Globers that I've seen in all the chats, like they were in all of the ones that I went to. I can't help but think that some of them are, like genuinely interested, and they just have a weird way of approaching things. Like they don't, you know what I mean? Like they're awkward like that. I don't know how to explain it, but like maybe if I go in like on some confrontational shit, that they'll, I don't know, man. I don't know, but I really feel like some are just interested in the information. Some are obviously trolls, but you can't tell me that some are in there like trying to learn something, or like just trying to at least hear something that they don't hear in their, through their regular channels. Like,
with me, I think it's probably mental illness. It's probably some sort of OCD.
It's all good, man. You came in here talking about discussion, so the fact that we know, like, okay, you can be a little like antagonistic or whatever about it, but at the end of the day, I mean, that's you claimed what you were about. You were about the discussion, and so anyone who's going to shut you off, that's just them. That's the people that can't handle it, or they got to a point on their their YouTube journey where it's like, I don't know how many viewers or whatever Dell or one of these guys gets, but maybe they're just frustrated after a while. Like if he reads the same shit, like he has his channel, right? So that's where he goes. It's his safe spot. And then like a bunch of people just come in saying the same shit to him, like on a week to week basis. After a while, you just maybe if you don't have as high a threshold as like Issa was saying he has, you might blow up or have some kind of like, you know what I mean? Like you just won't take it as well. And that's some people. Whereas here's the place where the guy's saying, go ahead, talk about whatever you guys want.
You see, I find Dell, for me, it's antagonistic when I hear him say the things he says. And, that, even though he isn't being deliberately antagonistic, perhaps in the same way that I am sometimes, it is antagonistic because
What, like the information?
Because he's saying, I'm giving people the tools for critical thinking, and when he isn't, and you could take him through a logical process that showed that if he was amenable to that kind of a discussion, but he isn't.
I think he's kind of doing that with his street interviews. I mean, like you could see it in people's faces.
I think he's picking off unprepared people, who aren't prepared to answer these sort of questions, because these sort of questions about, water conforming to shapes, they're not, people don't automatically have the answers to them. For most people, if you're getting, I mean, to be fair, I guess he gets quite a lot of students and fairly young people, but a lot of these people, they haven't learned, they haven't spoken about this stuff or thought about it since, a science class when they were 12 or something like that. If the subject was covered at all, because many of these things aren't. And I know when I first came into Flat Earth, I didn't know the answers to fucking loads of questions. There's still some I don't. But exactly, you just can't get to them all. You know what I mean? Or get a full understanding of everything. So
right, but maybe that is maybe that's what he meant by like giving people the tools for the critical thinking, right? Like just like I said, like provoking the thought, like just implanting that thought there, and then they can go, just even if they're interested to, can go look into it on their own. But like you said, they've never had the thought before. They've never entertained it. You know what I mean?
I think that's fair, but I think that I think if you're going to do that, you need to be sort of correct in what you're saying. You need to have a decent foundation for what you're saying, and I don't think he presents that in his street interviews, and I think people just they don't notice. And I think if he was doing it to me, he would still get away with stuff, because people do in that. If people might say something and you might disagree with 3 bits of what they say, but you can only pick one to start with, you know what I mean? And then that takes you down a certain rabbit hole, and they'll get away with a couple of things. And, when I've obviously done a lot of, adversarial conversation, if you like. And when, occasionally when I watch them back, which isn't very regularly, but when I do, it's always loads of things like, oh, gosh, shit, I missed that. And why didn't I say that? And, there's always loads of bits that I know I missed out on. But I think that what Dell's doing is, I think he's essentially reaffirming his own belief by finding people who aren't able to answer his questions. And from that, he derives, like I see a lot of the time in Flat Earth, I can't explain this, therefore it cannot be explained. And, that's the conclusion that's drawn. And that isn't the case. What he says about opposing pressure systems, is incorrect. What he says about, all pictures from NASA are composites and it says so on their website, that is incorrect. These things are not true, and they can be shown to be not true. And that they're not debate, they're not interpretations of reality, they're not true. It does not say that on NASA's website, and the pictures aren't all composites, and there are not 2 opposing pressure systems. That just is not true. Anyway, I'm a bit...
A pressurized system and a non-pressurized system are not opposing?
They're not, well, as what he says is, and he's adjusted it slightly, but he used to say a positive pressure system and a negative pressure system. Well, space is nothing. It's not a negative pressure system. It's nothing. It's not sucking. It's nothing. Right. It can't exert forces on anything because it's nothing. So on Earth, you've just got pressure that's gradually reduces as you get higher, and that's very easily provable, especially to Dell, who lives in a fairly close to mountains. He could just buy something, a packet of potato chips, and drive up a mountain with it. And when he gets to the top of the mountain, it'll be inflated because the pressure reduces. So, it's very easy for him to prove this to himself. And, we know this to be the case. That's why we need oxygen if we climb a mountain, or, that's why aircraft have to be, pressurized. I mean, it's not rocket science, this stuff. We know that. So, he starts this stuff with these things that are just not true. I mean, he could say, for instance, that all pictures from NASA are fake, and he could give his reasons why he believes they're fake, or something along those lines. I'm not saying he has to accept the stuff from NASA. I'm just saying, don't say they're all composites and it says that says so on NASA's website, because that just isn't true. You know.
Well, what do you mean they don't say that it's composite?
Well, some pictures are composite, but he says all pictures are composite, and it says so on NASA's website. That's his standard line on it. And
this gets to my question, though. Here's the thing: is that what we're facing, let's say, as flat earthers, right, is this idea that are we, when we enter this dialogue, are we trying to debunk what the proposed academia is saying, or are we trying to measure and map out the world that we live in? And I think at this stage of the game, what Dell and others are really partaking in is this idea that we are observing what we've been given. And if it's like this, it's like, well, if only some of the blood is on your shirt, it's just good enough, because it's like, that's our problem, is that it's like, okay, like with a varying, vast amount of subjects, which I'm happy that you're so acquainted with, is that we know that there are discrepancies, and those discrepancies to the flat earther mindset is so valuable because it shows the evidence that there could be a potential for whatever. But you're dealing with a subject where I am said earlier, we're hunting for information on a topic that there isn't very much of information on. Like, as from the flat earth kind of perspective, poking holes in the the modern thing. But it really comes down, what are we starting to do? And that's what you're facing, Jem, is you're facing a lot of people that are trying to poke holes in this, and you're trying to define it to an extent where it's almost, their point has been made, and you're trying to continue the point on to the nth degree, and they've already left the conversation because of it. Because they feel as though their point's been made, that they've taken a chink out of the armor. And that's where, you're right, there isn't that high scientific approach for cartography at the moment in the flat earth movement, but we're young. So with that, I mean, that's why I appreciate you, is that you make my argument, you help me get my ideas correct. I don't want to be wrong. I'm not in this just to be right. You know what I mean? Or
right. And that's all I say. I just, you know what I mean? I'm not, I don't really, I don't attack people usually. I just tell them when they're wrong.
No, I've said this from the beginning. It's like even Tim is a fine example. He doesn't curse. He doesn't swear. He debates. You do this, right. You do much. I mean, I've heard you go off the handle too, but today's a new day. That's how I look at it, man.
I do lose it quite a bit.
Yeah, but that's part of the fun of why being out here. I understand that too, and that's why I'd say let it ride. But also, we have Flat Earth has we just I think want some recognition within some of the community that's so adamant against it. But that's how it should be. But hold on, no. But I like that there's a stone wall of fuck you. It's like my mom. You know what I mean? It's like, it's like I can't explain. I'm like, oh, that's adorable that they still, even after all that, it's no fuck you. You're not a doctor.
But don't you think?
Yeah, it's so much easier, right? It's so much easier too. Like you just say that and go about your day. Okay, I just told a couple flat earthers to go fuck themselves on YouTube.
But don't you think that the people on my side of the debate who are involved in it, I think we're the easy ones for you guys, because we at least give you the time of day.
No,
you see this in Dell's interviews. Most people, they're not fucking interested. And well, what shape of the earth? Well, they don't give a shit. You know what I mean?
I'm saying a guy just told me on the last chat. I can't remember whose room we were in. I mean, that guy was. We should have just shut the channel down right after. It was what's his name, man? Damn. Anyway, he was saying I need an app on my phone that'll prove that I'm not looking at the horizon when I'm looking at it or something, like a theology app. So like when I'm high up, when I go up to the top of a building and a glass elevator and I see the horizon rise to eye level and it's always like out there straight ahead. He's like, no. You get this app like this app on my phone, and it'll show you that that's not the case. And like, what do you even say to that? What do I say to that?
Get the app. Get the app.
I mean, obviously, right? Get the app. Yeah, get the app and
see if what it says is correct.
Hold it up. Yeah, I didn't even get what he was saying. Like, how is an app going to show? What an app is going to make me now look down to have to see the thing? He was saying that the angle is so small that I think. So I asked him then, at what point would I have to look down then to see a horizon? Like, if that thing's not moving with me, there should be
a long way.
Really? I want those numbers though, so badly, man. Like, I need the number of where that happens, and then the number of also where the horizon just turns into like a full, like, nice bend, you know? Some halfway between what we see and what they see from the moon. I want to know, like, that where you just see a nice big curve, like you do in every movie ever when they like fly over the, you know, the planet or something, you know, like in Star Wars or those, when they go from one planet to the next, like, you see that perfect, like.
Well, we know we can't really see it at about sort of 40,000 feet, don't we? I think possibly at 40,000, if you had, you know, the right conditions, because often.
Oh, you don't believe that? You don't believe that the balloon footage is real? Because he was telling me that's fake.
I think you do see it in the balloon footage. I think the problem with the balloon footage is that it's always, you know, you've always got these GoPros with.
No, but the one that doesn't. That's what I told him. I was talking.
Well, in that one, you do see curve though. In what's the guy's name? I can't remember But in that one, you do see some curve, don't you?
Well, and what they're referring to when they say curve is what they've done is they put a line across the screen. And they're showing the slightest little hair, and they're saying that is the curve in proportion to the Earth. My biggest problem with all of that is then how the fuck am I seeing boats go over the fucking curve at the beach? Because, like, you know, if it's got to be curving, you know, although it's one of my biggest conundrums. I'm just like, well, wait a minute.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I just say, wait a minute.
All right. So, because at the beach, if you're looking. If we're talking about the horizon, you know, laterally, you know, we're looking horizontal. We're looking from left to right. Yeah.
Right.
We need. You've heard this before, I'm sure. We need to see 69.1 miles of it to see 1 degree of curvature.
But that's where I get pissed, because then how is the boat going over the curve if it's 69 miles? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's this, and that's all we're looking for is we're saying, hey, look, we found a discrepancy here.
Right, yeah. But we only start to see that that curve. We start to see it at about, you know, 3 miles, don't we? If we're standing on the beach,
right?
But the
thing is, someone said if you're standing on the beach, though, they brought up the point that, okay, fine, if that's the curve over there,
well, let him make the point, though. Let him make the point.
Yeah.
What's up, Tim?
But it's before something is sort of angled beneath the horizon enough to disappear. You know, it has to be, you know, a lot further away than 3 miles. Obviously, depending on how tall the object is. But when you're looking at that horizon left to right, you know, it's all of equal distance to you, more or less, isn't it? So
oh yeah, no,
and you're only seeing, you know, I would say if you're, say, I don't know, looking at the Chicago skyline, for instance, we're probably only looking at about 2 miles horizontally, would you say, a city center, to, you know, 4 miles maybe, or something like that?
Well, I don't know though, because that's an interesting mathematical problem to try
it's only going to be a very limited amount.
But how far? Well, yeah, good point. Yeah. Huh.
However, 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, see, that's my thing, is that I'm willing to, like, you know, some people have proposed, okay, well, what if the ball is bigger? But they always propose that after this argument of, well, if I can't see the curve. And then the point is that it's like 5 minutes ago that was all about the blue marble. And then, like, you know, it's like at 25,000, you know, and then everything's adjusting in relationship to the discussion so as not to agree. And all we really need, and what we need more than ever, is this agreement, this common ground where it's like, hey, it's okay that, you know, we think that, and Jem, and this is why I've said it from the beginning, you said it perfectly. You're the only person out here that actually respects the dignity of the conversation.
Right.
You're out here saying like, hey, wait a minute. Well, but did you see this? You know, like, I mean, like,
Right.
I got to say, and we're lucky that I've always been happy to be with you guys because it is an opportunity to assess the other side of the equation. You're so well versed in it. We have it, like, you're an open book to us.
Yeah, I mean, he's as I see it, you know, you guys are wrong.
Though.
You're incorrect, but there's
Okay,
no point in me. You know, my approach isn't you're a moron. I don't think that's a good approach. I think the good approach is let's have a conversation, and within that, I will point out where you're wrong.
Exactly, and that's where. And check it out. That's where I love you because I know you're not going to come to that point of agreement, but it's okay for me because I can walk away from a conversation with you challenged. With like I walked out of the discussion. I have a couple tests that I want to do this summer, like the angular diameter of the moon. I'm fascinated. I
get that too all the time. People will say to me, you know, particularly on the, you know, NASA stuff sometimes is kind of my favorite, you know, they'll say, well, why is this like this? And I think, I don't know why they did that. You know what I mean? And then I had to go and look it up, you know.
Yep. That's it, man. Yeah, go on, brother.
Yeah, I was just asking about the horizon. It's like someone, I can't remember what I was watching that just put this idea in my head, really. Is that if that's the curve that I'm seeing at the beach, right? Whatever that distance is that I'm looking straight ahead at, if I look left or right, I'm seeing double that now, right? Like that's the length of, it's twice the, because it's as far as I could see to my right, and then as far as I can see to my left. So that's like saying that as far as I can see on either of those sides would be the curve of the ball Earth, man. When I know that that's not the case, like there's a street down there, you know what I mean?
Right, but if we take your maths, if we said that it was double the distance, if you were looking at 6 miles, you know, you're only looking at 1/10 of a degree of curve. Which, I mean, if you take out a protractor.
Right, but we know that that's not the Earth is not falling away from me on those sides, right? Like,
right, and because you're only looking at that tiny bit of the curve. I tell you what, can I do a quick video?
Yeah, of course. That's what I like about Jeremy. He addresses your question. He doesn't seem to dance around.
Yes.
You know, like
that's
the
awesome,
people like, well, you know, change goalposts. You know, and Jeremy's direct. He's like, well, give me your claim. I'll attack it, and we'll tell you that you're right. But
relentlessly, yeah.
Yes, it's the best. It's so healthy.
It really is though. I appreciate
like you said
it.
Earlier, man. Anything left not standing must be the truth.
Yep.
And that's like
everyone leaves with with one more experience for their debate. You know, like you'll know what you expected to hear, and you'll have some new points of reference. Like it's good. It's healthy for everyone.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Jam. Let me know when you're ready to show.
Yeah, sorry, I'm nearly there. Oh, yeah, I found it now.
Take your time.
Where?
What a nice hangout, gentlemen. I'm so happy. Like, I swear to God, these 8, like, it's almost literally 8 hours, 7 hours we've been going, guys.
The leader of the cool school, I said.
Oh man, shoot. You know.
It's where the cool kids hang.
Yeah, I'm glad to be it, man. Yes. Pretty soon we'll be dropping dollars up in this motherfucker.
Right, do you see this? Are you seeing this?
Oh, forgive me. Hold on. Let me forgive me, brother. Good to go.
Right, this is I'll show you this bit and then it gets on to another bit which gives us a good idea of scale. But this is from I can't remember the name of the tower, but it's somewhere in Texas. And it's about 800 feet up. So the horizon we're seeing here is about 30 miles away. There is the calculation on here actually, but I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head. So hang on. Right, so we stuck it in the curve calculator and found out that we should be able to, the horizon is 30 miles away, which looks like this on a map. And then as we zoom out, we see how much of the map that is. And it's just this tiny, tiny, tiny piece of the curve. Now, this is what the curve looks like in scale. That's 150 miles. That little red triangle there is Mount Everest. So that's what 150 miles of the curve looks like. This is the average ocean depth. And the, let me just twat that back a bit, hang on. Because these are quite good, I think, to get an idea of the scale. And this was this guy who did the chalk thing on the driveway there. He's called Reverse Course. He's actually an ex-flat earther. And he sees that as the major issue, is people just don't get the scale. So he drew this curve and then drew the things on it to scale. And if you see, you know, your opportunity to look at 150 miles of horizon, I would say that probably never happens in most people's lifetime. And that's why we don't see curve. You can see there, that's how much curve you would get in 150 miles. It's.
But you started that off with giving us the number.
Hold on 1 second then. Then hold on. Like, see, my problem with this is that then how come I'm seeing boats go over the horizon then?
Yeah.
It's just really about, you know, your line of sight. Just
well, no. But I'm supposed to. I'm witnessing the curve, Jem.
Right, but there is once something starts to move away from you.
No. But look at the scale. You just disproved that with your scale.
I haven't.
No, but you see, like,
this is looking across the horizon.
Yeah, the curve is so far from us.
Jeremy, you're saying that what it looks like is you're saying you need at least 150 miles before you notice any curvature. We're saying
if you're looking at it in this direction, yes. If you're looking at it,
right, but then that's what I'm trying to say, is that this is the conundrum that I'm having, is that you can't have it both ways.
Where I can observe the curve at like 3 miles, but then also it's too big.
Right,
so
this is the huge chink in the armor of the.
It just isn't. I mean, it's just about the way, because if you're looking at that, you'd be looking at it all in one go, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, you
don't get to do that. You get to look at about this much. You know, there's still a curve there. There's a curve right from your feet.
Right, but it's a very
there.
Right. No. And hey, brother, how about this, Jem? You might be right. However, it's a very difficult case to make. The thing is,
yo, Ed.
There's a curve from my feet to where, though?
Peace to the God.
Like, if we put a straight ruler, how long would it have to be before we could observe, like...
There's a curve from your feet from your toes to your heels, you could say.
Really? Damn, all right.
Yeah, all the way around the world.
Oh man!
This is where you go. But that's and this is something I've been thinking about and kind of talking about. It's what you will. It's kind of what Timmy's been right all along. It's your presuppositional position and your cognitive.
My house can't be built on a mound right now.
Well, no,
he said my heels to my toes though. Like,
well, hold on. That's huge. But
that's crazy. That's wild. That's like.
Well, no, he's being facetious. But the thing is, but the thing is that Timmy was right. It's the
from your toes to your heels. I think that's
it's the other way. You're going. No wonder I'm going the wrong way my whole life.
Spinning the wrong way.
Fucking A. That's what it is. But I feel like it's the presupposition of what we have in our head, and it's our confirmation bias, and then it's each other's cognitive dissonance looking at the other party. Like for me, I'm getting a headache trying to see where the curve is in that picture.
Me too, but I don't think that's cognitive dissonance, Doc. I really don't. Like, the thing is, we accepted that story before, so all we're trying to do is have it make sense again, and it won't. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. Like, it's not like I'm not dismissing anything Jeremy's going to put up right now. Like, I'm going to look at it.
I need to find a scaled analogy that I can apply to that to make it easier.
Yeah, man. Especially if the boats are still, if you guys are claiming that thing is the curve, then we have a problem.
But I think you could. Well, I don't think it. I mean, the problem sort of lasts as long as it would take you to stick, create a sphere in a 3D program and move around it a bit.
If you go up, you don't see a horizon. People have done that. I've seen that one.
In fact, the
difference of the plane and the sphere, like when you rise above it, and then you stop. At some point, you have to look down to see the horizon if it was a ball. Whereas if it's a plane and you just keep going up, the horizon rises to your eye level as you go up.
And you're saying you don't get a horizon in a 3D program?
No, I'm saying you do, but I'm saying you don't get. You would have to. You change the camera where you'd have to like look down the same way as if you were there physically. You'd have to look, tilt your head down and look down to see an edge. It wouldn't be in front of you all the time. That guy was telling me that I wasn't looking out straight, and again, that it's just too big for me to see. Well, if it's too big for me to see, why can I see it? With my.
I tell you what, this is a good one. Let me share this video. If you don't, is it okay if I do one more, Isa?
Of course.
This guy did a whole series where he just sort of flew around a scaled globe, which is quite cool.
Let me know when you're ready, brother.
Yeah, I'm a bit.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, go.
Cool.
Might want to mute the audio, Jim.
So he gives us the heights here, look.
Damn, so we have to get 800 miles up to see that. All right.
He's got a whole series of these. It's worth having a look on this channel. He's got a whole load of them where he's just flying around like this. He doesn't speak on them or anything.
This is a simulator, right?
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, this is CGI.
I knew it.
It still looks better than the Japanese or whatever, the Chinese...
So this is at 100,000 feet, and you can see there's barely any curve there.
He needs to do 120, and we've seen it though straight. Like it looks straight.
See, that's what even with but the thing is, Jem, is that it's this dilemma of, and it's not that I guess I don't have as much of an aversion as I used to do it. As let's say the Earth was a ball, but it's way the fuck bigger than we think it is. And if that's the case, I could accept that as a truth. But right now,
exactly,
the argument is that we're being sold this ball.
On this size ball.
And this particular size, this particular thing, and we've got it down to the Newtonian fucking whatever. And it's like, I think we've got to be willing to, if you want to show it again, you can. I don't know if you want to play it again if you want.
Yeah, let's play it again.
Like,
so
but this like, yeah.
He just took it off right now.
Yeah, right? What the fuck?
He's like, oh, shit.
Oh, no.
He
He's like, Jim Panda's using my shit. Oh. Actually, you know what?
Look at all those flat Earth tabs.
Born again flat Earth.
No, it just got removed. No way. Come on.
No way.
No freaking way, dude. Because this is because what's happening is that you can't have the boat going over the freaking horizon and that.
Yo, how'd that guy's video just get moved while we were watching it, though? That's crazy.
Well, at least we got a viewing in, right?
Yeah, man, thanks. That's rare. Rare. God damn.
Talk about timing.
That guy just went back to flat Earth. You just said he was a reform.
Right? He's like, no, fuck Jim Panda. He's like, I'm a ball earther and fuck Jim Panda.
He's like, oh my God.
You good, brother? I guess we can't show that again. So.
But this is his channel.
You guys just missed the proof of curvature. That's it. It's gone forever. Right. We saw it.
And then Jem will be talking. Well, there used to be a video.
Here's the horizon one. He's got a horizon one here. Look.
There used to be a video.
We saw it.
This is setting it up. Look in his 3D program. Look.
Yep.
This is a skyline, I guess.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I want to fight that guy. I don't know why. The way he says the sentence.
Nah, dude, yo, all those dudes.
What's going on?
You
want to fight the motherfucker?
Yeah, right. I always got peace on them dudes. Like I'm always just like.
It's just a couple of them, like a handful. Like I got a list. I think every flat earther does, man. Like it's, like I was saying, like everyone's got like 3 or 4 astronauts, and 1 or 2 of these TV scientists, made for TV scientists that you just want to like smack up. Have you ever seen Michio Kaku talk? Like this guy, you ever hear him talk about how people who don't
but check it. Once you
blue
get
jeans and Madonna and Arnold Schwarzenegger are the future. If you don't, you ever heard that shit? Like the real terrorists don't believe in blue jeans or something. Like this guy's wild, man. That's science.
Wait, but Michio Kaku is a theoretical physicist, right?
Yeah.
From the College of the City of New York.
Yeah, theoretical physicist is like, it's like a PhD in make believe. It's a beautiful thing. It's you could say whatever you want. You're an expert of theory, so you can, as long as you can talk shit all day. Like that's all it means.
No.
Yeah.
So it's like a path to make shit up, basically.
I think you understand what a theoretical physicist is, dude. A theoretical physicist, it doesn't mean that you could just. It doesn't mean that you study theories. A theoretical physicist is basically someone that he studies all types of physics, and he has a little bit of knowledge on all these bits of physics. Not that.
All I gotta say to you is that like Neil deGrasse Tyson is a theoretical astrophysicist, right? Is that what it is?
I think he's just an astrophysicist, not a theoretical astrophysicist.
Oh, not okay. Well, he is the expert on space as far as most people are concerned. Like this guy can come and say all kinds of crazy shit. To me, it's just like if there was someone who claimed to be like an expert on Egypt, I would have expected him. And if he's gonna claim expert and then come and like talk to me from the perspective of an expert, I would expect him to at least have been there, right? You would assume that the guy's been to Egypt. This guy's never been out of space. This guy's never even claimed to been on the ISS. Like, you're the expert of this thing, of this place, and that's outer space. Like, imagine how wild it would be for you, and just a guy with a PhD on Egyptology. He's never been. That's nuts.
Just so you know, I looked up Neil deGrasse Tyson right now, and he's just an astrophysicist.
Oh, okay. My bad. He's still the space expert, but like he's never been there. To me, once I really thought about that, I was like, man, that's kind of weak that we would accept that much space talk from a guy who's never been. You know what I mean?
Well, it's a very big universe. I think I think it's acceptable for us to know some things about it without having traveled to all of it.
Really? At those distances, like billions and trillions of shit. Like I don't.
Right, so you think that we could just say, well, we can't send anyone there, so we'll just. Let's
deal
we don't know anything about that, or we'll not try to discover anything about it. I mean,
let's definitely try to discover. Let's just not lie and claim fact on some shit we don't know about.
We don't have to travel there to be able to.
Yeah. How? If I was telling you just about a different city across from your state, like if I just said that city over there, and I was telling you things about it, like fucking fact, you know what I mean? But I had never been there.
Yeah, that's a bad argument that we don't gotta be there. Say it's true.
Well, wait,
not be there, man. Just experience it. What are you talking about?
It depends what facts you're determining.
I can insert God, and you have to believe it.
Hey, also, guys, who's got a TV on in the background or something?
You see what I mean?
No, I don't see. How does that work? If you, what about God? What?
Okay, they want us to accept something we've never seen before, but they're not willing to accept God. You see what I mean?
How do you know who's they and what's a God?
With the atom and all those type of things. You never seen those, but you take word for people who claim they've seen them or have an instrument that claims that's what it is. So it's like a back and forth with that argument.
But
what gets you is
that's cool, man. But like that's if you're down with blind belief. Like,
check it out. It's like this though. You could talk to an astrophysicist and be like, and he's gonna be like, in all this and everything, and you're like, okay, so what happens after death? He's like, well, Jesus comes. You know what I mean? And just lay it out like exactly like. Might as well you be like, well, no, when you die, this is what happens.
Yeah, man. But what we're
It's
talking
like,
about is we're talking about we want to deal with reality. So like, I don't want to listen to shit from people who claim to know things that they haven't experienced. You know what I mean? That's all. Like, you can't talk to me about an afterlife if you've never experienced an afterlife. It's that simple. Like
you're right.
It's just stuff like this. It doesn't make it any less or more true. It just makes your telling of that wait. Kind of bullshit. You know what I mean?
But in your analogy of the city, if you were telling me things about that city, I've never been there, and you've never been there, but you're looking at that city through a great big telescope, and maybe you've sent your drone to have a look around the city as well.
That's the thing, man. I can't do that either. Where like NASA, where like these guys have special telescopes.
And maybe you've got some other, equipment that can tell you, can detect how many people are in that city or something like that. Then I should listen to you because you've got greater knowledge of it than me, and that knowledge is, reliably informed. So why shouldn't I?
Yeah, if you believe in then what do you?
Well, first off,
you're basing a belief on my equipment. Then, so the equipment that I'm claiming to have, and there's always something that you're just like trusting in. You know what I mean? That's all I'm talking about.
The issue is this: is that it becomes
that's what we do as human beings. We trust in each other. We rely on each other's skill sets. That's
okay. But once you figure out that someone's lying to you, like that's what I did, right? So I feel like I've been lied to. So now what I do is I try to listen to things that I don't want to take anyone's word for anything no more, man. You know, like
I would say your first step should be to rid yourself of that belief, because most
belief? I don't have any beliefs. I'm trying to live a belief.
The belief that you feel that you've been lied to, because the fact is, most of your fellow human beings are like you. They're just like you. Most of them aren't trying to deceive you.
Oh, most. I'm not talking about most people. I'm not even talking about my fellow human beings. I'm talking about authority, bro. Straight up, like the authority on space, the authority on this world, the authority of government,
because Neil, if we're talking about who was it, we were Neil deGrasse Tyson or whoever, but he's just a public face of that branch of science. But that
he's on a mission. That guy's out there misleading.
You're throwing that entire branch of science in with him.
Clown. We can all admit it.
Regular people like you. That you've decided that they're all lying to you and that they can't be trusted. And
okay, man. Either it's either NASA or him, right? So pear-shaped oblique sphere, or picture of a sphere.
Let me get
like I can't have both. You know what I mean? It's them.
And why should we trust them?
I think that's a pretty toxic idea, and I think that those some of these ideas, the philosophy of flat Earth, are really where the problem lies.
Well, no, but
I don't think most people are lying to you, and
not most people. I didn't say most people are lying to me. I never said that. And I'm telling you, people who claim authority over a certain domain, right? So there's a space authority. It's not like all of us could just go up to space and see some shit for ourselves. In the analogy of the city that I gave, we can all get up and go to that city.
Hold on.
We can all get up and go to space. There's gatekeepers. There's like people who get to.
Hold on.
But your objection was to the fact that you had to, at some point, you had to trust in someone else. That was your objection, ultimately. And my point is that that's okay.
It is. It depends on what we're talking about, though. Like, I don't want to base my worldview on someone else's lies. Potential lies. You get it?
The idea is presented in Flat Earth that that's not okay, and that
it's not all right.
Go on your own what you can see yourself, and that's
you should be able to think for yourself.
Well, hold on now.
That's all that will do is limit your ability to obtain knowledge.
Listen,
what you should do is
how though, especially if I've done both. Like I'm fully aware of.
You should accept what other people are telling you, but with the proviso that you gauge their ability to give that information reasonably. You look
if you were here earlier, that's what I was telling these guys though.
At how well placed they are to give you accurate information.
Hold on one sec, guys.
That means for a starting point in that, yoga instructors are not good for cosmology. That's 101.
Big Al, what were you gonna say, brother?
I was just gonna say, why should we trust these people? They're trying to tell us how to think. We
That's
should
all
be
I'm
able
saying,
to think
yeah.
for ourselves. And
That's it.
And you want us to trust the government so bad. The track record for these people is terrible. I want to bring up some examples. The Tuskegee experiments, where they were, using us as lab rats. The crack epidemic.
Every war ever.
Every war ever.
Yeah.
CNN.
Segregation. 9/11.
Okay, so where do you draw the line? Because we've decided that not every human is lying to you.
We
But
don't.
we don't
just
give me a big list of things. So who is lying?
For them.
Media controllers, though. Come on, man.
But
Look,
with
Jeremy,
no
the point is,
cosmologists involved in any of the incidents that you've mentioned,
they've
and
showed
yet they're in with the liars. So why is that?
They've showed us over and over that they don't care about us, that they're willing to deceive us for
Well, who
their
is
own
they?
benefits.
You need to define they. That's what I'm asking you to do now.
It's the ruling power structure.
Right. So
Authorities,
how are cosmologists part of the ruling power structure?
It's been in the works, man, for a long time.
hold on.
The same people who
How about this? It's real simple, dude. NASA works directly under the White House. How about that?
Well, yeah, that too.
Well, we're not talking about NASA, are we? We're talking about we're talking about a guy, a 30-year-old guy who is working for a British university observatory.
He did real well in what he studied, right? Under who did he study?
Why is he part of they?
No. He's compartment.
Well,
could you agree?
He was probably brought into the fold.
Sharon, speak, please.
Well, no, I just wanted to say maybe that person working at the observatory, like Issa was beginning to say, he might be compartmentalized, right? So he might not know the big picture, but those who call the shots do. However, I would, reason with you by saying cosmologists who tell us, what's out there or what to believe about things we can't see for ourselves, or, we don't have this access to the same stuff they do, and they don't give it to us. So how are we supposed to take their word when we can't see it for ourselves?
Look at this too, Jem. Can we get a notarized statement on gravity, though? I want a notarized statement.
Never gonna get.
That the guy says that no, this is the way.
I'm not sure who would notarize.
I know exactly. That's what I'm fucking saying. Is we can't find the guy that would ever notarize it, and they're all just like, no, it's the guy over there. No, it's the guy over there. They don't fucking know.
They don't want to. No one wants that responsibility. No.
They're given. I mean, when we're given the if I say, oh well, what's the we don't know the shape of the Earth, and then someone comes in with like, no, these are the numbers. It's like, well, wait a minute. Those are presuppositional numbers.
Hey, is Creep still here, by the way?
Yeah, I am.
Guys, listen, I'm real sorry. I know Asa said don't, I know you didn't want to take it there or whatever, but I just wanted to, the thing where we were talking earlier about Sandy Hook, I really would ask you, Creep, if you thought there was nothing weird about that story, to just check out Sophia Smallstorm's presentation. She did a lecture on Sandy Hook, and she covered it extensively, and it was, is really no debate after that. You could check it out for yourself if you're interested. I just thought that was a really, really well put together presentation, and she nailed it, man. For anyone who
that's a good example. Why do you trust Sophia Smallstorm?
I don't trust her. I said I thought her presentation was amazing, and I think it's a good piece of work, and I think.
But why do you think that she's giving you reliable information?
Because I saw, men, come on, this is the case of this story. I saw it, and I saw that there's
the same thing that you might say. What reason do you have not to trust? So until he can find something about this woman that discredits her, then why shouldn't he trust her? She's been discredited like NASA.
You can find something about anybody to discredit them. That doesn't make the information unworthy of listening to.
No, it doesn't make her information worthy, but he's asking why does he trust her? And at this point in
if you're
time,
able to replicate it, maybe you can trust them. So the whole thing with the curve is we haven't been able to replicate what we see in simulations in the real world. So that's where
exactly. She was doing a presentation on a world event that happened down here. No outer space or nothing like that.
But my point would be,
when you ask those questions, why would you trust her? And then you don't address that to yourself. Why do you trust, these organizations?
Jem's making a good point towards Homeboy, though, and I appreciate it, but I also respect Spurs' turning it on him. But he makes a good case. Like I said earlier, I almost doubt. You know that little series about the gopher on the picture on space and all that. Like that could be of some art. It may not be true, but it doesn't mean it doesn't take away flat Earth for me. But but you're right to ask. The thing. Who the fuck is Sophia Smallstorm? Who the fuck's and and that's why I don't get into those subjects, my brother. Because we wind up into this conjecture about because really, who the fuck are the engineers for 9/11? I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
You know
I mean,
Isa. But look, hold on. Look, we've got it. Hold on, look, we've got a name here. If you want to discredit this woman, you've got her name. She's not hiding. Who are the names in NASA? We have nobody's name. Who are the names in government?
Hold on a minute. Why haven't you got anybody? Whose name haven't you got in NASA? And just to respond to Share Bear's point that I don't think. I don't think we are restricted from access to these things. I just think that in order to get there, you have to do some learning. You have to.
How many people? Like you can only touch the NASA and the Vatican's.
But we could go to
telescopes that show us those paintings that we see.
Most observatories, big observatories, have open days all the time when you can go in there and look through their telescopes and see what they're doing. So I don't think this is.
I'm not sure. I've been to one. I've been to one in my old college, and the problem is the pictures don't look like what they show us on CGI. They're very blurry. They're a little bit. They just look like they're just the figures. There aren't any sharp lines. It's just blurry images.
I have a question then. This observatory that was at your college or whatever. One, how high was this observatory? And two, how good was the telescope?
It was pretty good. I can't say it was anything like the Griffith Observatory or like the one that they have in. The Vatican owns that one. I can't say that it's as good as it, but it was on a mountain and it was pretty strong. I can't say I've ever just saying that one because that's the only one I've been to.
But are you comparing what you saw there with YouTube videos of these sort of wobbly sort of star things? Is that what
I took an astrophysics course in college, and those are the images that are in our textbooks. That's why I ended up having to go to the observatory in the first place because, I had an interest in this. This is why I started looking into it.
So, what did you see that was anomalous then at the observatory?
Well, for example, let's say Saturn. Okay. For example, we saw Saturn and we saw an image of something circular with a ring around it, at least from our perspective. But it wasn't as detailed. You couldn't see any kinds of lines or those little identifying markers that I saw in my textbook. I couldn't see them.
Right.
I don't know if the telescope is not strong enough or if that's just how it looks. But
probably the pictures in your textbook would have been taken from the Hubble Space Telescope.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
That could be the difference. The atmosphere on the ground telescopes interfering with it.
Well, yeah, the atmosphere does interfere a great amount with the land-based telescopes.
Right, but if you go on a clear night, you don't see too much of a difference. What would that tell you?
There's a giant difference.
Probably what was in a textbook was probably CGI in a modern textbook.
Probably from the Hubble, maybe enhanced a wee bit.
Who took a picture of the Hubble in space? Like the Hubble took a picture of itself? That picture is crazy. You seen the picture of the Hubble? Like it's a perfectly framed photo of the Hubble just doing its thing, but it's supposed to be the picture.
Hundreds of difference of photos of the Hubble being put into orbit for discovery. Hundreds of them.
Sure, but what I'm thinking is in a school textbook. I mean, if we did a search now for solar system, probably most of the images we get will be an artist's impression rather than actual photographs. You know what I mean?
That's messed up.
I'm not saying there aren't any images or anything. I'm just saying that's how it's used.
That's messed up. Right, we're all using better cameras right now.
They also have like other images using like a gamma ray radiation of the sun, like let's say for example, and the images they swear this is like what they've detected from whatever camera they've used, but it's not like reality. You can't see that much detail on the surface of the sun. If you look with a solar protector on a regular camera.
Right. That's why you can't see it, because you need that there to see the detail.
So this is what I'm saying now. Now they're the only people that have access to it, unless you go make an effort and maybe pay some money to actually see it for yourself. But otherwise, they are the gatekeepers. They are what tell us what the results are.
What would be the alternative? We would all have to have our own great big telescope. I mean,
well, no, but why aren't there any independent?
Sure, there are. You could buy a telescope. You could, like, for instance, near me, there's an
independent researchers.
There's an astronomy club near me that have got like a fairly big telescope that they've owned for. Well, I think they've owned it for about 40 years, but they all club together to buy it, and it's quite old, but it's quite a big telescope. And they're just regular guys.
To use it?
I'm sorry?
Do they charge people to use it at all?
I think I mean you can go. They have like open nights where you can go along and just use it. But I think if you want to be in their club, you have to pay a little bit. But it's only a little yearly.
Oh, so now you got to be in a club, huh, Jim?
I was just asking him because it might be worth it to just go check it out once for yourself, depending on how powerful the telescope is, like you said, and if the most powerful ones are owned by the government or monitored by the government, then yeah, like I said, I would kind of question the information that's coming out of it because I can't verify it on my own.
The one I've been to near me belongs to a university, which I don't know isn't really government anymore. I mean, they're all sort of privately funded, really, anyway. So,
but that's sort of like most of the
kind
research
of
that's going on, right? Universities.
I'm sorry.
No, like that's where most of the research is going on, right? Universities. They're the ones who pretty much fund research most of the time.
Well, wait, isn't Elon Musk, isn't he planning to send out his own telescope in not too long using the SpaceX program, which, I mean, he pretty much made?
Oh, he's going to the moon first, which is great.
I imagine there would be a fair amount of money in it because I know with Hubble, they have like a sort of a meeting every year and they decide who gets to use it for that year, and you have to sort of put your bid in to use it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I got to do this with every Glober that comes in here. I just got to ask you. So, since you brought up Elon Musk, do you think that thing was real? That rocket that landed back in the middle of the ocean, like on its it just came back.
I don't think
that's legit.
I believe it wasn't. I think that
really,
absolutely.
Really? Okay, cool. Because see, these are the thing. This is what you have to believe. Like those are your beliefs. Like this is what I'm finding. 100% of globe Earthers.
Well, it's not belief. We watched it on video from about 4.
I know, but I watched Thundercats on video.
That makes it a bit more than a belief, I think.
Ninja Turtles on video, dog. Like I don't think that there's a teenage mutant Ninja Turtle alive because that's all.
Come on, Jem, man. Tell us where. Tell us, Jem. Tell us where, Jem. Where are we going wrong? Because you keep on claiming that we're lying. We're mistaken. Where are we going wrong? What's going on?
Should we go back to what Jim was talking earlier about? What was it earlier about that we haven't been to space? We haven't done all this stuff that humans have done in history, where humans have explored from the beginning of mankind. We've explored. We're explorers. There's people today, people you may know, that go out and climb mountain peaks that haven't been conquered. And there's thousands of them still to conquer.
Sure.
Right. Why aren't there Flat Earth Patreon pages to go to Antarctica? You can go there. I know you're told you can't, but you can.
You can't freely roam there.
Although I've thought about this.
You cannot freely roam there.
You know what's interesting?
You can't free roam there, but why would that be?
Jazz, before we go into that, because that's a common argument. Is something that I found interesting, and I know it's going to sound whatever, but you know that show, a lot of flat earthers kind of have looked at this movie, the Truman Show. And the thing is, that's interesting is that when he goes, no one stops him. And I always found that just to be an interesting point, is that the idea is that, yeah, maybe you're right, brother. You know what I mean? Maybe, but you know what gets me though, Jazz? I was talking to a dude who was talking about making that trip, and I talked about sailing, and he didn't know about sailing. And I was like, wait a minute, like, this is why I side with some of some people that are like, oh, there's always the credibility of a father when he tells his son, like, hey, you're that's not going to work. But then the son's got to take the advice, but then do his own fucking thing, right?
Yeah, I would say, please, flat earthers, nobody go to Antarctica.
Right,
you will die.
Right, and that's where I'm saying is that, especially if you're naive enough to think, like if you're not a really able seaman with a crew of 90 men ready to fucking rock and roll,
right?
Then I don't know, man. Like with 90 men that know how to read a sextant too, because one of you might die.
Go on a nice warm aircraft.
Well, yeah, exactly. Or like I've heard it said in a whole bunch of different ways, and that's where I don't like the ludicrousness that is proposed in some of this stuff, because I look at it like I have ludicrous ideas, but I've done too many ludicrous things and gotten away with it that I know how to do them, and I know how to do them in spite of, let's say, the objections of the normies and the ludicrousness of those who would think that they're with me. And so I think we have to take the reprimand of what you guys offer, because there is merit to it, that we have to not take this lightly. But I mean, like I said, I always come back to this discrepancy with the issue of that, the earth is too big 1 minute, but then we could see the boats go over the horizon on the other. And that's where it gets back to the discussion. Are we debunking the globe, or are we trying to say that that we've mapped out the universe? Because I think right now we really have to, and I think ballers, I would hope that they would understand that when you're talking to most flat earthers, and I think flat earthers should clarify that they are merely trying to knock a chink out of the armor of this thing. And I think there's too many chinks out of the armor at this point, where we don't have a model, maybe, but we know that what's not the model, in our opinion.
Exactly. You said hit it right on the head.
And that's where we have to decide from the gate: are we debunking this thing, or are we talking about the azimuthal projection and there's an ice wall in the Antarctic? You know what I mean? Because I don't want to go down that realm of conspiratard, nor do I want to be associated with it, quite frankly, because I do want the intellectual ability to get it done.
Yeah, but no, I know what you mean, but I just thought of an experiment you could do in the southern summer when it's 24 hours of not complete daylight, but morning, evening, and afternoon. You could fly to Sydney, fly to the over Scott Base, do a flight over the southeastern edge of Antarctica, land back in Sydney, jump on a plane, and go straight to Argentina, and you'll fly back over the Antarctic again.
Right, but that doesn't put it into the perspective or it's not the necessary argument that would explain the question. It's because that's the question again is that we're saying that, well, how come this, like if you're proposing this, how come this? And then you're like, well, you just need to take, like what we'll hear commonly is something like, well, if you do this and it's some kind of something that doesn't really answer the question. Like I'm not trying to prove the azimuthal projection anymore. I'm just looking at it like,
what about one of these sort of, where you can go on one of these like Russian fighter jets that goes really high? What about that? Would that?
Well, I don't think they've shown that doesn't have curvature as well, as far as I can tell.
But if you went high enough that you did see, a little bit of curvature.
I'd come running. Hey, if I saw that curve, I'd come running back and say so.
Jeremy, so Anthony's asking, Google Earth shows curvature at 40,000 feet. So you're saying that we have to be higher. So is Google wrong? Are you wrong? Is that guy wrong? How?
Well, I mean, I think the 40,000 feet. I mean, that's somebody's arbitrary opinion of where it's showing curvature. But I think the thing is, when you're in an aircraft, almost always you've got cloud beneath you, and that is, as we see in these images, always makes it very difficult to see you know, whether it's straight or whether it's curved. You know, that's what I see a lot. It's cloud, and then you can't really see where the edge is. So,
and Jeremy, you're always.
So what I'm asking then is Google Maps wrong?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Is Google Maps
Sorry,
wrong?
no, I was just going to say, on a plane, you're always looking out the thin side window. You're not looking at the panorama of the cockpit.
Right. You've got
but Jeremy, we're saying that Google Earth, with their scale of the Earth, shows curvature of 40,000 feet.
Well, yeah, Google.
So you say Google Earth are wrong?
No, I'm not. I think that's probably about right. I think if you were, as Jazza says, I think if you were looking out the front of the aircraft where you got a good wide field of view, and I think if there was clear sky, so there was no cloud between you and the ground, I think you would see curvature there. Yeah.
What about the weather balloons at 100,000 feet?
I don't think you'd see much, but I think you would.
So you'd see it at 40,000 feet, but not at 100,000?
You just said at 40,000 feet we would see curvature, but at 150,000 feet
I think if you've got a good view of the panorama, I think you'd see a very, very slight curvature. If you're
Jeremy,
you're saying you can
Jeremy,
see
let's not dance around. Hold on, Jeremy. I'm saying Google Earth shows you how much curvature you see at 40,000 feet. So you're saying a little bit. It doesn't.
No, because like I say, you've got no atmosphere. It's not, you know what I mean? It's not the same as actually looking at it.
But then if we can admit that, then how are the boats going over the horizon?
You're effectively looking at it through the lens of a camera. You know, what is that camera setup like? You know, I mean, it's not the same as
aperture, all that sort of shit.
Seeing something in real life. I don't think you can quite make the direct comparison. But I think if you're saying that you can see it in Google Earth at 40,000, then I think that, you know, if you got that field of view, then I think you probably could just start to see it. Yeah.
I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I can confirm that.
I'm not even arguing with you. I'm saying Google Earth shows you how much. You're saying where you can see a little bit. We don't need to know the little bit because Google shows how much curvature.
You can see it at 35,000.
But he's saying if you want to experience it yourself, you probably wouldn't be able to see it from that height just because of the atmosphere and other clouds and
Karen B says there's a video from NASA at 350,000 feet that has a straight horizon.
That has a what?
That has a straight horizon.
Yeah, no curvature at 350,000 feet. So you're saying we see a little bit of curvature at 40,000, but we see none at 3. I mean, come on, Jeremy.
Well, I think I mean, I don't know what that video is. We'd have to have a look at it. But I imagine if it's got
someone throw Karen B a wrench, let her make us
a fisheye lens or something. You know what we see with these things. We've all seen them where the curve changes from convex to concave.
Yeah,
you just need to look at it when the horizon's in the center of the lens. That's when it's true, because in all of these lenses, the distortion gets greater as you move further away from the center of the lens. So if you look what's happening in the center is where it's accurate. So I dispute on the basis of that, I dispute that there is a video that shows a straight line. At
Jeremy, you know, all I'm ever going to hear now is you telling me that there's curvature from my toes to my heel, right? Like that's all.
Yeah,
that's all.
What I was trying to say was all the way around the world, from your toes all the way back around the world to your heels, is what I was saying.
Oh,
but
nice.
under your feet
cool.
also.
That's good, man. I like that one a lot more.
What about the Felix that jumps at 128k feet? You can see clear curvature.
No, you can see a clear GoPro, and then you see from.
Hey, are you trolling?
Yeah, he's trolling.
Are you trolling?
I don't like that one.
You saw that door open when he opens the door, and it's nice and flat right behind him. You seen it
on the Felix one?
Yeah.
It's fisheye.
But I mean,
it's fisheye, but the one inside the thing wasn't fisheye. Like when there's pictures of that, there's video of that.
That's a great example because when you're inside, you're looking at a tiny, tiny chunk of horizon through this.
Yeah, I know, but then when he went outside, it was a ball. Like it was a
thing. You're looking at the thin window.
It's not like when he stepped outside, it wasn't just a small like little bend. New Mexico became 75% of the Earth. It was like it was already a ball.
Yeah, I mean,
I see him stepping outside of the
super exaggerated curve. So like, yeah, man, which is it? Like,
it was exaggerated. Yeah, I'd have to concede on that one.
you can see highways and stuff on the road. Like, it's ridiculous. Why is it taking up all of the sphere? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you
go on, brother.
No, I'm just saying that there was a shot there where you saw a flat horizon behind him. So it changes drastically as soon as you switch to the GoPro camera, obviously. And there was even like a little rope or something that's dangling off it that you could see the rope has curvature to it because it's, you know, the whole side of the shot is just.
This brings us like, I almost feel like we're overcomplicating the question. I almost feel like it's like
sure.
if we can't see the curve at 40,000 feet, or or let's say we'll admit we can't, and we can, maybe it's, whatever, then it's like, then we have to be given, as flat earthers, we have to be given that the boats are not going over anything.
Yes.
We have to be given that. We have to be conceded that, much like Felix. We're going to call it the Felix curve given to flat earthers, because this is like, it's out of respect for the dignity of your own argument.
That's right.
Because and then and this is where, again, what this is really all about at this point is, negating the premise, the presupposition. And that's really all, and that's why you've got an army of people that would call themselves flat earthers, because they're seeing this discrepancy. And then this is where you guys are right, is that what happens is somebody finds that discrepancy and then immediately leaps to anyone who agrees with that. And then goes on with the platform that is presented them in that parameter. You know what I mean? And that's why I respect you gentlemen for coming out here and keeping it correct. Because if you can't argue with Jem, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to say. I think, like, how good, if we can't argue with Jem Panda and Jazz Conda and have like some semblance of agreement, how would we ever do this on a bigger scale? If Jem Panda is not the most vitriolic of them. Like, I seek to change the mind of I pray for to change the hearts of my enemies. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of thing. How do we change these hearts? If we can't discuss with these people and sit through and go through all these, whatever it is, but also have the room to agree with one another. Like, you guys have to concede to us that if we can't see the curve at 40,000 feet, then we can't see the boats go over anything.
Ever. Yeah, man.
Well, you understand the horizon isn't even truly there, right? It's more just a perception of the human eye. It doesn't exist.
Well, again, though, that's not the question. The question is, is it? I can see curve at only at 300,000 feet, and then but I can see it at the beach. If you don't understand that mental, logical, like Spurs has pointed out, it's become a logical equation for me. It's just, and it always has been. I can't. Granted, I can't look at the sun anymore and feel like I'm spinning away from it, or that I'm spinning towards it. It just doesn't, it's illogical. And I feel like Spock with that shit. It's just fucking illogical, guys.
If you're bringing up that you can't see boats go over the horizon because it doesn't curve, then that means the whole camera thing works out. Like, that means if you zoom in on it.
That's what I'm saying. This is the chink, and no, we have more chinks. As soon as we open up the first chink, that's like the arrow going through. The arrow is going to hit its mark. But the issue is that, it's the chinks in the armor that, and we're not trying to, make it about. I want a diplomatic resolution to this. I've come to the conclusion flat Earth must have an economic platform because they can't monetize space and get the asteroids, the minerals from the precious fuels, and continue along with the debt currency. The flat Earth wipes out more than I think people are ready to accept. And I think, and I'm happy to be part of the conversation. I'm happy, that, we're coming and having this discussion. I think we've made a breakthrough fucking today with this notion that, hey, can we just agree? If we can't see it out the plane, we can't see it, the boat going over the horizon. Next topic.
Amazing. Sorry. Yeah, without anyone cussing each other out and stuff. You guys, this is progress.
You agree with that? You agree with that statement, or are you just going to walk away and say he doesn't get it? Do you agree that
he's a Stonewall? I'm not expecting.
Wait, I'm not sure we've reached this agreement. You're
I'm not looking for miracles just yet, Spurs. Just baby steps.
I'm sitting there thinking, what is Jem thinking? I know he's thinking of something like about how to either rebut or either to concede or.
It's just the words Isa was saying were correct. It's just I don't remember it ever being an agreement.
Exactly, and that's why, man, for real, that's cool.
It's a count of what went on.
Well, no, but Jem,
we agreed on it.
But no. But I need Jem not to agree, so that the next flat earther that comes up and in his midst has to make this fucking argument and consider it for themselves.
That's right.
Jem needs to be there. Like, I don't want Jem to ever fucking agree with me almost, but I want us to be agreeable. I want us to be friends. I want us to be cool with each other, man. I don't want, yeah, that's it, man. And that's really, I think, the hurdle we're facing. But go on, brother.
Sorry, I'm just back. I just heard the end of the boats over the horizon.
It was amazing. It was amazing. I'm glad I'm upset you missed it. I don't know if I could do it again.
It's it. It's gone like that video earlier.
We won, Jazz. We won. It's flat, man.
Well,
it's done, dog.
Unfortunately, I'm coming from the other side, and maybe that's where the atmospheric lensing does come in with the aperture of the camera, because particularly that shot of going over that bay from Ontario Bay, is it, over into Toronto? You bring the boats back into view, but the buildings in the background, the bottoms of them still don't come into view.
Right, that's okay though, because the thing is this: if I can't see the curvature at 40,000 feet, the point is that if I can't detect it, then you have to concede that boats aren't going over horizon. I don't know what the fuck's happened with those buildings, but the point is that they're not going over the horizon if we're going to have it that we can't see the curve at 40,000 feet. And that's all we're saying, is that we just want to find some common ground to continue the conversation, because that's a logical fallacy, to use my brother's term. It's kind of like it's tough for me to reconcile the difference. And I think that it takes a leap of great imagination to be able to.
Right, Isa, you've got the 40,000, the 350,000 feet. If you want to post it in the side chat, so you can show everybody and ask Jeremy how much curvature should be seen. And
are we talking about this X15 film?
Yeah.
I'm so shit at sharing. Can you do it, Spurs? I'll freaking just show you. Are you on the phone or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the phone, no problem. Hold on.
So is there Globers? Is there a height that I could go to, like let's say like a balloon around Mount Everest, within its vicinity, and then I go up and I see the mountain ranges all the way in the distance, like leaning backwards on a ball?
No.
So you've got to use your head, Jeremy, and logic. Like I said, if Google Earth are showing 40,000 at 40,000 feet, they're showing curvature, and you agree, yeah, there might be slight curvature, and then we get to 350,000 feet and we don't see any curvature. I
want to see buildings bending, man. I want to see mountains pointing in all directions and stuff. And
are you guys seeing this?
But wait, you would never actually see it bending like how you're proposing.
Why is it straight, like flat towards me, and not like falling backwards? Hold
on. One point. Is everyone watching this? And then Spurs, if you wanted to make your point while the video is playing. But I don't know, or does it matter?
Just go to 1 minute 32. By the way, this is Karen's video, Karen B.
Oh, Karen B, shout out.
Yeah, so fine.
Yeah, we're looking right there. So this is at how high?
This is 350,000 feet.
You see, that doesn't look straight to me.
7 miles.
Right, but the point is that even if, let's say, again, it's the idea that we're at the point where we're still debunking the presupposition, and this is the thing, is that it can't have it both ways.
And again, you're only looking at a very small bit of it. But that way,
good point. No, I tell you what, I hear what you're saying in that sense, but still, we would see a much more dramatic curve, I think, at that level, especially in regards to Google Earth. So that would beg the question: where's the correct model of the globe?
Well, I'm sure that's 350,000 feet.
No, I bet you could pause that and put a ruler across it, and you'd see pixels difference.
I bet you would.
I bet you would.
Well, look, I mean, you can see. I mean, it does
you would.
curve anyway, but I think that maybe it's sort of
Here is a big place.
a little bit on the edge of the window, but it doesn't look straight. I don't think.
I can see. You know who's got a great picture is What World has one, and he's got one where he shows how the atmosphere makes it almost appear one way, where the actual true horizon, once he started doing, he took it into photo. I think he was doing it with Photoshop, and the true horizon. Actually, you know what? And there's another one. The original photo that NASA took of space too is flat. But I will give you this though: you're looking at something from a very small, small percentage of it. However, it does. Even if it is a smaller percentage of it, the kind of thing is that the relevant curve to what the math that they've given us isn't there, and that's again back to the driving home the point of, we are trying to debunk this model in the mind of people so that we can even continue the conversation. But this looks to me as though, again, it confirms the notion that nothing is, if this isn't curving as the way it should be, even if it is a small sliver of it, of this gigantic, I mean, maybe it's a fucking, it's like a million times bigger than we think it is. Or than they say it is. But the problem is that they're trying to say that they know exactly. And we're seeing that they might be wrong, man. Like, it proves time and again looking at this notion. But I mean, hey, if you guys could find curvature in there, more power to you. But I don't.
And the X-15 only went over 100 kilometers twice. So I guess it could be. No, it's. I doubt that's 350,000 feet. Might be, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
Wait.
No, that's
even if Google Earth does say 40,000.
I say you're not screen sharing me, and people want to see the video.
Are you serious, man? I thought I was fucking screen sharing, dude.
So I don't know how high it was. Maybe.
Oh, I got it.
You have to click on this thing, actually.
Right.
Yeah, no, forgive me, guys. Forgive me, everybody. I'm new to free chanting.
Right, Jeremy. So, again, look, this is the problem that you're having. James May went to the edge of space,
and a U2,
and he was lower than this, and he saw huge amounts of curvature. So
80,000 feet.
James May, yeah.
Yeah, 80,000 feet, but he had GoPros all in his thing. Do you know the thing about the U2? The air's so thin at 80,000 feet, not where this was. The X-15 didn't have conventional ailerons and elevators. Seriously?
No, James May wasn't using the GoPro.
James May had GoPros all throughout that bitch.
Well, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Go to it.
Bring it up.
What are we looking for?
The first picture, the first image on that video looks flat.
Just compare the two at different heights and let's hear their explanation.
See, that doesn't look flat there, does it?
See, Karen B said she took it into Photoshop and she, messed with the contrasts. And, when you have the contrast levels high, you can see the exact edge, and she says it's flat.
Yeah, I've seen stuff like that done too.
Shout out to Karen B.
Not Jem. I said just do a side by side of the two links.
Let me see.
Do a side by side of the two links, please, mate.
Got you. Is there another?
Yeah, I've posted another link in the chat. So just compare the two side by side. One is higher and we see no curvature. One is lower and we see extreme curvature.
1 sec.
Shouldn't that be opposite?
You guys You guys need to explain why it's 1 o'clock and I've done.
The James May footage is at 80,000 feet, and the SR-71 footage is at just over 100. I would guess. It's
James May didn't use any GoPros or fisheye lens.
What's my minute mark for
James May? You want to go 34 seconds?
34 seconds. Okay, cool. So 1 sec, guys.
I mean, to me, I think it's all fake and it's simulation, the whole Earth. But I mean, if we're going to go along with that, this is the curvature of the Earth. That it should be more apparent in the other video that Karen showed.
Okay, so okay, so I got these two lined up. Can you guys see these good enough, or hold on?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, is that displayed well enough? All right, good. Okay, cool.
Yeah, there's
Two
the
different
curve.
heights.
Go
There.
to 113.
Oh, man,
Go
that
to
looks
1 minute
so
13
fake.
Of which one?
of the James May.
Yo, that left one looks so fake.
Yeah, it does look a little fake. 115.
Where the stars?
113.
Why does it look
That's right there, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, straight from the BBC.
There's the stars. Okay, I see some stars. Finally.
Yeah, either way though, the point is that remember again, guys, it doesn't matter because boats aren't going over the horizon anymore.
They're the stars.
Where the stars?
They're right
Got to
there on
keep
the
in mind
left.
that Karen's one is much, much higher than the one
See
on the left.
2
on the left.
stars.
Yeah, the one on the left, on the right, is the X-15, which is higher, and was shot in the 60s. This one on the left was shot in
You think they had to
2004 or
fish eye lens in the
2005.
60s, yeah? Of course. GoPros in the 60s.
No,
What?
they had
No,
fisheye
no.
lens in the 60s, but I don't know what lens is on that camera, but
No, the one on
they
the
had
right,
fisheye lenses in the 60s, of course.
the one on the right is an X-15. That's not a GoPro, and it's in the 60s, late 60s. And it's a shorter field of view. The GoPro's a wider field of view, and you can pretty much see the same curvature.
I think so.
Right, but
So that's it then, lads. Might
boats
as well
aren't.
pack up and go home.
All right,
There is
well, check it out. Hey, check it out. How about this then? Hold on this. How
Oh,
about
come on, Jeremy. Don't be
Hey,
like that.
guys, check it out. If we can agree, let's say, if we can agree that there is some semblance of curvature, right? We could also agree that boats ain't going over no damn horizon.
But boats do go over the horizon.
Hey, yo, hold on,
The
XX,
horizon doesn't
XX, XX, 1 sec.
I'm not gonna agree to no boats.
Hi, sir.
What's up?
But I think
Hi,
we've
sir.
made progress on the curvature there. Well done, Jazza.
Hi, sir.
Yep.
Where are you
Let's
seeing curve
look
over
from
there?
the side.
Go to the James May video and start at 125 and let it play for a few seconds. It's
Start at 125. It doesn't.
Yeah,
It
pans.
doesn't matter what height.
That's pretty right there, though. That was kind of flat to me, though, dog.
Let it play. It'll pan out.
That's flat.
It looks pretty flat, though, dog.
Pause it and put a ruler up to that.
That's not flat. Like
Shit's
like you
flat.
said.
The point is, your boats aren't going over the horizon anymore, boys.
I think the point is that NASA has been lying to us, and we've identified that, and that's the biggest, red herring is the fact that they have been lying to us. They've generated CGI, and that's what thrust us into this conversation to begin with. It wasn't all of a sudden we were just like, oh, you know what? I don't think it's a globe. It was we discovered that NASA was fabricating the moon landing and all their other space adventures, and taking billions of dollars. And providing us with CGI footage out of a Hollywood basement, as the Chili Peppers put it. Once we discovered,
I always wonder why it is that NASA don't make any of their films on the first or the second floor of anywhere. They always do it in a basement.
Well, I'm not sure exactly where they're doing it, but that's just part of the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Evil deeds are done, Jeff.
That's the claim I hear.
Where evil deeds are done, Jeff.
Always in this basement in Hollywood. So
Yeah, Jeff.
everyone knows about this basement.
Damn, when was the last time you met a frustrated teenager drawing magic circles in anything other but a fucking basement, bro?
Have you seen Astronauts Gone Wild yet? Have you seen that footage?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think it's a travesty. And I think, if you're taken in by it, I think that's worrying. And
Jeremy, how do you feel about all the Sesame Street episodes that they film on the ISS? Because I was asking some other Glober earlier about that, and he's like, "Yeah, what are you talking about? It's great. I mean, like, come on." it's these astronauts talking to us like we're children, and showing us how they pee and brush their teeth and eat peanut butter and jelly in space. Like, I just wanted his opinion because I never saw one thing worth a damn come out of that thing. And this is it. Like, they built this space station for this, right? This is for the scientific research and all this. But all we get is Sesame Street segments, and that's how I see it. Like, I'm trying to find any value in anything that they show on that thing, and I can't. It feels like it feels like a propaganda piece. Like, every time it's hey guys, we're still here. This thing exists. Remember, here, if you didn't believe me, watch. I'm gonna do a backflip again. Woo, and then they do the flip. Like,
yeah, they're on damage control. We got Obama coming out talking about don't engage with the flat Earth society type of thing. Almost the same way that Bush and Obama said, oh, don't pay attention to conspiracy theories because, you know, we're in. Which is weird because
Obama has a speech
anyone
right
that goes against science is an attack on science. So
it's not about science. Science is looking for the truth. I think science is really the looking for truth, not so much the authorization of the truth until you find the conclusion. You know, we're
talking about science and the space station. I'm just going to interject just for a moment.
Right.
Eating jelly beans or something?
If the flat Earth is real, I'm not saying it is or it isn't.
Okay.
Then the one thing that could prove it, mathematically, maths is fact. 1 + 2 equals
You're breathing
19.
heavy, doesn't it?
You know what it equals. If you could disprove orbital mechanics, that a mass of a certain weight can't orbit another mass, then you prove that space is fake and the Earth can't be a globe in one shot.
Yeah, but forget all that. I'm just asking you personally. On like, how do you feel?
That's how you could do it. That's how you could do it overnight.
That's one way, Jazakonda, you could do it.
When you see those guys, those ridiculous.
But I think that some of what they're doing is for children. You know, so you know that's why it's done. Some of it is for children.
But all of it is. That's my point. Like,
well, you know, all of it.
I've seen Chris Hadfield. I've seen this one astronaut eat
one at a time.
8 different meals. 8 different meals. Like, he showed me how he eats. He shows me how he eats a peanut butter and honey tortilla. Then he showed me how he eats chocolate cake. Then he showed me how he drinks coffee. Then he showed me how he eats peas. Then he shows me how he eats rehydrated asparagus. Like, how many meals do I need to see you eat, dog? It's.
Have you been in a zero-G environment for 8 months to know that that's how you should eat to give you?
He's not. Okay, he's just eating though. Yeah, exactly. He's just chewing. Like, he's not doing anything.
They can turn the camera from the ISS directly onto the Earth and let the Earth move. Let us see the Earth move instead of
Coppola. He can zoom into my house
all the time. You know,
you can zoom into my house.
Not all the time, but quite a lot of the time, they have a camera running on the Earth. So
yeah, but it's just a section of the Earth, though. It's not the entire thing. I want to see them pan out. We're seeing like the top
see the whole
section.
They can't do it any more than you can in an aircraft.
They've been doing this for over 60 years, and they can't figure it out. They've given us images. They've given us images from an alleged satellite 1 million miles away that looks nothing like the image that they took on the moon of the Earth. It's complete fabrication. I mean, if you put these 2 pictures that are official pictures, mind you, from the NASA, one is from a satellite from 1 million miles away that shows the moon passing across the Earth, and then the other one is from on the moon looking at the Earth. But the problem is, the one that's on the moon looking at the Earth looks smaller than it does in the image where they claim to be 1 million miles away taking a picture of the Earth.
Right, but I mean, if you look at, you could go to Rob Skiba's channel, and he's actually debunked that claim himself, because he made that claim about the moon being the wrong size, the Earth being the wrong size from the moon. So he set up a scaled experiment and proved himself wrong.
No. They have official images from NASA is what they're claiming, okay? And if you took a look at these images side by side, there's no denying that they're fake. I mean, they're just false.
There absolutely is denying that they're fake, because I'm denying it.
Well, you can deny all you want, but the truth isn't necessarily what we're saying over and over again.
And you can claim it's fake all you want, but I can guarantee this: you won't be able to give me a single reason apart from it looks fake to tell me that it's fake.
Okay, how do you know it's a globe? How do you know the Earth is?
I got you. So, Jeremy, if let's say, for example, we can't see the curve because we're supposed to be higher up, or maybe the Earth is a lot bigger than they've told us. So when they've, circumnavigated the Earth and they have discovered all the lands that there are to discover, and they've been to Antarctica, and right after that they decide to start NASA and say, okay, there's nowhere else to explore on this globe. The next place to explore is space. Now, if the Earth was a lot bigger, that means they are hiding more things on this Earth than they're telling us. So that's another reason to not trust NASA. Because now they're shifting our focus upward into the sky rather than going on exploring the rest of the Earth.
Right, and we're sticking to. Like, remember,
I think that's a bit of a mischaracterization.
Yeah, but hold on.
I don't think we finished exploring the globe in the early 1950s. I think that was a matter that was settled, a few hundred years before that, and then came NASA. I just want to make a
point.
Aren't connected.
I just want to make a point real quick, and now I'll yield the floor. Hold on one moment. Okay, how do we know that it's a globe, first and foremost? How do you know as an individual that it's a globe? I can tell you why. It's because it was put into our education system ever since the theory came about. It's been stated, it's been in our face the entire time. It's not that our parents went up into outer space and saw it and came back and told us a story. It wasn't that my friend did the same thing. It wasn't that we did that. We were told over and over again, which is the same idea as propaganda that government uses to induce war, over and over again, that the Earth is a globe. Do not question it. You respect your elders. You will not question this. You will not think for yourself. You will think the way we tell you to think, and that's it. And that's how education indoctrination works. And that's the only reason why you or anyone else that believes it's a globe, even myself, before I even came across this, believed that it was a globe. It wasn't because of my own study, my own perspective, using my own intuition. And that's it.
Right. Well, I mean,
Jim,
what you've described is education, and it's necessary. I think it's a necessary human thing for us to pass on knowledge to those that.
Well, hey, Jim,
that's not what I'm saying. Though. I understand education is necessary.
Brother, check this out. This is why we brought this up earlier. We discussed this with the idea of bringing up Sandy Hook and stuff. The point is that, look. People can, because we can address the idea. We could talk about Catherine Iserbite and all that kind of stuff, right? But the point, and I don't know if you know about that, but look it up, shit. But those kind of topics are different topics than necessarily the shape of the Earth. And I've been trying to keep it away from the grander, conspiracy in that sense, and focus on this topic of this subject in somewhat practical matters, as opposed to getting too vague and too big picture. I'd like to, but Rio, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. Can I add something to what Rio said?
What's up, bro?
So basically, this heliocentric model, right? What we keep forgetting is we're fighting them on their homeland. We can't give them the benefit of the doubt anymore. Now it's they have to prove to us this heliocentric model is true, because they've been caught lying a bunch of times. So you're telling me to go against my primary knowledge and senses, and you want me to believe I'm spinning at 1,000 miles per hour while rotating the sun, while blasting off into outer space. Here's the thing. Can you provide, and this is a question for Jim and Jazz Conda, can you provide one experiment that proves we're in motion? Because with my primary knowledge and senses, all I feel is a motionless plane. So the burden of proof is not on me to prove whether we're, to debunk the spinning of the Earth. This is on you guys.
Well, the question isn't the spinning of the Earth, is it?
Well, for me,
that's a retreat. That's a retreat from you guys. If you're going to go for geocentrism,
I don't argue.
You guys.
So you can do that. You can do that if you want to. But I'm glad you're admitting defeat on the whole flat thing. That's the first thing I'd say.
I'm not
And the other thing I'd say to you is the onus isn't on.
Did you just hear what? Did you
the
not
onus?
hear what I just
The
said?
onus is on you. The onus is on you to educate yourself so that you understand why you're in dispute over these things.
Well, no, but Jem, as
why
we
you're
talk about Jem, this is where something. It's almost really this should be a prerequisite to the conversation whenever we bring up any of these points. Is like we're not trying to prove the shape of the, any of that. Like we're not trying to prove that yet. What we're trying to do is say that, look, the model we've been proposed with has got too many errors in it. Like today, we can agree that we can't see the curve of 40,000 feet. I agree. I don't know whether it's curved or not. But the point is, no ship is going over no fucking curve, man. and that's like, that's the step one for me is like, as soon as all I got to get all the flat earth needs is our foot in the fucking door. And we don't even have that yet.
I did want to get back to that point though about education, and I don't think it's wrong to educate people.
I agree.
No one's saying that.
And I think that characterizing it as you guys do a lot as indoctrination and brainwashing. Jem, I think that's a very bad thing to do.
No one said brainwashing.
Well, hold on. Jem, you could agree. You could agree that's not.
Hold on. To give you two examples, since you've been in this hangout, one thing you mentioned was Astronauts Gone Wild, which is the Bart Siebel's reaction film to his first documentary, which was
very telling.
Which was A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon.
And I think
hold on, let me finish. And which is a documentary which is demonstrably untrue.
Yeah, it's an absurdism. It's absurdism, dude.
It's absolutely ridiculous and can be shown to be untrue. And that's something you just believed.
Hold on.
And the other thing you said was about the size of the moon, which I would bet is not your idea, since it's a thing a lot of flat earthers say. And that's also been debunked by, even in this case, by a flat earther.
Well,
so
Jem,
you're quite prepared to believe all sorts of things which aren't true, and you're rejecting ones which are more reliable.
Hey, let me make this
funny. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon was fake.
Hold on, let me explain that real quick. Can I explain this real quick,
on my channel showing you why.
Jem, hold on one second.
Very gullible to believe it.
Jem,
hey, yield the floor to the host.
Hey, guys, like, check it out. The thing is that those movies could very well potentially have been made what I consider artistic absurdists. Right? They made these things, but they did it for the benefit of those of us who know how to think. There's a form of art that is a half-truth teller, and it makes up the other part just to get you to go look. And I think some of those movies, I agree, brother, they've got certain elements of fraud in them that I find that quite, are a little bit disturbing when you start looking into it, because you're like, and then you fall back into the idea, am I falling for a trick? But that does not change, and I've said this before, that those movies helped open my mind. I look back at them now as potentially absurdist manufactured, and I think we cannot lean on those things in our arguments about the shape of the earth anymore, because this is really an academic approach, and a lot of things that conspiracy theorists are not, some of us, or some people that don't want to do, is give the other side ground. And when we call on these movies and stuff, they're red herrings. They're problems for